The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501 Store My Eye. After hearing the boss's reprimand, Yasha suddenly felt aggrieved, and couldn't help defending himself in a low voice, saying, "Boss, listen to me, I also want to use waves to attack, but right now we are in a range 5 times larger in the gravitational field. I can easily create huge waves at ordinary times, but now this is in the gravitational field, the seawater is extremely heavy, and the surrounding waves have become smaller, so I can't do such a thing as a huge wave." Hearing the answer from the water-type superpower under his command, the Demon King had to shake his head, and said helplessly, "In this case, you don't need to make a move. The next person, if you can do it, it's better if it can cause damage. If you can't do it, then back off. And the next best thing is to entangle these two people." The next person also started to cast his ability, and his ability was also of material type, and the substance he could control was calcium. "Boss, don't worry, look at me. I can sink their boat into the sea without making a fuss. Then, let me see how they will stay at sea." Nothing changed, but the calcium ions in the seawater quickly collected on the boat beneath Shen Feng and began to condense. There are many ions in seawater, and the concentration of calcium ions is also very high. After these calcium ions gather, they slowly start to condense, and a thick layer of crystals appears under the invisible ship. "Xiaoyu, have you noticed that the waterline of our boat is getting deeper and deeper?" Shen Feng noticed something was wrong. The boat could still float on the water before, but at this moment, the boat seems to be slowly sinking. "Shen, the water is almost flooding the boat." Yu Hangai looked around, and sure enough, the ship was sinking unknowingly. He quickly poked his head out to look down the ship, and suddenly found a thick layer of crystals under the ship. The weight has been added imperceptibly. No wonder the boat has a tendency to sink. "Brother Feng, there are thick crystals under the boat. If we continue, the boat under us will be submerged. What should we do?" Yu Hangai asked anxiously. Yu Hangai couldn't release the gravitational field at this time, because he knew that once he released the gravity field, the opponent's personnel would lose all obstacles, and they would definitely fight desperately. Therefore, for his own safety, he absolutely couldn't release the gravity field, but the weight of the ship is constantly increasing at this time, and if there is no way to do it next, it will definitely sink. Shen Feng didn't have a good solution to the current predicament. After thinking about it, he looked at a small pocket in the cabin, which contained the seeds of centenarians. It can only unleash a powerful fighting power. "Xiaoyu, go and take out 2 of the fruits in the bag. It's impossible not to work hard at this time. I wanted to wait until the critical moment to use it, but now it seems that I can't live without working hard." Shen Feng said. Shen Feng has never encountered such a dangerous moment, and he was forced to this point by the supernatural being. Before encountering danger, he was basically on the ground, and he could still walk if he wanted to, but now, he is still at sea floating, but facing the attack of a dozen supernatural beings. The strength of these supernatural beings is not ordinary. All 13 are masters. "I understand, Brother Feng. Wait, I'll go get it right away." Yu Hangai also realized that even though the after effects of this fruit are very strong, survival is the most important thing, and the after effects are not important now. Wow. The seawater has gradually rushed to the deck. Once the cabin is also submerged, there is only one ending for the ship, which is to sink into the sea. At that time, the 2 people on board will lose all their footholds. Shen Feng took the fruit handed over by Yu Hangai and ate it without hesitation. In order to take effect faster, he chewed it up. The fruit tastes slightly bitter. If you want to eat it as a nut, it is obviously not good. Qualified, but the effect of this thing is not to satisfy the appetite of human beings. After eating the fruit, Shen Feng felt energy surge from his whole body. His face flushed immediately. There was a powerful force in his body that could not be released. His eyes were also bloodshot, almost blood red. Yu Hangai also ate the fruit, and immediately noticed something was wrong in his body. It seemed that this fruit could also affect his abilities. 10 times the gravity field. Yu Hangai became ruthless, gritted his teeth, and used all the power he couldn't vent in his body to display the supernatural power. Immediately, the 10 times the gravity field appeared on the sea. Breaking through the limit of his original abilities. Originally, under the 5 times the gravitational field, It was already difficult for ordinary people with supernatural powers to hold on. As for ordinary people, their internal organs ruptured directly and died. Now that the 10 times the gravity field appears, even the superhumans can hardly hold on. Breathe. The body reaches its limit. Professionally trained pilots can actually withstand 8 or 9 times the gravity in a short period of time, but that is only a momentary matter. If it takes a long time, the pilot will die. This is the limit of the pilot and the limit of the human body. A group of supernatural beings on the freighter were directly suppressed by the strong gravity and lay on the ground at this time. The guy who had used supernatural powers to condense calcium ions had to stop using supernatural powers, trying to resist 10 times the gravity with all his strength. However, the chest cavity and abdominal cavity were compressed, and breathing became a problem for a while. Hold on, who can attack from a distance? Why don't you hurry up? The leader wearing the mask of the devil shouted with difficulty. He never expected to meet such a difficult opponent, didn't. The data show that Yu Hengyi could only exert 5 times the gravitational field? How many times is it now? It's far more than 5 times, right? Someone asked doubtfully, panting while speaking. No one can answer this question. Obviously, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi have already investigated the limits of Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi's abilities when they started fighting, so everyone is confident. As a result, looking at it now, Yu Hengyi can burst out with powerful combat power in an instant. No one can think of it after Yu Hengyi broke out. Not only the group of people on the freighter were affected, even Shen Feng, who was standing beside Yu Hengyi, was also seriously affected. Kneeling on the deck under the strong gravity, it became difficult to breathe. Huh? Your supernatural ability is really a double-edged sword. Shen Feng said helplessly. In order to be able to maintain his own breathing, Shen Feng had to use supernatural powers. Fortunately, he himself is a person who uses wind as a supernatural power. He can also solve the situation where it is difficult to breathe. Shen Feng compresses the air and sends it into the lungs. Maintain the fresh air in your body so that you will not be suffocated to death. Human breathing relies on the ribs and the abdominal cavity. When exhaling, the ribs contract and the diaphragm moves upward, making the air pressure in the lungs lower than the atmospheric pressure. The turbid air in the body is exhaled. When inhaling, the ribs expand downward, drive the diaphragm down. The air pressure in the lungs decreases, and atmospheric pressure compresses air into the lungs. But now, Shen Feng could barely move his entire body, and his ribs were completely suppressed. In order to breathe air, he could only use supernatural powers to help him breathe. In this way, he could last for a while longer. However, even so, Shen Feng felt that he could only hold on for half an hour. The wind speed in the air is getting faster and faster, and Shen Feng can feel that a powerful storm is coming towards him. If he can't solve the enemy within half an hour, then he can only use leaving the sea with a sea storm. The supernatural being on the freighter started to act. He supported his body, sat on the container, and said, I didn't want to use the supernatural ability at first, because every time I used the supernatural ability, it would cost me several years of life, but now it seems that killing 2 great heroes with my few years of life is worth it. After finishing speaking, the man jumped directly into the sea. Under the strong gravity, the man's body hit the sea surface fiercely, just like hitting a wall. His ribs and leg bones were broken at that time, but he still hasn't died now. With the strong vitality of the supernatural being, even if he jumped from 10 floors, he might not be killed by the fall. After the supernatural beings on the freighter fell into the water, a white solid formed on the water surface and spread towards the direction of the sailboat. On the thick layer of solid, there were also needle-like objects appearing. The nearby sea surface, it seemed that all of them grew long needles in an instant. Is this guy's ability ice? It's hard to deal with. Yu Hengyi was a little shocked when he saw this scene. There are people who use ice in the sea, so they must be very powerful. Shen Feng looked at these white solids, shook his head lightly, and said, it's not like that. The speed of freezing is really too slow, and this kind of attack is generally unable to pose a threat to us, but no matter what, just look at mine. It is also impossible for Shen Feng to watch the enemy attack him. It happened that he had already eaten the fruit of Centennial Orchid. Its powerful wind of fury. Without saying a word, Shen Feng gathered tens of thousands of wind blades in the air. This is the limit of what Shen Feng can attack at once, but at this moment, Shen Feng found that he still has more power, then condensed 5,000 wind blades again, and the densely packed wind blades froze in the sky above everyone. Originally, the wind blade was invisible, and no one could see the wind blade, but the torrential rain at sea has become heavier and heavier, and the rain falls on the wind blade, and then flows down the wind blade, with water droplets sticking to the top of the wind blade, causing the wind blade to reflect light, and a group of people on the freighter looked up, only to find that densely packed forest blades were floating in the sky. Prepare to dodge. This is Shen Feng's attack, extremely sharp. The devil's expression changed, and he was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. However, now that Yu Hengyi is using a supernatural ability, the 10 times the gravity field has already enveloped the battlefield. The people present are tightly suppressed on the boat, and it is extremely difficult to move. Now there are countless swords shining with cold light blade. How can such a wide range of attacks be blocked? Go. Shen Feng felt the limit. The 15,000 wind blades had come to an end, and more blades could not be controlled, but this was enough. The densely packed blades in the sky gathered into a torrent, heading straight towards the freighter falling down. So many blades fell at the same time, like a waterfall falling from the sky. Seeing that the supernatural beings on the container were about to be hit by the wind blades, and the people on board were desperate, a majestic man stood up. If he had stood up with his own strength, his legs would have been crushed. It was broken, but the person's body was supported by steel bars. In a hurry, he actually made a steel frame to support himself. Old 6, stop it quickly. The Demon King was in a hurry. Obviously he didn't expect Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi to be so troublesome, and he was actually pushed to a desperate situation. The 6th child was also unambiguous. The moment he stood up, all the containers on the ship melted, and the melted steel formed a cover that covered the entire top of the freighter. The wind blade fell and made a clinking sound. Sparks were flying everywhere, and the group of people hiding on the boat trembled slightly when they heard the dense impact sound. It's worthy of being a 6th level superhuman. It's worthy of being Feng Shen. It's so powerful. Everyone was shocked by Shen Feng's fighting power. If no one can stop it, wouldn't it mean that all the people on board will be killed by the wind blade? Kill? Chapter 502 Stormy I. In the torrential rain, endless wind blades fell, and each wind blade shone with a cold light. Even in the dark moment, the wind blades became bright. 1 or 2 wind blades may not be a big deal, but if it is up in the case of one Fengren, this is definitely not something that manpower can fight. It's just that, in order to survive, the supernatural beings on the freighter melted all the shells of the containers into shields. The thick shields blocked the sky and blocked the wind blade. Even if the wind blade breaks a gap in the shield it can still heal quickly. This kind of protection ability is simply abnormal. After the containers were melted, all the contents inside were leaked out. It turned out that all the containers were filled with golden corn. These corns may be to support other countries, but now, there is no obstacle to block the corn. All the corn kernels fell into the sea, and the sea surface became golden, as if the sea surface was also coated with a layer of film by these corn kernels. Seeing that Shen Feng's attack was blocked, Yu Hengyi was also a little anxious at this moment, and couldn't help shouting, "There is still a lonely person in the water who is not protected. Attack the lonely person." Yu Hengyi is well aware of the truth that it is better to cut off one finger than to hurt 10 fingers. Especially now, one should not pursue the killing area, but should first pursue the killing effect. First, let the opponent's personnel be reduced, so that the next battle can be more advantageous. For Yu Hengyi's reminder, Shen Feng quickly obeyed. There are still 2,000 wind blades left in the sky. Since most of the enemies have protective umbrellas, we can only clean up the unprotected personnel first. This person is still in the sea. White solids condensed continuously in the water, and the surrounding sea surface was almost occupied by these solids. Shen Feng simply directed the 2,000 wind blades to attack the man who fell into the water. The man in the water didn't seem to expect such a serious attack for a while, so he immediately gathered white solids around his body, ready to block the wind blade. It's a pity that facing 2,000 wind blades, in just a few seconds, the defense in front of this person was broken, and a torrent formed by the wind blades passed through the person in the water, and the wind blades continued to attack. Cutting. After a minute, all the wind blades dissipated. Shen Feng's first wave of attack was over, and the person floating in the sea had completely disappeared. The whole person turned into flesh foam, with a lot of blood floating in the water, dissipating slowly with ocean currents. Brother Feng, well done. Yu Hengyi couldn't help cheering. He never expected that the fruit of the centenarian orchid would have such a strong effect. After eating it, his combat power would soar, and he could use 10 times the gravitational field. And Shen Feng on the side, if you don't make a move, it's enough, and if you make a move, There are more than 10,000 wind blades. This is the legendary return of 10,000 swords. Shen Feng couldn't help his heart beating faster at this time, and quickly used his ability to take a breath of oxygen for himself, and said, "It's just a pity for the ability potion. It would be great if I could keep my head, but I can't control the accuracy, so I just watch the supernatural potion disappear. Is now the time to care about supernatural potions? Survival is the most important thing now. As long as you can survive, everything else is fine. We brothers continue to fight and kill these people within half an hour, otherwise wait until the statute of limitations. After that, we can only be slaughtered." Yu Hangai was very dissatisfied with Shen Feng's greed. For Yu Hangai, the most important thing now is to solve the immediate danger. It would be even better if he could wipe out everyone on the other side. On the contrary, Shen Feng is not greedy enough, and he even wants to get the supernatural potion, committing a crime guilty of greed. Shen Feng looked at the huge cover covering the cargo ship in the distance, but felt very powerless, and couldn't help but said, "Do you think I don't want to end the battle as soon as possible? But now we are at sea, the terrain is not good for us, and the opponent still has protection. My windblade has no effect, and I can't kill them either." Yu Hangai was a little anxious looking at the current situation. Suddenly, he saw these white solids in the sea, which were made by the previous supernatural beings. He couldn't help but reach out to pick up a piece, squeezed it casually, and it fell apart. Seeing this scene, Yu Hangai couldn't help but feel puzzled. The enemy is going to use these loose things to kill us? Don't they underestimate us too much? This kind of thing can't even compare to ice cubes. Shen Feng looked at the white powder in Yu Hangai's hand and said, "Stick out your tongue and taste it." Yu Hangai quickly followed suit, stuck out his tongue to taste it, and immediately spit it out. His whole face became distorted. "Damn, Brother Feng, you can't trick me. You actually tricked me into eating salt. These salts are still bitter." After taking a sip, Yu Hangai knew that these things in the sea are all salt. Now it seems that the supernatural being who fell into the water is not an ice-type supernatural being, but a supernatural being who controls salt, a material-type supernatural being. Those who can. Shen Feng pondered for a while, then frowned and said, "I see, this guy wants to use salt to attack us. It's really sinister and vicious." Yu Hangai looked at Shen Feng puzzled and asked, "Using salt to attack? How can this be done? Are we still afraid of the salt? Just don't eat it, even. If you're a northerner, you know how to pickle bacon, right? So much salt appears on the boat at once, it will definitely dehydrate us. Secondly, there's still a lot of fresh water in the cabin. When the salt appears on the boat, fresh water will be polluted, and there is no fresh water at sea, which is basically a death sentence." Shen Feng quickly explained. After hearing Shen Feng's explanation, Yu Hangai nodded. It seems that there are no useless abilities in the world, and any ability has its purpose, even if it doesn't look very good. If you are not careful, you may be plotted against. The average people on the freighter were lying on the deck of the ship. Because the huge steel cover was on top of their heads, there was no light under the cover. Everyone was in the dark, and no one could see each other. Moreover, some people with weak constitutions were already breathing. It became more and more difficult, and the sound of breathing could hardly be heard. "Boss, can you think of a way? Some of us with fourth-order abilities can no longer bear 10 times the force of gravity, and are about to be crushed to death. A bone fracture is a trivial matter, and the internal organs can't take it anymore." Hiding in the protective cover, the sixth child below spoke up, and he had nothing to do with the current predicament. The sober people began to ask about countermeasures. The development of the matter has exceeded their imagination at this moment. In the previous cognition, dealing with Yu Hangai and Shen Feng, even if these two people are extremely powerful and have gained their own title, I have 13 supernatural beings on my side, and I can break my wrist no matter what. Besides, I have all the information on the other side, and their moves have all been exposed, while my side is hiding in the dark. At this point, if you do mental arithmetic without thinking, the chance of winning is as high as 99%, but now, it is not Yu Hangai and Shen Feng who are forced into a dead end, but more than a dozen of them. Most of the guys who jumped into the sea before were killed, so now there are only 12 people left on my side up. The Demon King's breathing is also a little short at this time. He is not particularly powerful in combat when he cannot use illusion. However, even in this precarious situation, the devil began to comfort everyone. "Don't worry, I have read the news this morning. The typhoon is passing through the sea area where we are. Soon, the boat the two people above will be swept away by the typhoon. The Demon King's words comforted the restless subordinates. When someone needed someone to stand up and cheer him up, he completed the task perfectly. That's right, believe the boss, the typhoon is coming soon. Immediately, someone began to echo the devil's words, and everyone gradually felt relieved. Perhaps the prayers of the people on board had an effect, and the typhoon arrived. Shen Feng felt the wind speed, took a look at the compass again, and found that the compass failed to hold up under 10 times the gravity, and was damaged at this time, making it impossible to determine the wind direction. The hood is on top of the head, and there is no intention of opening it to take a look at it, and it is really a shrinking turtle. The strong wind and heavy rain hit Shen Feng and Yu Hengai's faces, making them unable to open their eyes at all. Shen Feng said with difficulty, "Xiaoyu, put away your gravity field, we are ready to go. It is estimated that the typhoon has arrived, and now it is just the hyacinth, but the wind speed has also reached level 9. In this case, we cannot win quickly. Move, Yu." Hengai was very obedient, and quickly put away his abilities. Without the existence of the gravitational field, the sea surface suddenly became choppy, the boat heaved and fell on the sea surface, and the wind and waves on the sea even reached a height of 5 or 6 meters. Can completely wipe out the two people on board. However, a blessing in disguise, the calcium compound that had condensed on the bottom of the boat was also knocked down by the wind and waves, and the buoyancy of the boat returned to normal. Yu Hengai couldn't open his eyes, because if he opened them, the rain would enter his eyes, so he could only squint his eyes and ask, "Brother Feng, do you want to put down the sail?" "Damn it!" Shen Feng scolded, "with such a strong wind, the boat may capsize at any time, and if the sails are lowered, the ship may be buried in the sea at any time. Then, what should we do?" Yu Hengai asked anxiously. "Go. Find the rope, tie the two of us to the boat, and enter the cabin to avoid the typhoon." Shen Feng can only think of this one way right now. Yu Hengai quickly found the rope on the boat, entered the cabin, and tied himself to the boat. In this way, no matter how rough the boat was, he would not be thrown into the sea by the wind and waves. Counting the time, eating the centenarian orchid fruit for half an hour. It's about to arrive, and I will lose all my strength after a while, and it is still unknown whether I can survive the typhoon by then. After the two entered the cabin, they quickly closed the hatch and let the ship toss and roll in the wind and waves. There were still 2 buckets of fresh water on board. There were originally 3 buckets of clean water, but during the fierce battle before, there was 1 bucket of clean water. It has arrived, the entire cabin is full of water, and the remaining 2 buckets of clean water are the last life-saving supplies. When the hyacinth passed, a huge cyclone had formed on the surface of the Pacific Ocean, and the seawater was continuously sucked into the air where it passed. Wherever it passes, no matter it is seawater or fish, it will be swept up into the sky. The islands of the Philippines were first affected by the typhoon. It was broken by the strong wind, and even the most resistant coconut trees were blown tightly to the ground by the typhoon. Shen Feng thought that he could control the direction and speed of the wind to some extent, and he could protect himself to some extent in the typhoon. However, when the typhoon really came, the boat was bumped on the sea, and was even thrown out of the water by the waves. After falling heavily, Shen Feng and Yu Hengai hugged the bucket tightly to prevent the bucket from being overturned. Even if the bucket had a lid, it might still be smashed under repeated impacts facing the powerful wind and waves. Shen Feng thoroughly realized how terrifying the power of nature is, and the degree of harm that an individual can cause is completely insignificant in front of nature at this moment. After half an hour passed, Shen Feng and Yu Hengai's bodies suddenly became weak, their muscles shriveled rapidly, and the rate of fat consumption can only be described as terrifying. Almost in the blink of an eye after a while, the fat on their waists and legs disappeared, and both of them could feel the belt loosen in an instant. The parts where the fat is consumed are the limbs first. After the fat in the limbs is almost consumed, it will be the trunk. When the fat on the trunk is also almost consumed, the fat on the face will be next. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai immediately become human. It looks like a ghost. Both Shen Feng and Yu Hengai's eye sockets began to sunk in, and the fat on their cheeks disappeared, causing the cheekbones to protrude high, but their mouths were very thin. When they saw each other's shape, they immediately wanted to laugh. Chapter 503 Shen Feng is dead. People in ancient times often had a kind of thinking of judging people by their appearance. The direct manifestation of this thinking is, an ugly person cannot be an official. There have always been many beautiful men and beauties in ancient times, so there has been a saying of the four beauties in ancient times. When describing the good looking of others, they will use Yan is like Song Yu, an appearance is better than Pan, and describe an ugly guys, such as Zhong Hui, even if they passed the jury examination, no one hired them in the end, so that they bumped their heads to death on the steps. Shen Feng had always thought that judging people by their appearance was nothing more than ancient dross, but now, when Shen Feng saw Yu Henggai suddenly become extremely ugly, he immediately laughed. The appearance makes sense, there is no fat on the face, what is it if it is not Fubo? When the fat on a person's face is almost consumed, the person will show sharp-mouthed monkey cheeks. Although not everyone is like this, it is generally the same, and sharp-mouthed monkey cheeks are very annoying. Seeing the smile on Shen Feng's face, Yu Henggai couldn't help cursing. Why are you laughing? Are you similar to me? Are you laughing at yourself? Shen Feng stretched out his hand and touched his cheek. It was indeed sunken, and he thought that he also turned into a wrinkled ugly ghost. It seems that this is fate. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai are both very weak at this time. They can only move their bodies simply, and they can't do more things. At this moment, as long as a supernatural person appears randomly, even without a supernatural person, even if an ordinary person appeared here, both of them would have to confess here on the spot. However, now that the typhoon is really coming, who can appear here in the typhoon is definitely not a simple person. While Shen Feng and Yu Henggai were weakly evading in the cabin, the wind and waves outside became more and more violent. Big waves slammed on the boat, making the boat creak. Shattered in a typhoon. All of a sudden, a big wave hit the boat. The boat had withstood the massive attack, but the mast was broken from it, and a part of it with the rolled sail fell down instantly, hitting the cabin roof. Suddenly a big hole appeared on the top of the cabin, and rainwater and seawater poured into the boat frantically. A wave rushed into the cabin. Shen Feng's left arm was scalded yesterday, but now it was soaked by the waves. A burst of stimulation, and severe pain came into Shen Feng's brain. Hiss! Shen Feng gasped. Is this what it feels like to sprinkle salt on a wound? What a pain! Yu Henggai didn't feel well either. During a turbulence hit by a big wave, Yu Henggai directly fell outside along the big hole in the cabin. Fortunately, he was tied with a rope, otherwise, he would have fallen into the sea now and would surely die. The mast of the boat was broken, and it was impossible to raise the sails, but even without sails, the boat was still moving involuntarily under the sweep of the typhoon. As for the final fate of the boat, no one knew. A group of supernatural beings on the freighter finally stood up. Now that the gravity field has disappeared, the pressure on them has finally disappeared. However, two people can never stand up. Someone took out a lighter and took a look. Some people had bruised faces and died of suffocation. Some people had no injuries on the outside, but by pressing the abdomen, it was found that the spleen had ruptured, and it was impossible to come back to life. The devil also took off his mask at this time, revealing a handsome face underneath. He shook his head helplessly, and said, perhaps, this is fate. Obviously they only need to last a few more minutes, and the victory will be complete. It belongs to us, but they failed to hold on. A few minutes, 2 lives. Everyone lowered their heads, feeling very depressed. At the moment when the gravitational field disappeared, they were still glad that they finally survived, but now, they have to face the death of their companions. Counting the number of people, there are only 10 people left still alive. By the way, what's the situation outside now? Do you want to open the cover and take a look? Someone suggested. The Demon King immediately objected, saying, judging from the degree of turbulence of the ship, the typhoon has arrived now. With such a big wave, opening the hood will be death. If you want to see the situation, go to the cabin and open the window. That's it. It's the safest way. Hearing the boss reminder, everyone nodded quickly, and immediately prepared to enter the cabin. However, at this time, one person stayed behind. He pointed to the 2 corpses on the ground and said, I'm going to put them in place first. I can't just leave them on the boat like this. Go down first. Everyone looked at the 2 corpses on the ground. Even though the 2 were dead, their eyes were still open. Obviously, they were dying. Then, they nodded and walked towards the entrance of the cabin, leaving one person to handle the corpses. After all, they were companions. The body of the dead companion still needs to be disposed of properly. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a big wave came over, the deck tilted for a while, and the steel cover that was still covering the deck slid down, and everyone quickly looked back. Old Jianyi, come here quickly. However, loud Jianyi, who handled the corpse, was doomed to be unable to answer. Under the 12th level gust, all the items on the deck were swept away. Even a large living person was instantly blown into the sky. Protection: no one can resist a typhoon. Close the hatch quickly. Lao Jiayu is dead, don't drag everyone down. The Demon King hastily ordered at this time, and someone beside him hurriedly closed the hatch. Boom. After the heavy hatch closed, it seemed that the outside world, another one died. 4 of our brothers have already died. The loss this time is too heavy. Someone lost all his strength and sat on the ground leaning against the wall. He was still elated when he acted, thinking that this was something that could be easily captured, but now, after the real battle, he suffered heavy losses. The former good brother has now disappeared. Everyone on the boat was silent for a while when they heard this, and the suppressed emotion spread in this atmosphere. Obviously, no one expected that the ending would be like this. After seeing the depressed scene of his subordinates, the boss quickly said, "Let's go to the window to see the situation outside. Now we can't move freely in the typhoon. Shen Feng and the others only have a small boat, let alone survive already." When everyone heard what the boss said, they could only go to the window, ready to take a look at the outside world. When everyone came to the window, they first saw a huge natural disaster. At this time, the strong wind blew away the torrential rain, and the visibility in the air was very low, and it was completely invisible 10 meters away. In less than a second, all the clothes on his body will be soaked. Moreover, the waves on the sea are getting stronger and stronger, and there are even huge waves of more than 10 meters. There is a small black spot on the sea surface that is ups and downs, but you can't see it very carefully. It is probably the sailboat of Shen Feng and Yu Hengai, and in this extremely bad situation, trying to rely on this little sailboat to survive, it is almost impossible. Just wishful thinking. After seeing this picture, the boss also showed a smile on his face, and then said, "Shen Feng and Yu Hengai will definitely die. Our mission this time has succeeded. Although the sacrifice was huge, although the loss exceeded a quarter, but we have completed the task." And after hearing the boss's encouragement, everyone couldn't cheer up, because the damage was too great, and such a big damage was unacceptable to them. A person with supernatural powers is 1 in a million characters. There may not even be one person with supernatural abilities in 10,000 people. Among them, there are very few people with supernatural abilities who can fight. Many people's supernatural abilities are not suitable for fighting. This kind of supernatural being is not as good as a powerful evolutionary, and if you want to train supernatural beings to level 4 or higher, you have to devote a lot of resources to it. It can be said that every 4th order superhuman who can fight is a treasure, and countless resources are behind their cultivation. But now, 4 of them died at one time. This kind of damage has exceeded the limit they can bear. Don't be downcast, all of you. Cheer up. We will have a better future when we return to China. I will lead you to make contributions in troubled times. We will always miss our dead companions. Our hearts are immortal. The boss said seriously at this time. Today, a typhoon in the Pacific Ocean is sweeping across the island chains of Southeast Asia and East Asia. It is estimated that millions of people will be affected. Survivors in the southeastern coastal areas of our country should also pay attention to the storm and do not go out if there is nothing to do. The weather forecast came out on the radio. Chang Jianyi sat on the sofa with a child in his arms, and Chu Chaoyan sat beside him. There is a typhoon sweeping across Southeast Asia. Shen Feng and the others must be safe. Chang Jianyi said worriedly. Ever since she learned of Shen Feng's whereabouts, Chang Jianyi speculated that Shen Feng was on his way back home, and based on what she knew about Shen Feng, she guessed that Lu Xian, who was planned by Shen Feng to go home, was for the distance. Shen Feng mostly starts from Cape York in Australia, passes through New Guinea, Indonesia, and the Philippines, and finally arrives at Betrayals. After that, he can enter Fujian through the strait. This route is safe and relatively short, but now, with a typhoon passing through Southeast Asia, Chang Jianyi couldn't help but began to worry about Shen Feng's safety. After hearing Chang Jianyi's worries, Chu Chaoyan said with a smile, "Sister, you worry too much? Shen Feng is not a fool. After hearing the news of the typhoon, he must wait until the typhoon passes. Let's go, you'll be fine." "I hope so." Chang Jianyi felt vaguely uneasy in his heart. Chu Chaoyan looked at the time, and it was getting late, so she hurriedly said, "I'm off to work. You should take a rest first, don't be too tired, and when Shen Feng comes back, I'll leave everything to him. Let's see if he still plays missing in the future. After finishing speaking, Chu Chaoyan went out to work. It was already past 8 o'clock, and there was still a lot of business in the city lord's mansion, which could not be left alone. However, on the third day, the fishermen on the southeast coast discovered that a corpse appeared in the sea, which looked very much like the legendary Lord Fengshan 10 kilometers away. Another fisherman accidentally found another corpse. Turning it over, it turned out to be Gravity Yu Hangai. No scars were found on the bodies of the two, but in this situation, there is only one explanation, that is, the two encountered a typhoon at sea, and as a result, they were finally drowned at sea. The body was carried to the sea by the ocean current. After learning the news, Chu Chaoyan and Chang Jianyi's first reaction was impossible. Shen Feng and Yu Hangai are both supernatural beings, how could they be drowned at sea casually? Chang Jianyi even said directly, Shen Feng can walk on water, and he can walk on the sea as if walking on flat ground. How could this be killed by a typhoon? It's absolutely impossible. Chu Chaoyan didn't believe this either, but news came from the base in the southeast that they had taken care of the corpses of the two great heroes. The heroes must not be desecrated, but the corpses were placed on the southeast side. It was still not a serious matter, so I sent a telegram, hoping that Yazhao would send someone to claim it as soon as possible. Nonsense, these two corpses must be fake, they must be used to deceive us. Chu Chaoyan said hysterically. She did not believe the news from the southeast coast at all. Chapter 504. Chu Chaoyan didn't believe the news that Shen Feng was dead at all. It was impossible for him to accept the answer no matter emotionally or rationally. Obviously there was news about Shen Feng a month and a half ago. When he was in the video she was alive and well, but now, Shen Feng was dead, which made her completely unacceptable at this time. Chang Jianyi was the first to calm down, frowning and thinking for a while, then said, Chaoyan, don't worry now, remember the counterfeit we caught before? He also looks exactly like Shen Feng. After going to the laboratory, the autopsy failed to find any abnormal results, and now Shen Feng's body appeared again. Don't you think it's strange? Chu Chaoyan thought for a while, and had a guess in his heart, then asked, so, do you suspect that someone used someone else to pretend to be Shen Feng again? This time, the corpse is also fake. Chang Jianyi nodded and said, it's not impossible. Before the true identities of Shen Feng and Yu Hangai are confirmed, everything is possible. Then, how about I go to the southeast side to see if it's true or not? Chu Chaoyan suggested. Chang Jianyi quickly shook her head and said, no, you can't leave. I'm still sick these 2 days. I can't handle the affairs of Yazhao. You're still managing affairs, big and small. If you leave, what will happen to Yazhao? Manage, then. Who will go? Chu Chaoyan couldn't help asking. Chang Jianyi thought for a while, and said, let Xiaoji go, he is one of our own, I don't worry about letting him go, and let Guo Pinring and Lucian follow. With them, Xiaoji's safety is also guaranteed. Chu Chaoyan could only admit that Chang Jianyi's suggestion was better. Neither he nor Chang Jianyi could leave Yazhao City. After counting the others, only Chang Haoji was his own. Although he was a little younger, he was still considered reliable. Chang Jianyi immediately asked his younger brother to come over, and then expressed his thoughts. When Chang Haoji heard that someone had found the bodies of Shen Feng and Yu Hangai, he was immediately heartbroken, and then he heard that the bodies might be its fake, and I was relieved. Sister, don't worry, after I go there, I will be able to tell the real one from the fake. If it is a fake, I will not spare these fishermen. Chang Haoji replied hastily, in this matter, I'm afraid the fishermen are also being used. What's the use of finding fishermen? Remember, when you go, be careful, and carefully distinguish the real from the fake. Also be careful of being attacked by others. I will let people protect you. Be careful of other people's schemes. Chang Jianyi hastily warned the world is not peaceful at all now. Even people with supernatural powers are likely to be targeted by villains. Many people dream of becoming superhuman beings, and Chang Haoji is also very weak now. If people plot against it, then there is really no place to reason for the sake of safety. Chang Jianyi directly equipped Chang Haoji with Guo Pinring and Lucian as bodyguards. Of these two, one is powerful in combat, and the other can spot the enemy's traces from a distance. It's useless in front of Lucian. Chang Haoji nodded quickly. Now that my sister has entrusted such an important task to him, I must not disappoint my sister's expectations, and must complete the task satisfactorily. Wait a minute, put your ears close, I'll tell you some important news, don't talk nonsense to anyone. Chang Jianyi lowered his voice and said to his younger brother. Chang Haoji was puzzled, he didn't know what his sister was going to do, so he quickly moved his ear towards her at this time. Chang Jianyi said in a low voice, there's a brown red mole on your brother-in-law's buttocks. No one else knows it. When verifying your identity, you must remember to observe this, you understand? Oh, I see. I will definitely watch it, but sister, you really observe carefully. Chang Haoji said with a smile, you brat, you still dare to make fun of your sister, believe it or not, I will beat you. Chang Jianyi said angrily. Chang Haoji hurriedly begged for mercy, and then packed up and set off. Chang Jianyi thought for a while, then suddenly said, by the way, when you set off this time, remember to bring Zhang Zixi with you, understand? When Chang Haoji heard this, he immediately felt a little helpless, and begged, sister, don't be like this, okay, I can complete the task by myself. Chang Jianyi said coldly, don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me. This matter is very important. Zixi can tell whether others are lying or not. You must take her with you. She can help. Don't play your temper. Seeing that his sister was already angry, Chang Haoji could only nod helplessly and agree. He always felt uncomfortable in his heart. He obviously liked someone else, but his sister insisted on matching him with Zhang Zixi. Do you want some mandarin ducks? However, it is time to carry out the task, and nothing will happen on the way. After packing up his things, Chang Haoji was about to leave. Zhang Zixi actually didn't want to stay with him, but this was Chang Jianyi's order, and Zhang Zixi, who was living under the fence, could not refuse. Moreover, this was the most important event in Yeshao at present. She can only go to finish. Chang Haoji set off. In addition to bringing 3 supernatural beings, he also took 50 fully armed soldiers and headed east by boat. After going out to sea, he went southeast along the shallow sea, and he could reach his goal in a few days. It's on the ground, and the speed is faster, although it may be faster to go by land, and the straight line between 2 points is the shortest, but now the world is not peaceful, and there are many places with steep mountains all over the country. Capture the children, and then blackmail the rich. Maybe there will be robbers on any mountain, so it is the most convenient to take the waterway while on the road. Lu Xian has been using supernatural powers, and he can have a panoramic view of the surrounding situation within a few kilometers. No matter who is hiding in the woods, on the shore, or in the grass, Lu Xian knows exactly who is hiding along the way. Lu Xian found many dangerous places, and couldn't help but said, there are people ambushing on many steep shores, most of them are water bandits. These people dare not rob us casually. Chang Haoji has never noticed the danger that Lu Xian said, and he couldn't help being a little puzzled, and asked, are there really so many dangers on the shore? Why can't I see it? Lu Xian explained, this group of people has already hidden, and they are basically wearing auspicious clothes. Of course, they are definitely not the auspicious clothes in the army, but the kind of homemade auspicious clothes. They use a lot of auspicious clothes on their bodies. The dry grass is covered, and it is completely invisible from the outside, but with my ability probing, they can't hide at all. Chang Haoji suddenly realized that it seems that the task of detecting the enemy should be left to professional talents. If you look at it by yourself, it is the same everywhere. As a result, with Lu Xian's ability, you can find different places. Guo Pinming was sitting on the deck at this time, and said in a deep voice, one day, I will definitely kill all these bandits, and I will definitely not let the bandits continue to live in this world. Old Guo, your murderous intent is too serious, this is not a good thing. Lu Xian teased, my intention to kill may be a bit serious, but I never kill innocent people, I only kill guilty people. Because I represent justice. Guo Pinming said in a deep voice. After getting this answer, Lu Xian could only shrug his shoulders and didn't say anything, but he also knew that Guo Pinming was a person who kept what he said, and he was obviously a high-ranking person, but he still often gave alms for the poor. This kind of behavior is still very admirable. After walking on the water for 2 days, the people on the boat took turns to drive the boat. Everyone on the big cruise ship leaned lazily on the railings. However, as long as they encountered suspicious situations, they would immediately become vigilant. These soldiers are all veterans. Not to mention rich experience, the fighting ability is also very strong. 2 days later, The boat arrived at a small town on the southeast coast. It is close to the sea and surrounded by mountains. It is impossible to farm. However, it is more convenient to fish when it is near the sea, so, in this small town, the main income is fishing. After Chang Jianyi got off the boat with his people, the leader of this small base immediately came to greet him with a smile on his face, but this smile was somewhat bitter. The leader obviously didn't expect such a strange thing to happen to him. He obviously only wanted to lead the people in the base to fish for a living, and he didn't want to get involved in too many things. 2 corpses were found, and they were still the corpses of important figures in the country. If I concealed this, it would be a catastrophe. However, once my side reported it, it caused dissatisfaction from the forces behind these 2 people, and I would also suffer. And after much deliberation, the leader could only preserve the corpse so that it would not decompose, and on the other hand, notify the headquarters in Yuzhou to have people come to claim the corpse. Stop talking nonsense, take me to see the corpse first, so you don't need to tell me the polite words. Chang Jianyi said straight to the point. Lu Xian also stepped forward and said to the leader, who nodded and bowed, later, when we ask you something, you'd better answer honestly. We can tell the truth from what you said. If you dare to lie to deceive us, you are ready to see your back. Of course, if this matter really has nothing to do with you, we will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. What you say is what you say. Everyone, please go this way. Son, please. The leader continued. Chang Jianyi looked at the crowd around him and found nothing abnormal or dangerous. The people around him seemed to be all ordinary people. Then he looked at Lu Xian and saw that Lu Xian was also nodding at this moment. There was no danger, so he nodded and walked first. The leader himself is a second-order evolutionary, and in the eyes of ordinary people, he is also a very powerful person, but in the eyes of Chang Jianyi and others, he is nothing, so a very ridiculous picture appeared. Chang Jianyi walking in front, the tall and burly leader bent over to follow behind. He was half a head lower than Chang Jianyi. This attitude can be described as groveling. Seeing this scene later, Zhang Zixi couldn't help but said in her heart, this is relying on the family's wealth and power, so they are acting like a domineering person. I will not marry such a person. Soon, the leader led a group of people to a luxurious room. As soon as he walked in, he felt a biting cold. This place turned out to be an ice house with thick hoarfrost on the walls. It is usually used to store fresh food. Yes, but in order to preserve the bodies of the 2 heroes, the leader vacated the ice storage. Let's go. Don't get close, here's martial law. 50 soldiers immediately began to clear the field. No one else was allowed around. Many people actually wanted to see the excitement, and some of them also wanted to see Shen. The faces of Feng and Yu Hengai had only been seen on the news before, and they had never been seen in reality. But now, the soldiers show no mercy and immediately start to clear the field. Ordinary people have no chance to enter the ice storage. They can only wait and see from a distance, constantly guessing in their hearts. In the cabinet here is Lord Fengshen, and over there is Lord Yu Hengai. Which one do you want to look at first? The leader bent down and asked. Chang Jianyi bit his lip and said, look at Yu Hengai first. I know what he said. The matter has come to this point, and it is obvious that the truth of the matter can be determined by opening the cabinet, but Chang Jianyi hesitated at this time. He was worried that he would see a picture he did not want to see, so he chose to look at Yu Hengai first, and tried to see it from Yu Hengai first. True or false? The leader hurriedly opened the cabinet and pushed Yu Hengai's body out. Yu Hengai's face was blue. He had obviously been dead for a long time, and his body was also covered with a thick layer of hoarfrost. Brother Guo, come and take off his clothes. Sister Zixi, turn your head away. Chang Jianyi said hastily. Chapter 505 Destruction of Evidence. Chang Jianyi attaches great importance to the current situation, but he has not forgotten that there is Zhang Zixi beside him, so he can't turn a blind eye to Zhang Zixi, can he? So Zhang Zixi turned her head away, and Zhang Zixi didn't want to keep looking at the corpse. She was a girl after all, and her psychological endurance was still very poor. Guo Pinming stepped forward and took off all the clothes on Yu Hengai's body, and found that Yu Hengai's body was full of burn marks. This was the injury he suffered in the southern mountains of Yuzhou before, and it was all caused by Pig Teammate K Yiming. A good thing, he caused a dust explosion, causing extensive burns on Yu Hengai's body. Seeing the burns all over his body, Chang Jianyi frowned, then reached out and touched Yu Hengai's face twice. There was no human skin mask. It seems to be alright. Is this true? Yu Hengai has died at sea? If this is true, wouldn't it mean that brother-in-law Chang Haoji's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Feeling uneasy, it seems that something is really wrong. Chang Haoji then began to observe Shen Feng's corpse. First, he looked at the appearance of the corpse. Whether it was height or appearance, he looked at it carefully. There was nothing abnormal. At this time, he took off all the clothes of the corpse and focused on observing the buttocks. I want to see if there is any mark in this place. Chang Haoji took a closer look and found that the skin on this part was very white, but there were no moles. At this point, Chang Haoji finally breathed a sigh of relief, and said in his heart, "It seems that this is also a fake. I think too much, thanks." To Chang Jianyi's previous instructions, Chang Haoji finally distinguished the real from the fake. Now, the corpse in front of him is not his brother-in-law, and it was deliberately impersonated by others. Most of it is a counterfeit used to deceive the world. However, just when Chang Haoji was relieved, his eyes suddenly blurred. When he looked carefully, a mole suddenly appeared on his skin. "Hey, what's going on? Brother Guo, come and see if my eyes are blurry." Chang Haoji was surprised to find that a mole suddenly appeared on the corpse in front of him. Guo Pinming didn't know what he wanted to see, so he quickly asked, "What do you want me to see?" "This person is indeed dead, and he has no characteristics." Chang Haoji pointed to the corpse, and said, "See if there is a mole on his buttocks." Guo Pinming hurriedly looked towards the place pointed by Chang Haoji. Obviously he hadn't seen anything before, but when Guo Pinming blinked, there was a change. "Isn't there a mole on his skin?" Yes. Guo Pinming hesitated for a moment, and replied in the affirmative. Chang Haoji still didn't give up. He didn't want to accept the bad news. Then he looked at Lu Xian and said directly, "You also have a look? I'm worried if I read it wrong." Lu Xian also stepped forward to take a look, and was sure that he had seen the mole appear here at this time. Chang Haoji also had to believe that he really saw the body of his brother-in-law, but he was able to find a way to send the video back to the country before. So why did something happen now? "Brother-in-law, why is it really you?" Chang Haoji knelt on the ground and cried, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Guo Pinming looked at the people around him, and then said to Chang Haoji in a low voice, "My lord, you can't be so arbitrary. Take the corpse back, and wait until the DNA test is done to determine the real identity of the corpse. Just relying on a mole, it is impossible to determine the identity of the city lord." In Guo Pinming's mind, he was somewhat doubtful. It seemed that this mole appeared suddenly, and Lu Xian was beside him, which meant that no one could put a mole on his eyelids. But this mole, how the mole appeared, is really weird. So Guo Pinming put forward a safer suggestion, which is to take the corpse back for DNA testing. Chang Haoji himself was in a state of confusion. He didn't know what to do, and he needed someone to help him make a decision. At this time, Guo Pinming gave him this choice, so Chang Haoji nodded quickly and said, Yes, take it back to test the DNA, so that we can know the authenticity of the other party." At this time, Lu Xian pointed at Yu Hengai's body on the side, and said, "I suggest that you take Yu Hengai back together, and examine it together. Even if the appearance is changed, the genes cannot be changed." Chang Haoji quickly said, "In this case, then put away the corpse first and keep it carefully so that no accidents will happen. In addition, bring the fisherman who found the corpse, and we will interrogate him." Hearing this answer, the leader hurriedly found a clean room in the base and asked someone to bring the two fishermen up. Chang Haoji entered the house surrounded by a group of people. Many people saw this scene and couldn't help but praise, "There are so many people protecting you at such a young age. It's really majestic." It seems that Yazhao is still quite powerful. Chang Haoji didn't bother to pay attention to other people's compliments. The most important thing now was to interrogate the truth. At this time, it was time for Zhang Zixi to play her role. As long as she used her supernatural power, she could know whether the other party was lying or not through the brain waves of others. Interrogation couldn't be more appropriate. Zhang Zixi also quickly entered the state of interrogation. "The matter is of great importance, and the truth of the matter must be known now, otherwise, the situation in Yazhao will definitely be affected." She found that the number of prisoners in the prison is increasing, which shows that many people are already in the prison. Ready to move. Walking into this clean conference room, the four supernatural beings sat down first. Chang Haoji and Zhang Zixi sat in the center, and the rest of the more than 50 soldiers guarded the room and the surrounding aisles. The fisherman who found the body was stunned. Lu Xian and Guo Pinming took turns to question, while Zhang Zixi was trying to tell the truth from the fake. After some questioning, the four people sitting there confirmed that the two fishermen were not lying. and they didn't know anything. They were completely ordinary people. If it is, it will not behave so naturally. When Chang Jianyi saw that he couldn't ask anything from the fishermen, he finally gave up. Since the fishermen are fine, it's probably a coincidence that they found the corpse. It doesn't rule out that someone deliberately used them, and if they keep them, they won't be able to ask more questions. The news can only give up. Chang Jianyi said to the leader at this time, "Prepare 2 large freezers, we will take the person away soon. As for this matter, don't talk nonsense. The authenticity of the person has not yet been determined, and this is just spreading nonsense. Just watch your head." "Yes. I will definitely not go out and talk nonsense. Please don't worry, my lord. Besides, I will prepare the freezer right away." The leader wished that these plague gods would leave quickly. If they continued to stay here, they would bring trouble and danger to themselves sooner or later. "Yes, as for the 2 corpses, regardless of whether they are real or not, if you want to take them away, then take them away. If they stay, they will occupy the location of the ice storage." Chang Jianyi doesn't intend to stay. Now that the matter is serious, the corpse is very likely to be real. If his brother-in-law is really dead, it will be a huge disaster for Yazhao. Therefore, he must take advantage of the news before it spreads. First of all, return to Yazhao with the 2 corpses, and wait until the genetic test is done to determine the authenticity. Chang Jianyi's idea is very simple, and this is indeed the most suitable choice, but on the way back, he ran into trouble, because when he returned, he saw many people kneeling by the Yangtze River, especially when we arrived in the area of Jingxiang. The banks of the Yangtze River were almost full of people. These people heard the news that Lord Fengshen had died from somewhere, so they kept praying on the banks of the Yangtze River, and countless people burned paper. Now, Shen Feng has completely died in the hearts of ordinary people, and the people who were helped by Shen Feng before spontaneously mourned. After all, Shen Feng participated in disaster relief last year and helped millions of people. Not forgetting Shen Feng's kindness, he began to mourn on a large scale. When Chang Jianyi saw this scene, he immediately felt something was wrong. He obviously hadn't confirmed the authenticity of the corpse yet, but most people already thought that Shen Feng was dead. After seeing this scene, he could only stand there in a daze. He said to himself, "It seems that I did something wrong again." Guo Pinming quickly comforted, "These people don't know anything, and they believe everything others say, but as long as we do a genetic test, we can know the truth. If the corpse is not the city owner, we can refute the rumors." Chang Jianyi nodded. His heart was full of panic at this moment. However, at this moment, Lu Xian sensed that something was wrong on the shore, so he immediately reminded, "Everyone be careful, there are people with supernatural powers among the crowd on the shore. These people with supernatural abilities are mixed in the crowd, and I'm afraid they have bad intentions." The soldiers immediately became tense, ready to shoot at any time with their guns in hand, but at this moment a boat floated down on the Yangtze River. "There's a bomb. If you let the bomb get close to you, the young master will be in danger." When the soldiers started shooting, the boat was immediately riddled with holes, but unexpectedly, there was an explosion on the boat. Boom! After the explosion, thick smoke billowed from the boat, and a puff of white mist directly blocked the view of the river. The people on board were immediately blinded by the smoke, and even the people around them couldn't see clearly. The only person on the boat who has not been blinded is Lu Xian. As long as he uses his supernatural ability, all the people around him emitting infrared heat are within his perception range. The water surface was approaching the cruise ship, so he quickly issued a reminder, "There are enemies coming from the north, and they all aim at the north." The soldiers hurriedly fired into the smog in the north of the Yangtze River. Although they couldn't see the enemy clearly, they were absolutely right to follow Lu Xian's order. It must be right to shoot. Under the dense firepower net, even a supernatural person will be killed by bullets. When Chang Jianyi saw the smoke, he knew that he could not stay on the boat, so he summoned Yun Ke to appear, and said to Zhang Zixi, "Sister Zixi, come to me, and I will take you to the sky." Zhang Zixi quickly said, "I'm on the boat, fighting side by side with everyone." "Stop talking nonsense. They are all capable of fighting. You can't. You will definitely be killed on the boat. Follow me." Chang Jianyi was in a hurry, and couldn't help shouting loudly, "Now he was assassinated, and myself and Zhang Zixi are the weakest people on board. Staying on board will only drag them down, and now they can only fly to the sky." Temporarily being reprimanded by Chang Jianyi, Zhang Zixi also understood the current situation, and quickly stepped in the clouds, and the two quickly flew into the sky. After arriving in the sky, Chang Haoji couldn't help but look towards the river, but he could only see figures swaying in the fog, but he couldn't see anything clearly. There were gunshots and shouts of killing all the time. There is no danger for now. Suddenly, Chang Haoji thought of something, his expression changed, and he said, "No, these people may not be targeting me, but the corpses on the boat." As soon as the words were finished, the sound of water came from the bottom, plop, plop. Afterwards, 3 people left quickly in the smoke. All 3 of them wore masks. After stepping on the water to the north bank of the Yangtze River, they quickly disappeared into the crowd. Chang Haoji landed on the boat and took a look, and immediately found that the freezers on the boat had been thrown into the water. The smoke gradually dispersed, and the people on board were slightly injured, but no one died. The purpose is indeed not to kill people, but to destroy corpses and traces. Now, the evidence is gone, but rumors are spreading. It's not a big deal. Chang Haoji murmured, the so-called popular words can destroy gold and destroy bones, and a lie repeated 10,000 times is the truth. No one dares to underestimate the power of rumors. What Chang Haoji was most worried about has already happened. If the news of Shen Feng's death is allowed to spread, isn't this a fact? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506. No matter where the residents are, typhoons are a huge disaster, especially for island countries. Every time a typhoon occurs, refugees need to be evacuated. Otherwise, if the typhoon really comes, it will kill people, and, with a typhoon and tsunami, it is still a trivial matter to destroy houses, but it is a big deal to secretly discharge nuclear wastewater by a certain place. Then it flowed into the sea. However, the beach after the tsunami is full of good things. Among other things, after the typhoon, there are countless fish and crabs. The typhoon will roll up sea creatures, even whales. To put it bluntly, for the wealthy, typhoons are disasters, but for those who have nothing, the beach is full of opportunities. A group of barefoot children with fish baskets hanging from their waists walked towards the beach talking and laughing. When they saw fresh fish on the beach, they immediately picked them up and put them in the fish baskets. This is what they do today. It's dinner time, and poor people can't afford good food, so they eat whatever they see. However, at this moment, a group of children in the distance saw a black shadow on the beach, so they rushed over quickly. For them, this is a good thing. If there are sea lions on the beach, that's enough for a month. However, what these children saw was not a sea lion. When they got closer, they found that the black shadow on the beach turned out to be a dilapidated wooden boat. Presumably this wooden boat was also blown ashore by the typhoon. A group of children are even more happy. This boat looks like it has just been damaged. There is probably something good on it. As a result, a group of children scrambled over, found the cabin, and looked inside. There was a lot of water in the cabin, and there were 2 corpses in the cabin. These 2 corpses were very miserable. They were emaciated and skinny, and most of them died of starvation, but there was a lot of rice behind them, which had swelled after being soaked in seawater, and even their pockets were burst in the apocalypse. Even children are used to corpses. They are not afraid when they see corpses. Instead, they are happy to find a lot of rice. Although these rices are soaked in seawater, they are still edible. Therefore, first of all, 2 brave children got into the cabin. One child observed in the cabin and found that there were quite a lot of good things on board, including a stove, dry wood, and even quilts, while the other child was obviously impatient and was about to grab the rice with his hand. At this moment, a skinny hand grabbed the little boy's wrist, and the already dead body slowly opened its eyes at this time, and looking at the other side, another body also opened its eyes. The corpse woke up. Wow! Where have the 2 little boys seen this kind of scene? Seeing such a terrifying scene, can they have other answers? It must be a fraudulent corpse. These resurrected corpses, first of all, want to eat people, and eat whoever is caught. The little boy who was not caught was very numb and screamed and got out of the hole in the cabin. The children outside who were about to get a share of the pie also scattered after hearing the news of the fraudulent corpse, with little psychological shadow. The time of the year will not dissipate. However, the little boy who was caught couldn't run away. Don't look at the slender palm that grabbed his wrist, like chopsticks, and it might break at any time, but the strength of this hand is surprisingly strong. Struggling, but unable to struggle at all, In the end he could only kneel on the ground, and kept saying, SYNOPSIS, seeing this kid's performance, Yu Henggai couldn't help sighing, and said in a hoarse voice, Brother Feng, it seems that we have arrived in Japan. Shen Feng also recognized the nationality from the child's accent. After all, once the people of this country make a mistake, they immediately apologize without delay. What can you do to me? Phew, it's been 5 days, and I finally reached the shore. I'm lucky I didn't die. Shen Feng's voice was also hoarse. Almost all the fat and glycogen on his body had been consumed, and both of them were relatively weak. Shen Feng looked at the child caught by Yu Henggai, and asked directly, what are you doing? How? Could the child understand Shen Feng's Chinese? He could only keep saying SYNOPSIS, kneeling on the ground in a standard tiger prostration pose. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, it seems that we need to find another translator. Let this kid lead the way. Let's find a place with people. Yu Henggai also nodded, grabbed the child's hair, and said seriously, don't kowtow, take us to find someone, understand, how? Can children understand this? But after carefully observing the current situation, they have a guess in their minds. Most of these two people are not corpses, but human beings. The two are still foreigners. The child babbled a lot of words, but Shen Feng couldn't understand them anyway, but the child always stretched out his hand and gestured outside, probably meaning to leave here. Shen Feng nodded, and said to Yu Henggai, pack up your things and get ready to go. Supernatural potion, meteorite, centenarian orchid seeds, take them all with you. Yu Henggai pointed to his waist and said, I can't do this. I was knocked out of the cabin before, and several bones were broken. Now my whole body hurts. How can I pack my things? Yu Henggai and Shen Feng are now more miserable than the other. After taking the centennial orchid seeds, their strength and speed have indeed skyrocketed, and the abilities they can use have also broken through the limit, but the cost is really huge. I have been exhausted almost all of my life, and I have come here by knowing raw rice and drinking cold water these days. How miserable this situation is. Shen Feng is very helpless. Yu Henggai's ribs are broken. It seems that he can only take the things that need to be carried. With a cloth bag tied around his waist, he finally walked out of the cabin with a meteorite weighing more than 40 kilograms. Yu Henggai let go of the little boy and untied the rope around his waist. If he hadn't tied the rope around his body, Yu Henggai would have died in the sea long ago. The little boy's wrist was loosened at this time, and he was going to run away, but Shen Feng was watching outside the cabin, so he could only walk slowly with the two of them, preparing to take them home. The little boy was full of curiosity. He didn't understand that when they left the cabin, they did not bring rice, but heavy stones. Could it be that their IQs were not good enough? After all, these two people guarded a lot of rice, but in the end they were so hungry that they were all skinny. This is not a bad IQ, but what else? In Shen Feng's eyes, the little boy leading the way was covered in ragged clothes and had no shoes to wear, and he didn't know how many patches were on his clothes. It can be imagined that the life situation of this little boy was not very good. On the far side of the beach, a group of children who had already run far away were watching, only to find two scrawny guys walking out of the boat, still holding a big stone, and immediately had a guess. It must be two monsters coming eat people, ready to attack Shang Yi with stones. Before Shen Feng left, he looked at the sailboat. At this time, the sailboat was in tatters. Except for the core cabin, there were damages to varying degrees, especially the mast and keel. This boat cannot be repaired. It seems that we need to find another means of transportation. Shen Feng sighed. Yu Henggai said, the most important thing now is not to find a means of transportation, but to find a place to recuperate. We are seriously injured now. In this case, we still hurry? If we continue to hurry, we will die on the road. Having experienced this danger, Yu Henggai also knows that haste makes waste. If he continues to act recklessly, it is easy to be in danger. Therefore, it was rare for Yu Henggai to calm down and prepare to find a place to recuperate for a while. Shen Feng also felt tired after walking for a while. Tang, a 6th level supernatural user, has trouble walking now. It can only be said that the practice of overdrawing the energy in the body is too hurtful. In a short time, I can't recover, and even using the ability is somewhat difficult. Xiaoyu, we can't use our real names now, otherwise, we will be hunted down again, so let's change our name, avoid it first, and wait until we recover. Shen Feng said to Yu Henggai. Now, The children leading the way can't understand Chinese, and Shen Feng can communicate with Yu Hengyi with confidence. Yu Hengyi thought for a while and said, "How about this? I will reverse my name and call it Yu Hengyi. The name my parents gave me must not miss a word." Shen Feng thought about it. Even if his name was reversed, he might be recognized, so he simply left his surname and changed it. "If that's the case, I'll be called Shen Fuio, and I'll go straight up to 90,000 miles. Shen Feng also muttered. The child finally climbed the mountain with two haggard guys, and came to a shrine on a nearby mountain. A group of children gathered here, and the leader was an old man. Many of the old man's teeth had fallen out. He was very old, and the children around him were nervously looking at these two outsiders. Shen Feng threw the meteorite on the ground, sat on it, and said to the old man, "Hello, can you understand Chinese? Hello." The old man also answered quickly, but he couldn't understand the rest of the words at all. He could only understand the word hello, and he also knew the approximate identities of the two. Shen Feng looked at Yu Hengyi and said, "It doesn't matter, let's stay here first. I have gold here, they should be able to understand it." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng took out a gold button from his body and handed it to the old man. The old man took the gold button and felt a little happy immediately. He didn't expect that he could get gold by accident. With gold, he could buy gold. A lot of stuff afterwards. The old man babbled a lot at Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi. Anyway, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi didn't understand anything, and Shen Feng didn't need to understand. He walked to the shrine, opened the door of the shrine, and throwing the god statue outside. I laid down on the wooden floor, and felt comfortable all over. It seems that the most comfortable posture for human beings is to lie flat. Everyone was a little angry when they saw this scene. This is the god they enshrined. How could they be treated like this? The bold child cursed at Shen Feng, who was lying in the shrine, feeling very excited. Yu Hengyi also needed to rest at this time, but when he heard these children making noise, he couldn't help getting angry, and said in a hoarse voice, "Shut up, all of you. Materialistic fighters like us never. If you are afraid of the so-called gods, if you quarrel again, you will know how powerful they are." After speaking, Yu Hengyi stepped on the head of the statue, and the stone statue immediately cracked. The head was disconnected and rolled into the muddy water. Now, neither the elderly nor the children dared to make noise casually, and they finally realized that the two people who came to the shrine were not ordinary people at this time. The old man also began to scold the children, telling the children to collect food, while he lifted the statue with difficulty, sent it to the shade of a tree beside him, and then put the head of the statue on it respectfully. Mouth he muttered something he didn't understand, but he wanted to make the gods angry a lot first, and then invite the statue to the shrine. After the two left, Yu Hengyi also walked into the shrine, lay down on the back of the body, let out a long breath, and muttered, "Bless the gods, let me have a good dream." Chapter 507. Breaking ground on Tai Suyan number 039, S head. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi have been tossing around on the sea for a long time, and they were seriously injured. They urgently needed to rest, so they could not help but occupy the shrine of the shrine, and this shrine is not very big. Apart from the shrine for others to worship, it is just a row of houses, and these houses are where the elderly and a group of children live. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi despise the rice that has been soaked in seawater, but a group of children here don't care about it, as long as it can be eaten, so they all call on their friends to move all the rice from the boat on the beach to the shrine. Then he put the fish and crabs he picked up into clay pots to cook porridge. These children are all orphans, and they are very young. In desperation, they can only gather in the shrine to live, and the old man in the shrine also takes them in. The old man has a craft, which is weaving fish baskets. Unfortunately, this craft cannot feed dozens of small children. After the fish porridge was cooked, the old man put the clay pot outside the shrine. Yu Hengyi smelled the fragrance, pulled the sliding door aside, found another bowl, and drank 2 bowls of rice porridge before waking up from his sleep. Shen Feng, let Shen Feng have a taste. This is the first time for Shen Feng to drink seafood porridge, although there is no condiment, but it is also delicious. After drinking the porridge, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi continued to sleep. Sleeping is the best way to restore the spirit. Therefore, if someone suffers from insomnia, the spirit will soon have problems, because the ability to regulate stress will become worse due to the lack of sleep. Once encountered a blow, the spirit will soon collapse. Moreover, in the current state of Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi, quiet sleep is a good way to restore energy. Under the care of a group of orphans, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi slept in the shrine for 3 consecutive days. Although they didn't eat anything particularly nutritious for 3 days, the muscles on their bodies recovered to some extent, and their skin changed. It became slightly shiny, and its strength recovered a lot. 3 days later, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi were able to bask in the sun on the bluestone slabs. While soaking in the sun, they started chatting. They were about to arrive at Treasure Island, but it turned out that the house leaked and the boat was broken by waves. I met someone who was chasing and killing me on the Bashi Channel, and the typhoon came right after, and the two were blown by the typhoon all the way to the country of Wa, and now I don't know where they are. Where do we go next? We now have 2 routes, north and south. If you go north, you will go to South Korea and Qingdao. If you go south, you will go to Okinawa, then reach Baodao, and then go to Fujian. Yu Hengyi looked said with a map. Shen Feng thought for a while and said, "It depends, I can't decide where to go right now." This sentence is true. Shen Feng doesn't even know where he is now. There are 4 islands in Wa country. If it's in Hokkaido, of course it's best to go from the north, but if you're in Kyushu, the best route it is best to go south. While Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi were gossiping, suddenly a child ran over and said something to the two anxiously, but neither of them knew Japanese, and they couldn't understand these languages at all. Not long after, a group of children walked up the mountain, supporting the old man from the shrine. The old man's body was covered with bruises, obviously he had been beaten. He didn't have a few teeth in the first place, but now he had a few more knocked out, and there was blood in his mouth all the time, flowing out. It looks very miserable. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng was also very puzzled. He found a child and drew a question mark on the ground with a wooden stick. Fortunately, the punctuation marks are universal, and there is no barrier to use. The child immediately understood the meaning of Shen Feng, so he immediately found a stick to draw on the ground. Of course, the child's drawing level is far from that of a cartoonist level. The drawn pictures are nothing more than a bunch of stick figures, but this is already understandable. It roughly means that there is no food to eat in the nearest shrine, and there is nothing good for fishing, and nothing can be found in the sea except a few crabs, so the old man took the gold gift from Shen Feng. Button went to the city, intending to exchange for some food, but unexpectedly, on the way back after exchanging food, he encountered a group of robbers, who robbed everything, and the old man was also injured, and now there is nothing in the shrine. Shen Feng looked at Yu Hengyi and asked, "What do you think?" "I'll lie down and watch," Yu Hengyi replied casually. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, "Are you still lying down? All the food has been taken away, and you are going to starve. Why are you still lying down?" Yu Hengyi also quickly sat up from the bluestone board at this time, and said, "Then go and grab all the food back." "Damn it, you dare to grab our food, you really have the guts of a leopard." Yu Hengyi then asked someone to lead the way. Ready to grab the food back, Shen Feng also stood up, and after 3 days of recuperation, although he was still very weak, the basic battle was still no problem. Both of them had gone through the most difficult at the time. If you just deal with a bunch of robbers, it's no problem at all. However, a group of children were afraid of death and did not dare to lead the way. Only the little boy who had brought Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi to the shrine stood up and led them to find the robbers. Before leaving, Shen Feng pointed to the black meteorite in the yard, and said seriously, "Pay attention to me, show me the stone. If you lose it, you can't afford it." Shuang Yi took the two of them down the mountain. After the typhoon passed, the place became sunny again. Looking around, it was a dilapidated scene. Many houses had been abandoned. No one lived here. The vitality of the weeds was very strong. Tenacious, as long as there is a crack in the wall, there will be weeds growing in it. It seems that the Wa country is also very miserable. Shen Feng said to Yu Hengyi while looking at the surrounding environment. Yu Hengyi shrugged and said, "Don't these people still have cities? I'm afraid there are miserable places and there are rich places. After all, rich people can live well no matter what time they are." Shen Feng agrees with this very much. As long as you have money, it's the same everywhere. If you don't have money, it's the same everywhere. It's just the same, which means that there will be no major fluctuations in living conditions. The little boy named Shuang Yi immediately brought Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi to a dilapidated building. The whole street here was deserted. The street was full of rubbish. As long as you approached, it would be an unpleasant smell. In the living here, I'm afraid it won't work if I don't have any skills. There was a big iron gate outside the building. The iron gate was already rusted. Shen Feng didn't want to touch it, so he kicked it up and knocked down the iron gate. Afterwards, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai walked in first. After the big iron gate was kicked down, there was a loud bang, and a group of people in the building all came out. These people held various weapons in their hands, but they couldn't see the guns. It could be seen that these people the only weapons are cold weapons, including baseball bats, golf clubs, and self-made maces. Looking at this scene, Shen Feng couldn't help being surprised. Aren't the gangs here very rampant? Why is it so miserable now? The group of people who appeared in front of Shen Feng and Yu Henggai were all teenagers. They looked extremely arrogant. They charged at the two of them with weapons in their hands. Their fierce expressions scared Chang Jianyi directly. I couldn't help but hide outside the house, not daring to show my face at all. Shen Feng didn't bother to fight with these people, but just stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, dozens of wind blades gathered in the air, piercing through all the dozen people in the corridor, and blood flowed out. The smell of blood filled this limited space. Yu Henggai saw the tragic situation created by Shen Feng, and couldn't help saying, "Your ability is too bloody." There are more than a dozen punks in the building, and their clothes look relatively neat, but after seeing their companions killed in an instant with their own eyes, they feel fear in their hearts. These are more than a dozen living people. There are many blood holes on the body. The people who couldn't understand all this could only watch as the two demonic figures approached them. As the two walked around, they kept retreating, and their psychological defenses were also being destroyed by the approach of the two. Shen Feng took a step forward, and these young people took a step back. They saw their comrades being killed with their own eyes, and they didn't see how the opponent made the attack at all. Obviously, the opponent didn't make any extra moves at all, just snapped their fingers, that's all. This has killed more than a dozen people. If you continue to snap your fingers, wouldn't you be killed yourself? Finally, someone shouted, "These two are evil spirits who came out of hell. We can't beat them. Run away." After finishing speaking, these dozens of people ran to the top of the building. The exit of the building was blocked by Shen Feng and Yu Henggai. Naturally, these robbers did not dare to charge forward. After much deliberation, the place where they could escape was the top of the building. Shen Feng chased upstairs unhurriedly, while Yu Henggai went to the nearby room to look for food. If there was no food, there would be no dinner tonight. However, after Yu Henggai entered the room at that time, they found that there was not only food in the room, but also several women in scanty clothes. Judging from their age, some were in their 40s or 50s, and some were in their teens. A bunch of beasts. Seeing this scene, Yu Henggai couldn't help cursing angrily, then walked out of the room and shouted towards the top of the corridor, "Brother Feng, don't show mercy. Kill them all." Shen Feng didn't know what Yu Henggai saw, but after getting along for so long, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai had already formed a tacit understanding. For his own reasons, Shen Feng used his ability again, and there was a continuous sound of sharp blades entering the body from above the corridor. Puff, puff. A few minutes later, there was blood slowly flowing down the stairs, and Shen Feng casually walked down the stairs with no expression on his face. Yu Henggai conveniently took the food from the robber's den, including rice, noodles and vegetables, and before leaving, he said to the liberated women, "You are free, the robber has been killed, arigato." The women quickly thanked the two of them. Yu Henggai shrugged and said nothing. He took the food and turned around to leave. Chang Jianyi poked his head out of the building to observe, but saw the whole corridor full of blood. Immediately there was a feeling of admiration. If only he was so strong. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai were going to go back, and they came out this trip purely to get back the food, and the rescued women also hurried home, and the homeless women continued to follow Yu Henggai and Shen Feng. I really don't understand these robbers, who don't even have a gun, and dare to mess around on the road. Yu Henggai said helplessly. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders when he heard this, and said, "You don't understand, these people are not on the road. In Japan, the underworld is a serious profession. During the earthquake, the local gangs were the first to participate in the disaster relief organizations. They have their own code of conduct and their own business, so there is no need to rob, and the most we encounter are gangsters." Hearing Shen Feng's explanation, Yu Henggai suddenly realized, it turned out that this is the case. No wonder the opponents have cold weapons in their hands. It turns out they are just a gang of gangsters, and it is too easy to deal with. Suddenly, Yu Henggai thought of something, and quickly asked, "By the way, haven't you never gone abroad before? How did you know about this?" Shen Feng patted Yu Henggai on the shoulder and said, You will understand by watching more animations. Among Japanese comics, they can reflect the social situation. Although I like watching alien animations, every time I watch anime, the comments section it's all a long series of popular science, and over time, I only understand a little bit. I didn't expect you, a dead house, to play a role here. I really admire you. Yu Hangai couldn't help but said, it doesn't matter whether it's big or small. It's right to call me big brother, go back and continue to recuperate. Shen Feng said. Chapter 508 Killing Without a Knife. After Shen Feng and Yu Hangai brought the food back, they continued to lie in the shrine. Now, no one has any objection to the two living in the shrine, because they found that it is useless to beg bodhisattvas and gods at critical moments. Instead, it was two foreigners who could help them. On the contrary, Shen Feng and Yu Hangai are more like the guardian gods of these people, able to protect their safety at critical moments. Two women followed Shen Feng and Yu Hangai to the shrine, but ended up living with the children. The old man did not refuse the two women's support. Now is the end of the world, and it is not easy to survive, and the survival logic of the bottom people is holding a group. Only by uniting can we have strength. A gold button can weigh 20 grams, but only more than 50 caddies of rice noodles are exchanged. This kind of price is either suppressed or the prices here are very expensive. Shen Feng probably calculated that the price of food will skyrocket in the apocalypse. Not only will people starve to death if they don't eat, but also, he is still in the Wa country, and there is very little arable land in this place, but now it has caught up with such a situation. With an age, the price will naturally increase even more. Damn, the gold buttons are not enough. Shen Feng pondered in his heart. This time he went out with too little gold belt, not enough for the recovery period. Shen Feng took out the 3 buttons on his body, with a tangled look on his face. Not having enough money is the most helpless thing, especially at the moment. After much deliberation, Shen Feng looked at Yu Hangai, and said, Zio Yu, at this critical moment, the two of us are probably going to do something big, otherwise we will have nothing to eat. Yu Hangai thought about it, and it was true that most of the food on the ship had been soaked, and he had eaten it in the past few days, and the remaining money was not enough to support the next expenses. Go astray. I have to say that it is faster to get money from the wrong way. Even the ancients said that a man cannot be rich without windfall, and a horse cannot be fat without night grass. It can be seen that the ancient people were very open-minded. As long as they can make money, other things are not important. Will you be masked by then? Yu Hangai asked in a low voice. Shen Feng thought for a while and said, what's the point of stealing money from the poor? Why cover your face? Let's rob anyone who has money, and we have to do it openly. How does this work? Yu Hangai was puzzled, and asked immediately. Shen Feng did not answer directly, but said, cultivate first. You still have money now, don't worry. When I run out of money, I will take you to operate it. For the next 5 days, Shen Feng and Yu Hangai continued to rest. Every day, the orphans brought food. If there was no food, Shen Feng would throw a gold button in the past, and then continue to go to the city to exchange for supplies. There is still a long distance between the city and the shrine. It is more than 10 kilometers away. If it is a child, it will take half a day to walk, and after this period of training, Shen Feng and Yu Hangai have grown stronger, their muscles have grown slowly, and their faces have blood. Although they are still very thin, they are not as scary as they looked before. It doesn't look like a dead body. However, on this day, when Shen Feng and Yu Hangai were still taking a nap, a group of people came outside the shrine. They were in suits and leather shoes, accompanied by security guards, with pens and paper in their hands, pointing and pointing as they walked. The old man of the shrine is following the instructions of these people. Normally, when Shen Feng and Yu Hangai are sleeping, these orphans don't dare to make a scene. Even if they are playing, the noise will be much quieter. They know that the two heroes sleeping in the shrine are very powerful, can't annoy them. But at noon today, the voice outside the door is getting louder. Shen Feng couldn't bear it anymore. He opened the door of the shrine and saw that there were several young men in black suits, who were bossing around at this moment, and the orphans were scared into hiding by these people. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng couldn't help pushing Yu Hangai beside him, and said, Zio Yu, don't sleep. Don't you want to learn how to rob in an open and above-board manner? Here comes the opportunity. These people must be better at teaching than me. Yu Hangai opened his eyes sleepily and looked outside the shrine, only to find that it was a group of staff members. He was immediately puzzled. These people are not robbers, How can he teach himself this? When Yu Henggai was in a daze, these staff members came over, condescendingly pointed at the two lying on the wooden floor and began to ask, "What do you do?" Shen Feng and Yu Henggai couldn't understand Japanese, so they didn't answer. The old man from the shrine came over and quickly explained, "These two adults are from China. Their ship was shipwrecked at sea. Now they are temporarily living here, so they shouldn't have to pay taxes, right?" Hearing this, the leading man in a suit immediately said angrily, "As long as they are within our jurisdiction, no matter who they are, they need to pay taxes. There are no exceptions. Let Qingjia come over. Doesn't he know Chinese? Let him come translate." Soon, a man with glasses came over and began to translate in broken Chinese, "You are also citizens in our territory, and you also need to pay taxes. You need to pay taxes every month. The two of you, they are all strong laborers, and each person needs to pay 1 liter of grain." When Shen Feng heard this, he felt dumbfounded, pointed to the dry muscles on his arm, and said, Why do you think we are strong laborers? We are all so weak, and you still want to squeeze us? It's amazing." However, regarding Shen Feng's excuse, these staff members ignored Shen Feng and Yu Henggai's excuses, and directly threw 2 receipts to Shen Feng and Yu Henggai, saying, "You are required to pay the taxes before tomorrow, otherwise, don't blame us. You're welcome. I'll just arrest you and send you to work in the factory." Afterwards, a group of staff members looked at the old man and a group of children, and said, "As for you, you didn't pay all the taxes last time. Now, you don't want to live here anymore. Come on, give me the house." Burned. After speaking, a security guard in yellow clothes came over with gasoline, poured gasoline around the shrine, and was about to ignite it. This action aroused resistance from a group of children, and they rushed forward to stop it. For them, this was their only home. If this place was burned, they would really be homeless. Therefore, the children do not want to lose their last home, so they can only rise up and resist. It's a pity that the security guards don't care about these things. They punch and kick the children directly. It's a pity that the 6 or 7-year-old children are not fully developed, so they have to face the attacks of others, and they are immediately knocked down to the ground. Very miserable seeing the chaotic scene at this time, a little girl sat on the ground and cried, while the old man knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the staff, looking very pitiful. Seeing this scene, Yu Henggai immediately understood, and said to himself, I understand. Sometimes you don't need to use knives and guns to rob, but paper and pen are also possible, and it's more efficient." After finishing speaking, Yu Henggai looked at Shen Feng and asked, "It seems that you knew this kind of thing would happen a long time ago. Could it be that you did the same thing in Yazhou? Are you the reincarnation of Joe Pappy?" Yu Henggai's idea is very simple. You, Shen Feng, seem to have learned this trick a long time ago. In addition, you have always been the ruler in Yazhou, and your ass determines your head. One can imagine how many Shen Feng will have in the position of city lord. Shameful moves. When Shen Feng heard this, he immediately became unhappy, and quickly said, "You can't frame me. How can you compare me with a bunch of mugs? I am taking from the people and using them for the people, building walls, roads, building hydropower stations, organizing farmland, which thing is not solving employment? Besides, I don't collect taxes on the elderly and children. If I cheat, there will be no good people in the world. Then you still live in the palace? Where did such a big expense come from?" Yu Henggai asked. Shen Feng replied, "Nonsense, I can support my family. The apple trees in my house alone can produce several tons of apples every day. My wife can ripen plants, and the farm can produce hundreds of tons of vegetables. It's not easy to support a family. Yes, I forgot that your family is all supernatural beings. I was wrong, and I misunderstood you." Yu Henggai quickly admitted his mistake. Afterwards, Shen Feng looked at the Chinese-speaking staff and asked, "Since you arrest people who don't pay taxes for forced labor, why don't you just arrest these children too? Aren't they able to work too? Are you a bastard? Do you know that these children are malnourished, and if they are caught on the factory, they will die within 2 days?" Suddenly, the staff looked at Shen as if they were looking at a fool. Feng and Yu Henggai. At this moment, some security guards had set fire to the house of the shrine. This dilapidated residence, barely sheltered from the wind and rain, was burned like this. The raging flames rose up, and the fiery red light shone on people's faces. The children were crying sadly. They had lost their parents, and now, they lost their last residence. The sadness came from it, and they had to cry. The security guards stood silently, watching the billowing black smoke rise. This was not the first house they burned, nor would it be the last. As for the staff who caused all this, there was a smug smile on their faces. Tell these two untouchables, just say, if you don't pay taxes as soon as possible, let alone these ordinary houses, even if they are shrines, they will still be set on fire. My current actions have deterred these two foreign untouchables, and then let them obediently pay taxes. The shrine is actually not that big, just a few square meters, and usually serves no purpose other than enshrining the statue, but now, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai have invited a statue under the shade of the tree, and the two of them are also facing tax dilemma. The translator repeated what the boss said. After Shen Feng and Yu Henggai looked at each other, they both felt very funny. They didn't expect to be so above board in doing evil, burning down other people's residences, blackmailing other people's finances, and finally put on a high-ranking attitude. It turns out that this is Master Ren. Yu Henggai looked at Shen Feng and asked, how to deal with it. Have you learned it? If you want to rob openly, you must first put a label on others, and then force them to give money. If you don't give money, you should show your strength and let the other party know how powerful you are. Just give the money and pay it back. If you don't give money, you will beat people, and all of this is done under the banner of justice. The nature of the world has never changed, and the law of the jungle has always been the law of the jungle. Shen Feng did not answer directly, but said to himself. Yu Henggai suddenly realized, and said, understood, Brother Feng, look at it, let me try it out. Is robbery such a thing? After finishing speaking, Yu Henggai walked out of the shrine, pointed at the noses of a group of staff members, and said arrogantly, you have interrupted our precious rest time. I advise you to pay us 2 tons of grain as soon as possible, otherwise, we will have to. I have taught you a lesson. That's right, the comprehension is very high. Shen Feng sat aside and praised. Where have these proud staff members seen such a scene before? They have always blackmailed themselves, to collect taxes, and others can only respect themselves, but now, there is a foreign pariah who actually dared to point to his own nose. The leader immediately became angry, reached out his hand and took out a gun from his breast pocket, and said viciously, you two untouchables, go to hell with me. Shen Feng also added at this time, speaking of which, these robbers will do one more thing, and that is to kill the disobedient people, so that the rest of the people will all be obedient. Come on. Chapter 509 We Are Justice. After Yu Henggai put a hat on the other party first, he found that the other party had pulled out a gun, and he muttered in his heart, if you are not obedient, you must show your strength. So, when the staff took out their guns, Yu Henggai also shot. In order to test the highest level of robbery that Shen Feng said, Yu Henggai struck extremely fiercely. He stretched out his hand and pinched the opponent's wrist. Hearing the sound of cracking, Bai Sensen's bones pierced through the skin, almost piercing Yu Henggai. You actually did something to me. It's more sinful. Now you are not only offending me, but also trying to hurt me. This is not something that 2 tons of food can solve. Kneel down. Yu Henggai said. One side started to work in order not to harm the children and old people around him. Yu Henggai controlled the scope of the ability, and a gravity field appeared within a few meters around, which just covered the staff, but did not expand. Children and the elderly will all fall, and most of them will suffer casualties. Yu Henggai didn't kill him, but just exerted 3 times the gravity. Immediately, this group of pampered staff fell to the ground. In the 3 times gravity field, even mutant beasts might not be able to stand. These ordinary people just forget about it. Bang! Bang! Guys in suits and leather shoes were pinned to the ground, unable to move. The suits and shiny leather shoes that used to be neat were now kissing the dust. You are a supernatural person? How is it possible? A group of staff encountered this situation and immediately lost their minds. Now that the other party did nothing, they were crushed to the ground by the sudden gravity. This can only explain one thing. The thing is, the other party is a supernatural being, and the guy whose wrist was pinched by Yu Henggai was howling in pain at this moment. Basically, there is no one in the world who can endure the pain of a broken bone. Even if he has received strict training, he cannot remain indifferent. Howling is just a normal reaction at this time. Yu Henggai looked at the guy who kept howling, and said directly, you are too noisy. Obviously I need to rest now, but you deliberately make noise. This is targeting me. Now, the 3 crimes will be punished together. Go to hell with me. After finishing speaking, Yu Hengai bent down and broke the opponent's neck as soon as he stretched out his hand. The movement was crisp and neat. There was only a click sound, and then the scream stopped abruptly afterwards. Yu Hengai looked at the rest of the blushing guys. As for you, what do I need to do? It's really embarrassing. When everyone saw a foreigner who easily subdued everyone on their side, and even killed a companion, they were terrified. They were afraid that they would be the next to be killed. If he saw such a terrifying person, he would never leave the city. Yu Hengai squatted beside the interpreter and asked directly, "Now, can you tell me how to deal with you guys who are doing evil? Why can you collect taxes on the old people and children who have no livelihood with peace of mind?" The little translator was terrified, lay on the ground, and said tremblingly, "Our boss ordered us to do it, and we are just part-time workers. Now, the minister has been killed by you, so we don't have to accept it. Are you punished?" Hearing this explanation, Yu Hengai sneered and said, "You guys are really ruthless. Now that your minister has been killed, but now you are putting all the responsibility on the dead, are you treating us as a fool who is easy to fool?" Shen Feng also came out at this time, and said to a group of orphans, "Don't cry, if someone is squeezed by these guys, then stand up and point it out. Forget, none of you understand Chinese. In this case, you translate it." The latter sentence was said by Shen Feng to the translator. The translator looked at a group of orphans in the distance. These orphans were still sad looking at the burned houses, and many children looked at this place with hatred. It seems that it may rush up at any time. The translator, of course, dare not translate it according to the original words. After all, once the translation is actually done, these orphans who have lost their supplies will definitely take revenge. At that time, their side will definitely die. He said to these children, "Kids are obedient. This time uncle made a mistake. As long as you are willing to forgive us, we will promise to build a better house for you." After hearing this, the children stopped crying immediately. Now that they can get a bigger house, it seems that they are not homeless, but the children who have just experienced cruel treatment now feel a little distrustful. These people turned their attention to their grandfather. The old man at the shrine is also very miserable at this time. He was knocked out by the gangsters before, and he has not recovered. His injuries have not healed, and now he is forced to pay taxes. However, it is impossible for him to really take revenge on the staff. After all, Shen Feng and Yu Hengai will leave here, and these staff will definitely stay in the city for a long time. Ever since, the old man of the shrine kowtowed respectfully to Shen Feng, and began to beg for mercy with all his body cast down. Seeing this, the translator was immediately overjoyed. Now it seems that his apology worked, and he quickly translated the old man's words, "Master Supernatural Being, we accidentally offended you. This is our fault. We are willing to help you. We apologize for our ignorance. These children have forgiven us, and we will make up for them in the future." Red bean pastes me Masai. Hearing such an answer, Shen Feng looked at the old man kneeling on the ground, and could only shake his head helplessly. He had already planned to give these people a head start, but they were useless when given a chance, so good it is completely unimaginable that the opportunity for revenge was easily let go. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "Capital crimes can be avoided, but living crimes cannot be escaped. Next, take us to the city. I need to take a look at your immediate boss." And see how he answered, offending the supernatural person. How could it end so easily? Now, there is a reason to go to the city for extortion, and Shen Feng and Yu Hengai's bodies have recovered to some extent. Now, at this time, going to the city is the most suitable time. This group of staff was very helpless. They could only obey Shen Feng and Yu Hengai's request. If they didn't obey, they would probably be killed, and these people could see very clearly about the issue of their lives. The cars of this group of staff are parked at the foot of the mountain, and all of them are black cars. It can be seen that even in the apocalypse, the rich can still enjoy all kinds of conveniences. Shen Feng picked up the meteorite in the yard. These days, the meteorite has been blown by wind and rain, and it is covered with mud. If Shen Feng does not move it, perhaps no one will touch it for decades. Yu Hengai also conveniently put away the gravity field and prepared to pack his things. At this moment, Shen Feng suddenly waved his hand at a little boy in the distance. This little boy had led the way for the two of them before, and had also led Shen Feng to eliminate the gangsters. He was more courageous, and he was also a group of kids. Among them, there are few people who dare to approach Shen Feng and Yu Hengai. The little boy named Shuang Yu walked over immediately, and Shen Feng took out a reagent bottle from his body. There was a light green liquid in it, and there were 2 words on it, which read poisonous gas, and Shen Feng handed it to him. He hugged the little boy and said, "Drink it." After several staff members saw this scene, their eyes widened immediately. They couldn't believe what they saw. Isn't this the legendary supernatural potion? This kind of thing with a price but no market was taken out casually. Isn't it too casual? No matter where the supernatural potion is, it is sought after by people, because as long as one becomes a supernatural being, it is equivalent to becoming a god. Experiments have proved that supernatural beings have a long life, and the lifespan limit of ordinary human beings is 140 years old, but the lifespan of a person with supernatural powers can easily reach 300 years. Moreover, in addition to lifespan, people with supernatural abilities also possess powerful power. Being able to master, who wouldn't want this kind of thing? Drink it. Shen Feng said directly. Chang Jianyi doesn't know anything about supernatural potions. Since the end of the world, he has never been in contact with any news, and he knows nothing about the news from the outside world. Now he sees Shen Feng handing him a light green drink, seems to be very similar to the old apple juice, so when I got it, I immediately picked it up and drank it. Goo-doo. Goo-doo. After drinking the supernatural potion, the little boy smacked his mouth, as if he wanted to relive the taste of apple juice, but the strange thing was that this drink seemed different from the apple juice in his impression. Can't help but wonder, plop. Chang Jianyi immediately fell to the ground, his whole body fell into coma, his whole body was feverish, and he had already entered the state of evolution. Take care of him, in the future, he can protect you. Goodbye, let's go. Shen Feng finally said to the group of orphans, and then prepared to leave. The staff members looked at each other in blank dismay at this moment, completely unimaginable that these 2 outsiders would casually give away such a valuable supernatural potion. Orphan, why can he become a supernatural being? Holding the meteorite, Shen Feng said to the staff members, "What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry up and lead the way? I still have to talk to your immediate superiors. Don't waste our time." Everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly took Shen Feng and Yu Hangyi to go down the mountain. Yu Hangyi was injured and couldn't carry heavy objects, so he went forward with a cloth bag containing fruit, and Shen Feng carried a meteorite. Walking with a supernatural potion, someone saw Shen Feng holding a heavy stone, and wanted to show off that he wanted to take the meteorite. Shen Feng handed the meteorite over. After the person took it, his hands fell down instantly, almost hitting the soles of his feet. The guy quickly let go and let the meteorite fall heavily to the ground. Everyone couldn't understand that such a heavy stone could be easily carried in the hands of a thin person. Could it be that this person is also a supernatural person? Shen Feng picked up the meteorite and said, "Since you have no skills, then don't be too self-righteous, and be careful to lift a rock and shoot yourself in the foot." Afterwards, Shen Feng looked at the translator and asked, "What is this place? Tell me the place name." "This is Kagoshima." The interpreter didn't dare to disobey Shen Feng's order, and quickly replied respectfully. After getting this answer, Shen Feng compared the map in his mind and determined his current location. He is now in the south of Wa Kingdom, and on the west side. It seems that the next time I go back, I will probably take the south route. It seems that I have to take a boat, which is really inconvenient. Shen Feng said to himself. At the foot of the mountain, Shen Feng and Yu Hangyi took the translator and sat in the first car. The driver drove at the front. The driver didn't know what happened, but he didn't dare to ask. There are many things that a small role like him can't intervene. The convoy then headed towards the city. Originally, this group of people still had more places to collect taxes, but now, they can finish work ahead of schedule. From this point of view, this group of staff must also thank Shen Feng and Yu Hangyi. Can do it, brother. Feng, I still don't feel very proficient. The robbery will start later. Please demonstrate it. It was the first time Yu Hangyi went to the door to rob, but he still felt uncertain and couldn't help asking Shen Feng. Shen Feng also has no experience, but this does not prevent Shen Feng from talking nonsense. You are not sure because you are guilty. Why are you guilty? It is because you think what you are doing is wrong. Tell yourself in your heart that what I did was right. Understood? My actions are correct. I represent justice, and I punish these bad guys for the sake of justice. Yu Hangyi began to brainwash himself, and as he muttered, his confidence rose. Chapter 510. Dare to ask who is the Holy One. As the convoy was heading towards the city of Kagoshima, Shen Feng and Yu Hangyi sat in the front car, while the others sat in the back car, with a distance of more than 10 meters between them. And at this time, In the car behind, several staff members began to discuss. My current task has not been completed. If I go back to the city like this, I will definitely be tracked down by my superiors. When that time comes, I will lose my job. I can't keep it anymore. After much deliberation, there is only one way at present, and that is to commit crimes and make meritorious service. If you perform well, your superiors may reward yourself as a result. Several cars in the rear began to call the city immediately, and the content of the phone call was simple: we are from the tax bureau, and we are returning to the city now, but there are people with abilities from China in our car. They are our enemies, sitting in the first car, and these people may be carrying a lot of supernatural potions. I saw them give a supernatural potion to an orphan with my own eyes. Please also ask the military to prepare quickly. Kill these two enemies at any time. After Kagoshima City heard about this incident, it immediately began to prepare. If it is a supernatural person as an enemy, it is really too difficult. Under normal circumstances, even the army does not want to fight against supernatural persons. Enemy, after all, the abilities of the supernatural beings are too perverted. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to be opponents of the supernatural beings. However, if the other party has a large amount of supernatural potions, it is a different matter. As long as two supernatural beings are killed, two supernatural potions can be obtained, and there are more supernatural potions on them. Medicine, isn't it a big profit? People in the Japanese country like to play a trick whenever they encounter major problems, that is, gambling. 100 years ago, this group of people chose to bet on the country's luck. As long as they win the bet, they can become the most powerful in East Asia. There is no such thing as a country, but once it loses, it will be a scene of eternal doom in the end. This group of people lost, so North America began to garrison troops here. The North American troops act recklessly here, and they can insult their women at will, but in the end they will not be punished at all, and they need to cooperate with their masters. The behavior keeps clamoring, but as long as the big country around them makes a slight move, they will tremble with fear. Now, it's the end of the day, and the influence of North America has disappeared, so the Japanese country has recovered its vitality, taking advantage of the opportunity to eliminate the zombies, reorganized the army in the country, and is still gradually eliminating the influence of North America. But now, when the huge temptation is in front of this group of people, they start to gamble again. Although it is not considered as a bet on the national fortune, it is really not easy to dare to bet on a city. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai don't understand these things. They are still thinking about what they should extort when they arrive in the city. Most likely, as long as they show their strength and ask the teacher to blame, then they will be able to get a luxurious residence and a beautiful house. Compared with the days in the shrine, this is still much better. However, when Shen Feng and Yu Henggai approached the city, they found that the city wall was already full of soldiers, and a roadblock had been set up at the city gate. This is not a posture to welcome yourself. What should I do? Yu Henggai began to ask when he saw the scene where the other party was sternly waiting. What should we do? If they really dare to shoot, then you can use your abilities with all your strength, and don't care about the casualties. There is nothing to say to these unscrupulous guys. Shen Feng sneered. Originally, his thoughts just relying on strength to blackmail something is enough, and there is no need to go to war. But now, Shen Feng has seen the other side's battle, and knows that this matter cannot be good, so that's good. The bloody revenge. Now is the time to take revenge. As the convoy approached the city, the speed of the cars behind was getting slower and slower. Finally, only the car under Shen Feng was approaching the city, while the 6 or 7 cars behind were hiding far away. Watch from behind. Yu Henggai saw this from the rearview mirror, and was about to remind Shen Feng, but unexpectedly, the soldiers on the city wall had already opened fire. The soldiers on the city wall fired directly. Originally, there were cannons on the city wall, but when the upper echelons of the army heard that these people had supernatural potions on them, they gave up using the cannon. What if the supernatural potion is broken? As a result, all the soldiers on the city wall fired, and the bullets were fired like raindrops, quickly drawing arcs in the air. Shen Feng quickly cast the Wind King barrier. He was worried that there would be too many bullets, and the barrier might not be able to block so many bullets. He also specially arranged a 3-layer barrier. Although it consumes more energy, it can definitely block these bullets like raindrops of bullets. Ling. After the bullet hit the invisible barrier, it was immediately bounced off, and the powerful impact force should not be underestimated. It forced cracks on the barrier. However, At this moment, Yu Henggai also made a move. If he didn't make a move, it would be enough. If he made a move, his abilities would be full, 5 times the gravity field. Now that the enemy is ready to put himself to death, there is no need to be polite to them. It is a 5 times gravity field with a radius of 1 kilometer. The surrounding ground is full of smoke and dust, and everyone is suppressed underground. People with poor physical fitness die on the spot. And the guy with a better physique is also having difficulty breathing at this time, and may die at any time. The gunshots on the city wall stopped in an instant, because all the soldiers were unable to resist the strong gravity, and were suppressed on the ground in an instant, and what's more, they died on the spot. However, not only the people around were affected by gravity, even the car under Shen Feng and Yu Henggai's feet was also affected by gravity. In just an instant, the 4 tires of the car exploded one after another, and the wheels rubbed off on the ground. There were bursts of sparks, and at the same time bursts of burnt smell appeared. The fuel tank of the car couldn't bear the huge pressure, and cracks formed at that time, and the gasoline slowly flowed down from the car. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai didn't dare to stay in the car any longer, so they got out of the car quickly. The spark ignited and burned immediately. The driver and translator on the poor car were instantly buried in the flames on land. This is where Yu Henggai can really display his strength. Even Shen Feng's speed in his gravitational field is greatly reduced. Although he still looks fast, only Shen Feng knows that his speed is affected by gravity. Moreover, it is completely impossible to reach the level of the speed of sound in the gravitational field. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai walked to the barricade. Shen Feng kicked the barricade open. The city gate was closed at this time. It seemed that it was specially designed to target the supernatural beings. The iron gate was made of fine steel, and the switches were powered by electricity. It is completely unrealistic to rely on manpower to open such a heavy city gate controlled by the system. Even if the king of Chu came here, he would turn his head and leave. This is no longer the weight of 1 or 2 tripods. Shen Feng jumped directly onto the city wall, and threw a rope from above. Yu Henggai immediately climbed up along the rope, but the meteorite could only be thrown to the ground. Don't worry about the meteorite, no one dares to touch it. Next, let's go to the city, find the person in charge, and see what he thinks about today's matter. Shen Feng said with a smile. Yu Henggai completely agrees with Shen Feng's statement. The matter has developed to this point. It is impossible to end peacefully. It is better to make a big fuss. How about this? Let's split into 2 groups to see who can find the city lord here first. No, it should be the counselor. The ultimate goal is to force the opponent to surrender. Shen Feng said to Yu Henggai. Yu Henggai nodded and agreed, saying, then give it a try. I will definitely not lose. After finishing speaking, Yu Henggai went straight to the city center. Although this is a big city, it is still impossible to be a giant city as big as Tokyo. The city of Kagoshima has a population of hundreds of thousands, and these populations cannot be underestimated. Yes, because now is the number after the doomsday. With a population of hundreds of thousands, it can be regarded as a big city, 2 or 3 times larger than Jiangyang. Yu Henggai directly chose to approach the city center directly. Wherever he passed, everyone would fall down. In the huge gravity field, people suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, Yu Henggai did not stay in one place for a long time, otherwise, it would be almost impossible in the gravity field. Someone can survive. There are many volcanoes in the island country, so earthquakes occur frequently, so this forces the buildings in the island country to be more earthquake resistant. Nowadays, even if the 5-fold gravity field appears, the houses in the city rarely collapse. The house seemed to shake as he walked. Yu Henggai felt that he must be faster than Shen Feng when walking in a straight line, and with the existence of the gravity field, he must be invincible in his own field. However, Yu Henggai realized that he had miscalculated, because tanks suddenly appeared on the street in the distance, and most of the people driving the tanks were evolutionaries. With the tanks blocking the front, seeing Yu Henggai appearing, he immediately took aim and fired. Later, boom, the shell went crooked and passed Yu Henggai's side, directly hitting the building on the left side of Yu Henggai, only to see the flames, and the 3 houses were blown to pieces on the spot. Yu Henggai couldn't help being afraid for a while. If such a powerful shell hit him, wouldn't he be killed on the spot? Fortunately, it was difficult to aim in the gravitational field, and it was difficult to calculate the landing point of the shells. Yu Henggai was lucky to escape the tank's blow. Well, it looks like I'm going to lose the bet again. What a bunch of bastards. Instead of blocking the fastest Shen Feng, they keep blocking me. It's really messing me up. Yu Hengai said to himself, turned around and dived in the small alleys around me. It is impossible to go straight, and the route is easily predicted. In order to be able to walk in a straight line, you can only walk in a curved line. It still confirms the words of the great man, to retreat in order to advance, to take a detour in order to go straight, to do things that could not be done, but to do it after walking around. The world is often like this. Things in the world are often not based on you will to transfer. Yu Hengai's method is very simple. Since there are evolutionaries driving tanks to block the way, they can't let others easily guess their route, otherwise, all their actions will be easy to predict. Therefore, Yu Hengai started to move in snakeskin. The term is called Z-jitter, which is to advance in a zigzag route to avoid the enemy's frontal offensive. Yu Hengai's method is very simple, but it is also very practical. The tanks that had been standing guard at various intersections lost their targets. They only knew that the enemy was walking around on the street, but they couldn't catch the opponent's trace. They occasionally appeared on the street. But in an instant, he got into another street. In desperation, the army dispatched helicopters. Helicopters, condescending, must be able to find traces of the enemy. The helicopter took off quickly. 13 helicopters, all of which carried ammunition, could shoot from the sky. As long as they caught the enemy's tracks, they could decide the outcome of the battle. Now, the leaders of the army and the counselors in Kagoshima have regretted it. They thought it would be easy to deal with two supernatural beings. After all, it is not uncommon for supernatural beings to be killed on the battlefield. You only need to talk about salvos, and under the hail of bullets, the supernatural beings will also die. But in the end, not only was the enemy not killed, but he had also broken into the city, causing huge casualties. If he continued to be pushed forward, His Majesty would also be greatly affected. Gentlemen, it's all up to you whether we can defend the glory of Kagoshima. The general murmured to the pilots and soldiers who had already taken off. Chapter 511. Dare to ask where's the sacred place to? After the helicopter took off, it immediately walked towards the urban area where the battle took place. In the gravitational field, almost no one could stand up. Even a third-order evolutionary had to work hard to resist the gravity on his body to walk. Every step he took, like after a strenuous exercise. Therefore, the pilots know that as long as they see a guy who can move flexibly on the street, it is a person who can use gravity, and they can gesture it. It's a pity that the imagination is beautiful, but the reality is cruel, because when the helicopter entered the top of Yu Hengai's head, they all began to fall from the sky one by one. It is three-dimensional, with Yu Hengai as the spherical shape, and all objects within a kilometer range will be affected as a result. When the helicopter entered Yu Hengai's gravity field, the helicopter fell down immediately under the action of gravity, and the buoyancy generated by the propeller was completely impossible to support the helicopter to fly in the sky. Boom! The helicopter landed, and there was a violent explosion. At the same time, it also caused the destruction of many houses. The most terrible thing was that this time the pilot was very excited when taking off, but finally crashed without firing a single shot. The direct result is a drop in morale. When the soldiers heard the news that their helicopter crashed just after entering the battlefield, their first reaction was shock. The enemy is so powerful, like a devil. How can they fight this? No way. The opponent is a devil, sure, who came out of hell. We can't be their opponents. Let's give up. A soldier said dejectedly. You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you know that we carry the life and death of the entire city on our shoulders? How can we give up? How can we repair it? Winning or losing, it would be too shameful to admit defeat now. However, just encouraging words cannot change the situation. The current situation is very simple, that is, two supernatural beings who have entered the city are advancing, and one of them seems to disappear somewhere in the blink of an eye. While the other person continued to approach the center of the city. Now, even a tank couldn't stop this guy from advancing. At the moment when the situation is critical, the army has to think of a way. After much deliberation, they can only send death squads. This is a traditional way. Shouting Yusui, he was about to exchange one with the enemy. Yu Hengai didn't know this. His purpose was to force the other party to surrender. After all, it was impossible to kill all the people in a city. Although there were people who massacred the city in history, they also left behind eternal infamy. For the sake of reputation, but also for the sake of conscience, Yu Hengai is not going to kill them all. However, when Yu Hengai passed a certain street, he found that there were many soldiers lying on the ground on the street. These soldiers were all looking at him sideways, with hatred in their eyes. Looking at this scene, Yu Hengai, my heart was a little hairy, and I said in my heart, I seem to have become the public enemy of this group of people. However, in the final analysis, it is still impossible for Yu Hengai to be afraid of this group of fallen soldiers. In the gravitational field, he is invincible. Even Shen Feng will be affected by the gravitational field, let alone these ordinary soldiers. Therefore, Yu Hengai will continue to move forward immediately, and the most important thing is to complete his goal. However, just as Yu Hengai was passing through this street, the group of people slammed the wires on their bodies, and they were all strapped with explosives. The enemy had already predicted the street that Yu Hengai would pass by. So it was all laid out in advance. Yu Hengai saw white smoke rising from all the soldiers on the street, and he was terrified. He never expected that these people would be so ruthless, and they would sacrifice their lives to block him. What are you waiting for? Run! Yu Hengai turned around and left. Before he ran too far, the sound of explosions came one after another, and Yu Hengai immediately fell down on the spot hearing the sound of boom. Explosions. Yu Hengai lay on the ground, not daring to move, holding his head tightly with his hands. He knew that as long as his head and internal organs were not injured, he would be able to survive. If you accidentally have steel balls or shrapnel flying into your head, it will be really hopeless. The explosion lasted for a minute, and when Yu Hengai stood up to observe, he realized that there were all stumped limbs and broken arms around him. The faces of hatred just now seemed to be vivid in his memory, but now, they have all become minced meat. Yu Hengai felt a little uncomfortable looking at the current scene, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, you guys did it first, and, you're committing suicide. I didn't kill you, so don't go to the underworld to sue me for blackmail. Now, Yu Hengai no longer dares to act casually. In order to prevent his route from being guessed by others, he also uses a zigzag movement method. However, even this has been deciphered by the other party. It was also predicted, and it is not particularly easy to continue to approach in the next battle. Yu Hengai took a look at the injuries on his body. His left arm was hit by 2 small steel balls, and blood kept coming out of the hole. It was his luck that he used his arms to protect his head. If so, it's completely dead. Well, these guys are trying to stop me. It seems that I have to support Shen Feng again. Really, if I can also speed up myself, then I don't need to face others. It's blocked. Yu Hengai was helpless. Now that he was being closely guarded, it seemed that the enemy's army had already focused all their attention on him. In this case, he could only restrain the troops and wait for Shen Feng to create a miracle. Yu Hengai then changed his fighting style and started to circle around the city. When he no longer had a main goal, he didn't know where he was going, and it was impossible for the enemy to guess him. The destination, and the troops in the city can only be led by the nose by Yu Hengai, because everyone is worried. What will happen when the out-of-control Yu Hengai is colliding wantonly, and the alarm in the city resounded through the sky, and people hid in their houses shivering. They were all notified that a monster rushed into the city, and they would still be attacked even if they hid in the air raid shelter. Therefore, for safety reasons, only stay at home and pray that monsters don't appear around you. Shen Feng chose a different path from Yu Hengai. He found a hat on the side of the road. After putting it on, he was perfectly hidden in the crowd. People from China, Japan, and South Korea can't tell the difference just by looking at their appearance. Therefore, as long as Shen Feng does not speak, no one will be able to recognize his identity. Shen Feng moved quietly, choosing remote streets along the way to advance, and quickly got rid of the soldiers behind him, and his target was the enemy's leader, and Wang Jin took the enemy's head from it. It will appear in storytelling or in it, but for Shen Feng, doing this kind of thing is commonplace. The way to deal with the corpse king before was to behead him. Shen Feng managed to blend in with the crowd, sometimes moving in remote streets, sometimes on the roofs of houses, always avoiding the observation of others, so there is no need to worry about safety and concealment, but problems also arise. Shen Feng didn't know where the other party's head was under normal circumstances. The leaders of the enemy are in the most eye-catching buildings. After all, people with status like to stand on tall buildings and overlook all living beings. Standing on a high place can only appreciate the beautiful scenery. Even Wang Zihong said, if you want to see 1,000 miles, go to a higher level. However, in the city, high-rise buildings can be seen everywhere. After all, this is a developed country. There is no need to worry about urban architecture. Tall buildings can be seen everywhere, so Shen Feng has no idea where the enemy is hiding. Shen Feng stood on the top of the building, silently thinking about the next direction. This is a restaurant on the 20th floor. Under normal circumstances, no one would come here suddenly. Shen Feng saw a middle-aged officer on the street in the distance, leaving in a certain direction in a car. Looking hurried immediately, Shen Feng understood that if he wanted to find the leader of the enemy, he had better follow the guy in the car. He must know where the leader was hiding then. Shen Feng jumped down, performed walking on water, landed lightly, and set off with the car. Along the way the car finally stopped in an inconspicuous manner. There are flowers and plants, rockery, bamboo and running water in the manor, which looks very elegant. Shen Feng slapped his head, and said to himself, I almost forgot, in anime, don't the conversations of big people are all in the manor? Moreover, there are manors in big cities. This is either rich or expensive. People in the Japanese country basically admire Bai Jianyi very much. Among the poems quoted in the tale of Genji, Bai Jianyi's poems account for more than half. And Bai Jianyi's view on gardens is also very simple. You don't need too much space. Elegance is enough. There are rocks, flowers, running water, and bamboos. Rich people have followed suit. No matter what they do, they must have an elegant yard. Shen Feng didn't rush into the yard because he saw a lot of surveillance cameras, and he could tell that rich people also attached great importance to their own security work. Fortunately, there was an office building nearby with more than 30 floors. Shen Feng rushed in without saying a word. At this time, there were still many people in the office building. The city was chaotic. Everyone was evacuating. No one stopped Shen Feng at all. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, this guy who rushed in probably came here to evacuate, but he just ran in a panic and went wrong. Shen Feng rushed to the roof of the building in one breath. It took 10 seconds, but Shen Feng didn't want to be noticed, so he specially controlled the speed. When Shen Feng reached the top of the building, he looked down, and soon saw everything in the manor. There were many servants walking around anxiously, and in the center room, the doors and windows were tightly closed, and there was almost no one there. People came in and out, but there were many bodyguards guarding around. These bodyguards were all wearing black suits and had firm eyes. I found it. With so many bodyguards protecting it, there must be many important people inside. Shen Feng said to himself after finishing speaking. Shen Feng jumped up, drew an arc in the air, and then opened his arms, calling for the strong wind to lift him up. The strong wind pushed Shen Feng forward, and slid a certain distance in the air until he reached the gate guarded by the bodyguards. When it was above the house, it fell downwards. In the central room, there were 7 people kneeling and sitting. These 7 people were all men, 4 were old men, and 3 were young people. They were discussing the next move. Now that Chinese superhuman is still running around, the casualties in the city are getting bigger and bigger, and there are still places on fire. Who made the decision to attack these 2 supernatural beings? I think the person who made this suggestion should bear full responsibility. Now is not the time to shirk responsibility. At least, no one objected at that time, because you didn't notify me. It's better to ask Tokyo for the support of supernatural beings. Joke. What kind of supernatural being can defeat these 2 monsters? Chapter 512. Dare to ask who is the god who drives you. 3. The wooden house in the center of the manor itself has the best scenery. Open the doors on all sides, and you can see different scenery. Now, the doors of the wooden house have been closed, and the bodyguards are guarding around. The bodyguards pretended they didn't hear anything about the quarrel coming from the house. All the people in the room regretted the decision to kill the supernatural beings. They thought that they would be able to kill 2 weak supernatural beings when they met, and then let Kagoshima's strength become stronger and become one of the most powerful people in the south. A huge city, but the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. No one thought that even if the army took action, they could not kill the supernatural beings, but instead let the supernatural beings rush into the city. The current situation is quite like riding a tiger. If you want to reconcile with the other party, you don't have such ability on your side, and they want to fight the other party, but they can't win for a long time. Instead, civilians are killed and injured. If it continues, even the city will be destroyed. Therefore, seeing that the situation is not good, the actual controllers in these cities began to shirk their responsibilities. Although everyone agreed to fight with the supernatural beings before, but now, when they are in trouble, what they need most is to take their own responsibility. Otherwise, when the real account is settled, it will probably get burned. Now, discussing how to deal with the follow-up issues is the most important thing. In my opinion, we should immediately ask Tokyo for help. An old man with white beard and hair said first. Hearing this suggestion, someone immediately scoffed at it, and said with a sneer, "HMPH, are you out of your mind now? Old man, even if you take a plane and invite someone with supernatural powers from Tokyo, you need to talk less. 2 hours, now, can we still last 2 hours? Yes, yes, not to mention whether the supernatural beings in Tokyo can defeat these two monsters. Even if we ask for support, we have to pay a huge price. Tokyo has been staring at our food. If food is given to them, hundreds of thousands of us will starve, according to me. Let's make peace with these two supernatural beings. As long as we make peace, we will try our best to meet the conditions they put forward. The conditions proposed by the two supernatural beings are always less than Tokyo's conditions, but certain culprits will not live. Immediately, these 7 forces immediately divided into 2 sides. One side advocated asking Tokyo for help and asking the supernatural beings to come to help, while the other side was going to push out the guy who proposed to fight relieved. Boom. At this moment, the roof cracked, countless tiles and plank debris fell down, a black shadow fell instantly, and smoke enveloped the room. When this scene appeared in the house, everyone present was stunned immediately. No one expected such a thing to happen. It is impossible for this manner to have idle people appearing at ordinary times, but now, a black shadow descended from the sky. Could it be that can someone get through the layers of bodyguards to get in here? At this time, the bodyguard guarding outside the room also heard the loud noise in the room, rushed inside, reached out and took out the pistol hidden on his body, aimed at the guy in the smoke, ready to shoot at any time. It's just that I can't see the scene in the room clearly now, so I dare not shoot casually, so as not to accidentally injure the MP. Wind of fury. Shen Feng yelled, and countless wind blades condensed in the air in an instant. The transparent wind blades pierced through the smoke and killed all the bodyguards who rushed into the room in front of the sharp wind blades. These bodyguards had no ability to resist. Although some people shot occasionally, they were blocked by the barrier around Shen Feng. The bodyguards fell to the ground and died under the wind blade, and blood flowed everywhere along the wooden floor. Shen Feng didn't give these guys time to react, and in an instant, he immediately cast Eye of the Hurricane. A whirlwind appeared in the room, blowing away the smoke on the spot, and the people in the room were stumbling around, completely. I can't move, I can't even open my eyes. The place where the strong wind blew, no longer had the elegance and leisure before. The furniture fell on the ground indiscriminately, while others hid in the corners, and some people wanted to take advantage of the chaos to climb out. The figure of Shen Feng appeared in the room. He looked at the scene here. There is not even a chair. These guys are all kneeling on the cushions, but there are few low tables in the room. There was tea still steaming on the table. I've been looking for you for a long time. Now, if you want to leave here, just be careful. I can kill you at any time. Shen Feng sat on the table casually, and said to the people here. However, there happened to be a general in the room. He came to report the battle situation on the front line. Now that he saw the enemy appearing here, he immediately reacted. The man took out a gun from his body and pointed it at Shen Feng. All the bullets went out. Ling. The bullet didn't hit Shen Feng, but hit the invisible barrier, and was blocked directly, and the crack on the barrier quickly disappeared. It's your usual style to go to war if you don't say anything. You are rude. Go to hell. Shen Feng frowned, and cast a supernatural power, piercing the opponent's throat with a wind blade in an instant, and the general died immediately. Keep running. The end will be the same as now. Shen Feng said flatly, although the tone of the speech is very light. But now, no one dares to take the opportunity to escape, because they know that it is impossible for them to escape from the hands of the supernatural being. The people in the room are all high-ranking and powerful, and they are naturally the elite class. Many of them need to conduct trade with other countries, so they have also learned multiple languages, especially Chinese. The few people present can barely speak it now. Shen Feng is sitting on a low table in the room. Although he is still very thin and looks sick, no one dares to underestimate him at this time, because the powerful strength can only be caused by supernatural beings. No matter where the supernatural beings are, they are respected, and this respect comes from the fear of strength. To ordinary people, supernatural beings are like gods to ordinary people. Even legal provisions are difficult to restrain supernatural beings. In the end, it was a thin old man who was the first to react, and began to ask Shen Feng in Chinese, "Dare to ask your honor, where's the sacred place? What's your business here?" Shen Feng sneered and said, "Now you still ask me what I do? I should be asking what you do, right? We are just resting in the shrine, but you offend us again and again, and we are going to come to ask according to the saying, You let the army attack us, we had no choice but to defend ourselves. Now, I want to confirm, do you really want to be enemies with us? Shen Feng has now learned the essence of negotiating. If he wants to gain an advantage in the negotiation, the first thing to do is to make the other party unreasonable. The best way is to give the other party the hat. Put it on. After putting on the hat, the other party will be shorter immediately, and everyone present also felt that they were wronged. It was indeed their side that made the first move, but now, isn't it their side that hurt the most? Why is the other party still acting like a teacher asking for a crime? Please. Don't get angry, my psychic. We haven't heard from Zhonghe in this period of time. We didn't know that you two came here and attacked you just now. It was all a misunderstanding. The people below thought you were enemies, so we didn't know that you two were enemies. Attack. Several people quickly defended. Shen Feng looked at the two men jokingly, and said with a sneer, do you think that such a simple rhetoric can deceive me? If an apology is useful, there will be no enemies in the world. Let me tell you, what happened today, if you give me a definite answer, this matter cannot end here. At this moment, there was a fierce explosion sound from a distance, and it could be seen that the battle was still going on in the farther part of the city. My lord, we will definitely compensate you. How about letting this matter go? No matter what your lord wants, we will give it to you with both hands. Please stop fighting and let's sit down and talk slowly. There was a middle-aged man said anxiously hearing this request. Shen Feng laughed, and then said, stop fighting is very simple, just surrender. My brother will stop attacking immediately, and will not continue to use abilities. What needs to be done it's very simple. After going out, hang up the white flag. My brother will stop when he sees it. When Shen Feng said this, everyone present immediately became angry. The Millennium of Bushido has cultivated a group of dignified guys. Now that they are going to surrender themselves, these people immediately expressed angrily, we are going to die. And will definitely not surrender. If you have the ability, go to the plains to fight. Everyone put up a battle. I don't believe you can win. The appearance of this answer made Shen Feng couldn't help laughing at the time, and the laughter was very presumptuous. He laughed and said, isn't it your choice to fight in the city? Now you want to lie to us to go to the plains, don't you? Too naive? You want to fight to the end, right? I will fulfill you and kill all of you leaders. I don't believe that the people below still dare to resist. If there are still people who resist, we will continue to kill and look at you how many people have hard bones. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng immediately stood up, and silently walked towards the guy who just shouted for a decisive battle on the plain. This middle-aged man had a fierce face, but as Shen Feng approached, the fierce expression on his face gradually disappeared. When life is threatened, the most normal behavior for everyone is to choose to live. Shen Feng deliberately walked very slowly in order to put the other party under tremendous pressure. He wanted to see if these people were really not afraid of death at all. The old man was nothing but the four old men were probably dead. Yes, but these three middle-aged people are still young now. Are they willing to die like this? As he walked, there was a majestic agitation around Shen Feng, so that the tattered clothes on his body began to flutter. An invisible pressure shrouded a group of elites. Shen Feng also took advantage of this moment to release with a powerful murderous aura. Shen Feng has been fighting for 2 consecutive years and has seen countless bloody scenes. He naturally has a bloody aura on his body, and no one dares to look at him at this time. Everyone who looks at each other feels as if they are being stared at by a demon. If you continue to stare at Shen Feng's eyes, you will feel a strong pressure, which makes people collapse. Eyes are the windows of the soul. Through a person's eyes can completely tell the other person's character. Shen Feng walked up to a middle-aged man step by step, stretched out his hand, and said, since you would rather die than surrender, then there is nothing you can do. It seems that I am going to make a move. As for the other people in the city, whether you will surrender or not, only later will you know. Shen Feng's index finger and middle finger are condensed with wind blades. With just a wave of his hand, he can cut off the opponent's head. Wait a minute, I surrender. The middle-aged man couldn't hold on any longer. He thought he could become a legendary hero with perseverance, but now it seems that ideals and reality are always two manifestations. Facing the biggest question, he slowly knelt on the ground with his forehead pressed against the ground. Shen Feng looked at the others. At this time, no one dared to be tough anymore, because they knew that the other party would really kill people, and if they continued to be tough, there would be no results. The remaining 6 main characters also knelt on the ground one after another. The behavior of kneeling, no matter in the East or the West, actually expresses one meaning, that is, surrender. People kneeling on the ground lose their ability to resist and let others killing. There is no way. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 Pay the Price. When there was a loud noise in the center of the manor, the bodyguards in other parts of the manor immediately took action. They took out their weapons one after another, carried automatic rifles and grenades with them, put on body armor, and heard the loud noise. The direction is advancing rapidly. Hurry up, hurry up. The safety of the sovereign and members of parliament is the most important thing. There can be no delay. The bodyguards hurried towards the hut in the center. The manor is extremely chaotic, and the people here know that there are 7 most important people in the entire city in the house. If there is a mistake, there will be huge turmoil in Kagoshima. Therefore, once you find the enemy, you must fight to the end. However, after more than 100 bodyguards came to the small garden in the center with live ammunition, they were surprised to find that the 7 most noble and important people in the city were all kneeling on the ground, and there was a thin young man standing in the room. This is a strange face. I have never seen it before. A big hole has been broken in the roof, tiles and wood chips are falling everywhere in the house. The bodyguards who were guarding outside the house are all lying on the ground now. There were blood holes all over their bodies, which looked miserable. These bodyguards froze in place immediately, not knowing what to do. Should they attack now? There is only one enemy, and there are a lot of people on their side. If everyone attacks together, they must be able to win. However, at this moment, an old man suddenly raised his head, turned his head and yelled at a bodyguard, "Kubeo-kun, take them all out. You didn't see anything about what happened today." The bodyguards looked at each other. They couldn't imagine that even the noble and kind suzerain had already knelt down. Before that, they absolutely didn't believe that such a thing would happen to the suzerain, but at this moment, they had seen it with their own eyes. One scene. This is not a dream, this is what actually happened. Therefore, the bodyguards could only take advantage of this time to go out and leave the small garden. Shen Feng said with satisfaction, "You have done a good job. Then, next, you can let people hang the white flag up. Everyone is helpless. At this point, they can only declare their surrender. Although this kind of thing is very shameful, in order to save themselves and the city, then, they can only choose this path of humiliation. However, even if they surrender, it's not that there is no turning point at all. The Yu King Gojian also tried his best to take revenge, and he should choose the same as the Yu King Gojian. Afterwards, some people started calling their subordinates, asking them to hang up the white flag. After hesitating, the subordinates finally chose to follow the instructions of their superiors. If they were facing ordinary enemies, they would definitely not surrender so easily, even if they were under attack. Must continue to fight, but now, they find that the enemy they are facing is completely invincible. In this case, continuing to fight will only increase the casualties in vain. After much deliberation, they can only surrender. The city is full of gunpowder and smoke, and there are still people running in many places. Many houses have caught fire, and the fire is still spreading. There are many corpses on the ground. Many people died under the gravity field, and some people died in the trample on each other. If these people had already experienced the doomsday due to the rampant zombies before, then the current chaos in the city made them directly experience the cruelty of the doomsday again. As the battle continued, the casualties in the city continued to increase. The places Yuhengai passed through were extremely heavy casualties. Anyone with a weak physique would be crushed to death by their own gravity. Hold on. Yuhengai was frightened by the suicide attack of a group of soldiers. He had never seen such a battle before. A group of soldiers were lying on their own way forward. As long as they dared to advance, they would detonate the bombs on their bodies. The way of attack is to use life as the price, which can only be seen in the means of terrorists under normal circumstances, but now at this time, Yuhengai discovered that no opponent should be underestimated. Ever since, Yuhengai could only move continuously in the outlying areas of the city, and he moved with a gravity field. The fragile houses are easy to fall down in the gravity field, and the fall of each house will cause countless people to fall. People began to flee, and these people had no idea in which direction to flee. They could only scurry around the city like headless chickens. However, When Yu Hengyi was constantly shifting his position, he suddenly saw some soldiers holding a white flag in the distance. Generally speaking, the French are most familiar with the white flag. After all, they used to hold the white flag during World War II. The meaning of it is also very simple, that is to express surrender. Even elementary school students know it. Yu Hengyi, who saw this scene, immediately reacted. At this moment, the other party might have surrendered, right? Afterwards, Yu Hengyi put away the gravity field, and the soldiers did not continue to attack. Some soldiers came by car and sent Yu Hengyi to the edge of the office building. Shen Feng and several leaders are now in the office building. Feng sits at the top of the board, which used to be the chairman's position, but now belongs to Shen Feng. Now, please tell us, what are the identities of the two adults? Could it be that the two were ordered by China to come here on business? An old man asked. Shen Feng thought for a while, and replied, "My name is Shen Fuio, I'm a homeless person, I don't have any official business, I was injured by a typhoon at sea before, and I'm just recuperating." Yu Hengyi also quickly said, "My name is Yi Hengyi, and I am also an idler. I am also recovering from my injuries. Speaking of which, you were the first to do it. If you want to make trouble, you will not take it for granted, don't dare not, it's because we don't notation with our eyes, and offended you too, please forgive me." After finishing speaking, the 7 people stood up together in the conference room, and deeply looked at Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi, who were in the first place. Bow, a standard 90-degree bow, it can be seen that this group of people practiced it frequently, otherwise, such a standard action would not be possible. Shen Feng gave Yu Hengyi a wink. Yu Hengyi understood, and said in his heart, "I didn't know how to rob in an open and above-board way before, but at this moment, isn't the opportunity to rob has come? Now that the other party has surrendered, I don't think so. What do you want? Forgive you for talking, but you also need to show your sincerity. After all, our injuries have worsened. If we can't get compensation for this, wouldn't it be unreasonable? I mean, do you understand?" Yu Hengyi asked directly. What did the people present not understand? Isn't this just compensation? Kagoshima is very poor. I don't know what the two adults want. Matsushita said. Shen Feng looked at Yu Hengyi and said, "You put forward the conditions first, and I, the big brother, will give you a little discount." Yu Hengyi thought for a while, and then opened his mouth like a lion. "First of all, give us a luxury villa, with dedicated servants to serve us, and a dedicated cook who can cook Chinese food. For gold, 20 caddies. Well, no, come 40 caddies, 40 caddies for each person. Then, we need to fix all the electronic products, game consoles." Yu Hengyi started what he thought were excessive demands, but after hearing these descriptions, Shen Feng's expression became more and more ugly. What are these demands? Think about how much silver was drawn in one go at the Treaty of Shimonoseki. It seems to be 200 million silver. It's too mild to ask for conditions on my own side. The game consoles are all out. Not only did Shen Feng feel that Yu Hengyi's current request was relatively stingy, but even several leaders present were shocked by this condition, and they were now ready to bleed. But now, the other party actually has these trivial requests, such as small if requested, it can be satisfied casually. Could it be possible that this is a country bumpkin? Everyone suddenly had this thought in their hearts. If they weren't from the countryside, how could they propose such a petty condition? Yu Hengyi didn't know that the conditions he mentioned had been looked down upon by others. He was still rambling on. By the way, there should be hot springs around, and beautiful scenery anytime and anywhere. We are preparing a big ship, the bigger the better. While Yu Hengyi was talking selflessly, Shen Feng coughed softly. Ahem. Yu Hengyi understood, and quickly said, yes, Feng. Well, brother still has something to add. What does brother want? Shen Feng was not polite, and stretched out 3 fingers and said, listen, I only have 3 conditions. First, hand over the culprit who attacked us, and make an example. Second, meet all our needs in Kagoshima. Moreover, we are not allowed to reveal our tracks. Third, I want all the information on Kagoshima, and you must disclose what I want to see. Yu Hengyi couldn't help giving a thumbs up quietly. He admired Shen Feng's current conditions so much. He said so many conditions, but they couldn't compare to Shen Feng's words of meeting all needs. Moreover, while hiding here to recuperate, he can still take the opportunity to collect information. This kind of skill is not something he can achieve After Shen Feng's conditions were finished, the 7 leaders looked at each other in blank dismay. When they heard Yu Hengai's request before, they were relieved, thinking that these were 2 bumpkins who didn't know what a pattern was, but now it seems that the conditions are yet to come, the conditions put forward by the leader of the supernatural powers. This is where the real bleeding is needed afterwards. Someone swallowed and asked, the culprit is the guys from the tax bureau who betrayed you. Killing them, will you feel comforted? It can be seen that the current situation is not good for this group of people, so they plan to push out the staff who revealed the key information before to talk back. Shen Feng shook his head and said, not enough. So, a general in the army. Several people continued to test Shen Feng's bottom line. Shen Feng still shook his head slightly, and said, not enough. What I need is the life of the person who gave the order to attack. I don't believe that if the 7 of you disagree with their plan, the army will attack us without authorization. As soon as these words came out, the faces of several people present turned pale. It seems that the real intention of the other party has appeared. That is, one of the 7 people present must stand up and take responsibility. And seeing Shen Feng's current performance, Yu Hengai was even more envious. He didn't expect that Shen Feng's situation is so big. The appearance of such a request can directly force the 7 elites in power to the edge of the cliff without bloodshed. The meeting room fell into silence, and one of the middle-aged men's forehead was dripping with sweat. Obviously, he was the one who gave the order. At this moment, if an important person must be responsible, then this person is probably himself. Panasonic was nervous, afraid that he would be the scapegoat, but now, at the critical moment of life and death, would anyone really want to save him? However, at this moment, an old man said seriously, this matter is an order from me. The old man is so blind and deaf that it caused a huge misunderstanding. Mr. Fujino? You have worked hard. Matsushita was immediately moved. He never thought that at this moment, there are still people willing to help him. Shen Feng shrugged casually at this time, and said, as long as one of you is responsible, then everything is easy to talk about. I won't pursue it. Next, we are going to rest. What to do you understand? Understood, we will arrange it now. The old man will commit suicide tomorrow morning, and he will take care of the funeral tonight. Please forgive me. Old man Fujino said respectfully. Shen Feng ignored him, turned around and left. He didn't care, and Yu Hengai even shrugged and said, don't forget the request I made just now. Chapter 514 Turning into spring mud to protect flowers. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai quickly left the conference room, and then, someone took them to a villa in the city. The owner drove away immediately. Of course, it is also very likely that this is the industry of the previous 7 leaders, and it is reasonable to take it back now. Lying on the sofa, Shen Feng felt a sudden softness, and couldn't help but said, Zio you still can't let go. It seems that you are not born to be a robber, and you are not cruel enough. You only have to say 40 caddies gold. What is this? It makes people laugh out loud. Yu Hengai blushed, and sat aside and said, well, I haven't seen the world, and I think the value of 40 caddies of gold is already very high, so I just mentioned this price. TCH, this is a big city. It has a large population and a complete set of industries. What is 40 caddy in the eyes of these big families? If you ask them to take 100 million, they will take it out in the blink of an eye, so I said you'd better watch more anime to gain insights. Shen Feng said with a smile. Yu Hengai thought for a while, and suddenly thought of Shen Feng's behavior before, and asked, by the way, Brother Feng, why did you give an orphan the potion? Don't you know how precious this thing is? It's a useless ability, so don't give it out casually, okay? What? Do you know? I'm sowing the seeds of hatred, so that when this kid grows up, he can take revenge on this society, learn from it. Shen Feng said while lying on the sofa. Yu Hengai was puzzled, and said, what can this brat do? Besides, how old is he now? Will he really take revenge as you said in the future? I don't think it's realistic. You don't understand. Let me tell you, this island country has blood theory, which is all in the comics, so, the son of a rich man is still a rich man, the son of a politician is still a politician, and the son of an artist is also an artist, so, these people exclude the common people. Think about it, a child with no roots and no background suddenly becomes a supernatural person. How will he be treated? Shen Feng asked, does it need to be said? Of course, after being killed, the ability was taken away. You wasted another ability potion. Yu Hengai pointed at Shen Feng and said helplessly, HMPH, We are still in Kagoshima now. Do these people really dare to do something? It's unrealistic, right? I will remind this kid of this when he becomes a supernatural user. Next, he will meet for all kinds of conspiracies. Even if he wants to integrate into the society, he will be rejected by those hereditary nobles, and in the end, he will take revenge on the society. Shen Feng said seriously, I think you're just wishful thinking. When this kid grows up, it will be at least 10 years later. I don't believe that this kid will follow the development path you expected. Yu Hangai is still stubborn, and absolutely does not believe Shen Feng's bunch nonsense. Shen Feng shrugged, lay on the sofa and began to sleep. The soft sofa is much better than the wooden floor he slept on before. It seems that having strength is convenience, and you can get what you want in the future. No wonder the ancients said that one's strength can break through 10,000 law, as long as the strength is sufficient, no matter how other people's schemes are played, they can't do anything to me. Yu Hangai was a little worried in his heart. It was no problem to heal his injuries, but what happened to Qin Qiuyi and Songhua? I don't know anything about myself. In the secret room of the manor, there are dark stone walls all around. There is only one candle in the room, and there are more than a dozen people sitting in the secret room. The leader is wearing a kimono, and it is Mr. Fujino. They are all high-ranking. Thank you, Mr. Fujino, for saving my life. I am very grateful. Matsushita saluted the old man respectfully. After all, the other party died in his place. This kind of kindness cannot be repaid in a lifetime. The old man Fujino asked, have the statistics of the casualties in the city been figured out? It has been counted that more than 5,000 people died. Most of them were killed by Yu Hangai. More than 10,000 people were injured, and countless others were slightly injured. In short, this time we have suffered a huge loss. Next, the strength of the surrounding areas has been greatly reduced, and may not be as good as other counties. Someone replied, then, have you found out the identities of these two supernatural beings? Such a powerful supernatural being is definitely not an unknown person. Mr. Fujino continued to ask. Everyone could only shake their heads, and replied, we haven't found any information about these two people. We searched according to their appearance, but we found nothing. Perhaps, these two people have never appeared in public before. Impossible. Mr. Fujino said directly, I have read the research results of the Research Institute. People who can use such powerful abilities must have evolved many times. It is impossible for such people to live in seclusion all the time. From their abilities to start, we must find out their true identities. Everyone quickly agreed. Many people can't bear to see an old man in his 60s who is still worrying about the city, especially when tomorrow, he will leave him forever. Thinking of this, everyone's heart is not taste. Mr. Fujino, after you die, we will build a temple for you and worship it forever. We will remember it in our hearts. You died for Kagoshima. Matsushita said hastily. However, for these words, Mr. Fujino did not answer directly, but pointed to the girl in plain clothes behind him and said, now there is only this descendant left in my Fujino family. After I die, you must look after me. For my sake, treat my granddaughter, Lanzi. Come and meet these uncles. Lan Zi hurriedly stepped forward, fell on the ground and saluted everyone in the secret room. She still had a sad look on her face, obviously unable to accept the fact that Grandpa was about to commit suicide and apologize, but now, she couldn't change anything, and finally I can only salute Uncle and Grandpa here according to Grandpa's instructions, hoping to get their help and support in the future. Lanzi now looks like pear blossoms with rain, which is really pitiful. Although she is only 16 years old, her figure is already coveted. Mr. Fujino, please rest assured, we will definitely take good care of our niece, and we will ensure the continuation of the Fujino family. Everyone hurriedly made promises. In fact, this is just an unspoken rule. When someone makes a sacrifice, then his family will be taken care of by the rest afterwards. Everyone was courteous for a long time before leaving the secret room. Fujino Lanko supported her grandfather and walked in the manor. It was dark now, but there were still lights shining in the city, and there was a lot of crying in the city, because too many people died in the daytime battle today. Not only many soldiers were killed and injured, and some ordinary people also died. Grandpa, why did you choose to stand up? Obviously, there are only you and me left in the Fujino family. If you kill yourself, what will happen to me and the entire Fujino family? Lanzi asked worriedly. Mr. Fujino did not answer, but walked to the edge of a garden, where a bush of roses was planted. Before the typhoon hit, the petals, Dead branches and leaves fell to the ground and rotted, and new buds appeared in the flowers. Perhaps, in a few days, the roses here will bloom again, releasing a delicate fragrance. You see, my life is like these faded flowers. Although they are still hanging on the branches with difficulty, they may fall into the soil at any time, and you are the buds that have not yet bloomed and need nourishment. Then, my only choice now is to fall into the soil and turn it into nutrients so that you can bloom. The old man didn't answer directly, but said a metaphor. Lanzi was puzzled and asked, "But grandfather, you don't need to die. As long as you are here, nothing will happen to the Fujino family, but tomorrow, you will leave me. This choice seems unreasonable." The old man Fujino pointed to the rose, and said seriously, "Because you only see the present, not the farther future. I can live for a while, but I can only protect the family for a few years, but, now that I die, I will get help from other families, and you will not be in any danger in a short period of time. Afterward, through manipulation, the family can gain even greater benefits. Do you understand?" "I don't understand," Lanzi replied seriously. The old man Fujino could only shake his head helplessly, and said, "It's a pity that your father and your uncle all died in the doomsday, otherwise, the important task of protecting the family would not be entrusted to you. You didn't learn this knowledge before, so you don't want to. It's normal to understand. Listen to me. What you need to do next, Lanzi." Listened quietly. No one in the yard dared to approach here, so it was impossible for others to hear their conversation. "Next, until tomorrow, I will die. In name, I died because of apologizing, but secretly, you want to mobilize the power of the family and let everyone in the city know that I am a stand-up hero. In the future, build a temple for me, and let people come to worship every year. Let Fujino's name spread, so that the status of the family will naturally be stable, and countless public opinions will protect you." The old man's vicissitudes of voice echoing in the yard, it seems to be telling an experienced. Lanzi nodded and said, "I know, I will definitely do it." "Then, you have to please these two supernatural beings. Although they are our enemies, they are very powerful. In their hands, there are still a lot of supernatural potions, which must not be ordinary people. I suspect that even Tokyo's people with supernatural powers may not be able to defeat them. Your goal is to get supernatural potions from their hands at all costs." The old man continued to instigate. "Okay, get the supernatural potion at all costs," Lanzi said quickly. "Investigate the identities of these two supernatural beings, get more information from them, and open the laboratory to these two people if necessary. I found out that they carried a meteorite, although it may not be from the sea. The meteorite, however, also needs to focus on research." The old man continued. "Okay, I understand." Lanzi remembered this in her heart. She has long heard that the appearance of the doomsday is caused by meteorites, especially the virus that spreads in the sea to the whole world. It's unimaginably fast. However, meteorites are also the source of supernatural powers. Whoever can master meteorites will have the ability to create supernatural beings. Apart from nuclear bombs, there is no doubt that supernatural beings are the most powerful. If there are enough supernatural beings to form an army, when the time comes, even dominating the world is not impossible. Next, the old man continued, "In addition, you must be careful of the enemies hiding in the dark. These two Chinese supernatural beings cannot stay here for a long time. They are just recovering from their injuries and will leave sooner or later. Your real enemy is the guy who covets our family property, Fujino's branch, and people from other families. You must be careful to guard the family property alone, and this requires you to become a supernatural person. But, I have only one person left, who can help me? Otherwise, Grandpa, find a death row prisoner and let him die instead of you. Aren't there many old men locked up in the prison? Grandpa, you can hide and help me make a plan." Lanzi could no longer bear the sadness and hesitation in his heart, and said hastily, "Impossible. Shen Feng is not a simple person. If he doesn't pay the price, he won't let it go. Yengai beside him is easy to deal with. The city is not deep enough. The only person who needs to be careful is Shen Feng. Be careful when obtaining supernatural potions." The old man finally said to Lanzi. Lanzi had no choice but to listen to his grandfather's instructions patiently. Every time he thought that in the future, only he would live alone in the family, and everyone around him might covet his own family property. Ordered to do, I hope it can proceed smoothly. Chapter 515. When the morning came, Shen Feng put on clean clothes and dressed up a bit. Finally, He changed his slovenly appearance. His body has not recovered, but he is much better now, and it will take another month. It can become what it was before, and during this period, it is enough to hide in Kagoshima and observe the situation quietly. Walking out of the room, Shen Feng knocked on Yu Hengai's door and said, "Xiao Yu, let's go and watch the execution. It's time for these bastards to pay the price, only." Then did Yu Hengai slowly open the door and said, "I don't want to go. I don't want to see people hate my face." Yu Hengai listened to the crying in the city all night in the room, and often saw corpses covered with white cloths on the street. Originally, Yu Hengai could hypnotize himself, thinking that what he was doing was right, but in one night, Yu Hengai tossed and turned in the room, unable to sleep, and finally had to believe that he had caused countless families to fall apart. Yu Hengai had never killed ordinary people. It wasn't until yesterday that he suddenly discovered that ordinary people are far more vulnerable than he imagined, especially the elderly and children. Their bodies are weak, and once they enter the gravitational field, will die almost on the spot. In yesterday's battle, Yu Hengai didn't even know how many people he had killed, let alone how many families he had destroyed. Hearing this, Shen Feng quickly explained, "It's okay, we wear masks and sunglasses, others can't see us coming, and I asked them to keep our information secret. Now not many people in the city know us." Yu Hengai shook his head, and said in a depressed mood, "It's useless to deceive yourself and others. I killed a lot of ordinary people yesterday. If they were soldiers, it would be fine. They attacked me first, but last night I heard a lot of people crying. I found out that I seem to have done something wrong. I shouldn't use the ability to attack civilians." Seeing Yu Hengai's current state, Shen Feng couldn't lift his emotions at all, and quickly enlightened him, "Xiao Yu, you think too much. We are doing this helplessly. After the war starts, someone will definitely be injured, and someone will definitely die. Yes. Besides, 100 years ago, these guys killed millions of us, and now we are nothing, right? It was their fault that they killed people, and now I also kill people, killing innocent people. In this way, I also did something wrong. It is also a mistake, so there is no so-called difference." Yu Hengai said seriously. Shen Feng thought for a while. What Yu Hengai said is indeed reasonable, and his current state is really worrying. This matter is not in his heart. If he can't solve it, he will definitely be more entangled in the future of Xiao Yu. In fact, besides watching the execution, I have another purpose, which is to see what kind of transportation I can find next. We will go back after we finish recuperating. Don't you always want to return to China as soon as possible? No. See how the transportation works. In order to let Yu Hengai go out with him, Shen Feng started to make up nonsense. In fact, he had no intention of looking for transportation at all. Yu Hengai heard that Shen Feng had other things to do, so he could only reluctantly put on a mask, sunglasses, and thick clothes, and prepared to go out with Shen Feng. The two walked on the streets in the city, and they could see ruins of houses everywhere, many of which were destroyed by shells, and some of them collapsed in Yu Hengai's gravity field, and on both sides of the street, there are many white cloths wrapped in the corpses, and the weather is hot now, and the flies are flying everywhere. If the burial is not done soon, the corpses will soon stink. Shen Feng was fine looking at these corpses. After all, he didn't kill people, but Yu Hengai couldn't do it anymore. He looked at the many corpses on the ground and felt very sad. These people should be able to survive, but he only wanted to have fun for a while. Yes, when the power was used, many people were crushed to death and many families were destroyed. The dead are basically old people and children. Originally, it was not easy for old people to survive the apocalypse. As a result, Yu Hengai's appearance directly killed thousands of old people, as well as children. Children are the most innocent. Knowing nothing and dying suddenly as a result. I am a devil. I am a sinner. I did wrong. I did everything wrong. Yu Hengai murmured. Shen Feng heard Yu Hengai muttering to himself at this time, and had to shake his head slightly. This is not a question of the ability to bear psychological pressure, but a question of whether he has compassion. Now Yu Hengai is repenting for what he did wrong. It means that he has empathy, but if this situation worsens, maybe he will suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder soon. Shen Feng took Yu Hengai to the vicinity of the city center. Here, he came to the top of a hotel. Many people gathered in the square, and many of these people were dressed in sackcloth and white clothes. It could be seen that someone in their home had died. In the center of the square, a platform was built. The platform is very high, with a height of 8 or 9 meters. There are stairs beside the platform. If you want to go up, you have to take the stairs. Looking at this scene, Shen Feng felt nothing in his heart. For him, it is impossible for him not to pay any price after others attack him. In a word, a person cannot stand firm if he is not ruthless. He must let others know his strength and heart, in order to continue to stay in a foreign country. Yu Hengyi watched silently, his eyes numb. Soon, a car drove over from the square, and an old man in plain clothes got out of the car. He was escorted all the way to the bottom of the execution platform. It was written like this, because Fujino issued an order for the army to attack, which caused unnecessary conflicts with foreign supernatural beings, which caused heavy losses in the city. Now, Fujino knows his crimes, so he wants to commit suicide and apologize. Shen Feng originally thought that the hatred of these civilians would be transferred to this scapegoat. After all, if it weren't for the old man's order, many families would not be broken. The eyes of the executed old man were full of fanaticism, which was contrary to Shen Feng's guess. What's the situation? Don't these people hate the guy who started the war at all? Yu Hengyi also saw something was wrong and couldn't help asking. Shen Feng looked at the service staff around the hotel, and said to them, "Get out of here, don't come up. This hotel is also the property of the 7 big families. They got orders and they had to carry out the orders of the 2 without hesitation." So, after receiving Shen Feng's instructions, they hurried down, and finally only Shen Feng was left on the top floor. And Yu Hengyi at this time, Shen Feng explained, "Actually, Hua has always been full of so-called anti-war ideas. It seems that they love peace, but in fact they are not against war at all, but against defeat. They definitely did not hesitate to win and reap the benefits, but they lost, so they will reflect on it. Now, they are like this. That's right, that's really a terrifying nation." Yu Hengyi muttered at this time. The execution began. After the old man reached the execution platform, he knelt down and sat down. A white cloth was placed in front of him. On the white cloth was a short knife. Behind the old man stood a man with a long knife. Obviously, the person holding the long knife is the wrong person, that is, the guy in charge of execution. The purpose of interfering with the wrong person is very simple, that is, when the self-inflicted person cuts off the other person's head when the pain is unbearable, so as to prevent the other person from continuing to suffer during his lifetime. Help. This is the first time for Shen Feng to see someone else having a laparotomy, and his face is full of seriousness. He's thinking, why in this country, laparotomy is considered the glory of a warrior? Could it be that those who dare to have a laparotomy have great courage? Is that why you are admired by others? Yu Hengyi watched this scene intently, and now he also felt shocked. What kind of psychology do people in this country have? He even watched others be executed in public, and his eyes were full of fanaticism. Soon, the old man began to execute the execution. He took off all his shirts, held the short knife upside down with both hands, pierced his abdomen with one knife, and cut horizontally from right to left. During this process, he would endure great pain, and his hands could not bear trembling at this moment. Jiku Orin couldn't stand it any longer. He knew that this was the most painful time for the other party, so he drew out his samurai sword and slashed it down. In an instant, the square became quiet, and many people saw this. In one scene, tears welled up in his eyes. Shen Feng watched this scene lying on the edge of the fence, and said seriously, "I'm sure, these people will build a temple for this old man, and then organize students to visit him every year, and finally tell the story of this old man over and over again. It's just that these stories will be fabricated lies. And the hatred will be transferred to the 2 of us. How? Do you know?" Yu Hengyi looked at Shen Feng in puzzlement. Shen Feng replied in a deep voice, "Isn't this obvious? Thinking about the war criminals who were sentenced to death 100 years ago, weren't they all enshrined? They could do this 100 years ago, and they will be the same 100 years later. We'll do this. This is a very forbearing country. As long as we are weak, they will bite us hard. Since that's the case, why don't we come forward and ask them not to build temples? Isn't that all right?" Yu Hengyi felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't want people to hate him after a few generations. This feeling was deeply rooted in his bones. Shen Feng shook his head and said, "Impossible. If they are forbidden to build temples, they will also build museums. If museums are banned, they will also build memorial halls. If memorial halls are banned, they will also build ancestral halls. In short, it is impossible to prohibit, even if they throw their bodies into the sea. These people will still use clothes as souvenirs. Instead of banning this form of commemoration, it is better to let them be weak forever, so that there is no threat to us. That is enough, you. Hengai nodded. He has gained a lot of knowledge now. He never thought that there would be such vicious people in the world. He really needs to be careful. They have never forgotten the existence of hatred. This has not been forgotten while Shen Feng and Yu Hengai were standing by the fence of the hotel and watching the situation on the square. People in the square were also whispering, "Is there no one from Fujino's family to see him off? It seems that Mr. Fujino doesn't even have a drink from his relatives." Drink, it seems that all the men in the Fujino family have died, so no one can come to see them off, isn't there a granddaughter in their family? Why didn't she come? It seems that Ms. Fujino is only 16 years old, maybe she is too sad, so she can't come here. It's so pitiful. In order to protect the city, the Fujino family proposed suicide and apology. They are the benefactors of Kagoshima. All kinds of people were discussing in the square. They couldn't bear the current situation, and the seeds of hatred had already been planted in their hearts. In a corner of the square, Fujino Lanko was already in tears. Seeing her grandfather died with her own eyes, the sadness in her heart was uncontrollable. Then, she turned her head and looked at the hotel not far away. On the top floor of the hotel, there were two. The figure was silently watching, and she knew that these two people were the culprits. "I will definitely take revenge. You wait for me, but before that, I have to become a supernatural being," Fujino Lanko said silently in her heart. Chapter 516. After Shen Feng and Yu Hengai watched the execution, they planned to take a stroll around the city, but they found that there was a funeral going on in the city, and there was no place to get entertainment for a while, and Yu Hengai was also in a bad mood. He is still ashamed because he killed someone, and now he just wants to go back. Shen Feng originally wanted to go to the pier to have a look, but Yu Hengai was really not interested, so Shen Feng could only shrug his shoulders and prepare to take Yu Hengai back to his residence. The 7 big families controlled 70% of the wealth in Kagoshima, and the 7 families who were threatened could only follow Yu Hengai's orders. Not only did they find a spacious villa with its own garden and swimming pool, but also the cook that Yu Hengai said could cook Chinese food was also found, and the meteorite that Shen Feng had thrown outside the city before was also picked up, cleaned, and sent to Shen Feng's hands with such respect that even his son was not so filial. However, just when Shen Feng and Yu Hengai were about to return to the villa, they suddenly found a girl looking around outside the villa door. Looking and seeing this scene, Yu Hengai couldn't help but said, "Brother Feng, look, these 7 big families are really cunning. They even let people monitor us behind our backs. Do you want to drive her away? The people who watch us are the servants and chefs around us. They don't want to find such a girl to spy on us. It doesn't make sense at all. I think this girl might have other purposes." Shen Feng didn't think so. These are people sent by the 7 families. Even if they want to monitor themselves, they can't be so blatant. It is very easy to spy on a person. Just start with the closest person around this person, whether it is a servant or a chef. All of them are placed by their own people, so that if you want any information, then you have any information. Why sneak around if you send someone alone to monitor? If you don't do it well, you will anger the other party. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai walked over directly, and said to the girl, "Smi-Masai, what are you looking for?" The girl was startled, and turned around quickly, looking at Shen Feng and Yu Hengai, but after seeing their faces, she felt relieved, and then rushed forward to hug Yu Hengai, saying in Chinese, "Two people, a Chinese supernatural being, please help me. I originally studied here, but now I can't go back. I beg you to take me back." Neither Shen Feng nor Yu Hengai expected that the other party was actually from China. If they were fellow villagers, it would be much easier. It is always gratifying to see people from my hometown. This is the recognition from my hometown. Yu Hengai hurriedly pulled the woman away from him, and said seriously, "Whether a man or a woman can kiss each other, I know you are very excited, but now, we can't help you either. You guys are lying. Yesterday I clearly saw you coming here surrounded by the 7 major families. No one dares to disrespect you. I beg you, for the sake of our hometown, you must take me back." The girl quickly said. It turned out that she had seen Shen Feng and Yu Hengai entering here yesterday, so she looked around. Shen Feng shrugged and said, "I don't like useless people, so, what can you do? It's best to make it clear. If you are not useful at all, then go away, and I will ask someone to find you job, now." Shen Feng's words are more straightforward. Even if you are our fellow countrymen, it is impossible for us to take you directly, unless you can be useful. Yu Henggai felt that it was inappropriate for Shen Feng to do this. After all, he was from his hometown. He was away from home and could help as much as he could. It shouldn't be so harsh. However, he also knew that the way home was full of dangers. It is even difficult to save their lives, let alone other people, so the other party must be useful. The girl quickly said, "My name is Han Wan. I can translate for you. I have been studying here for several years. I have been studying here since high school. I know Japanese and I can translate. Okay, you can stay." Hearing what the other party said, Shen Feng immediately agreed. He happened to be in need of an interpreter. Isn't it good now? As for whether he can take her back, that can only be said later. After hearing this answer, Han Wan immediately showed a grateful expression on her face. Obviously, at this moment, she is very grateful to those who can help her. It would be the best if she could return to her own country. Shen Feng then took Han Wan back to the villa. The villa is very large, 300 square meters, 5 floors, and there are many rooms. Shen Feng casually pointed to a room on the second floor and said casually, "From now on, you stay here, you can just follow us during this time. It is good to have an exclusive chef." Yu Henggai said that he was hungry, and the chef immediately got busy. "Excuse me, my lord, what do you want to eat? I can cook many Chinese dishes." The chef asked respectfully. Yu Henggai said, "I want to eat fried dough sticks and soy milk." "You don't need to make too much. The 3 of us can eat it. For lunch, let's talk about it later. It depends on my elder brother." The chef quickly went to work. Both fried dough sticks and soy milk are relatively simple to make, but they are very classic. They will eat this stuff regardless of the north and south of the river. From the Daxinggan Mountains in the northeast to the Tenchong volcano in the southwest, there are soy milk and fried dough sticks. It is said to be a national-level diet soon. The chef brought up the soy milk and deep-fried dough sticks, which filled a large plate, but for Shen Feng and Yu Henggai, this was just filling their stomachs, which was far from full. Yu Henggai also disregarded his image. Since no one was watching anyway, he took a deep-fried dough stick and began to bite. 1 bite of deep-fried dough stick, 1 bite of sweet soy milk. It was refreshing. It's been a long time since I ate deep-fried dough sticks. It's really comfortable. Big brother, you're just too refined. You're so particular about eating deep-fried dough sticks. If this continues, when will you be full? Yu Henggai couldn't help but start eating after seeing Shen Feng's movements. Suggestions. It turned out that Shen Feng attached 2 fingers with wind blades, and when the 2 fingers were closed together, it was like scissors, cutting the fried dough sticks into pieces, soaking them in soy milk and eating them with chopsticks. The soaking is soft, not crispy enough. Yu Henggai can't stand it anymore. Shen Feng explained, "Everyone has their own way of eating. I have been eating this way since I was a child, and I am used to it. You can eat your own and leave me alone." Yu Henggai shrugged and didn't say anything. What's so delicious about soft fried dough sticks? But for Shen Feng, he is used to it. After soaking the fried dough sticks until soft, he can taste the taste of soy milk and fried dough sticks in his mouth at the same time, which is not bad. Han Wan's food is relatively gentle. She sips deep fried dough sticks, drinks soy milk from time to time. Her eyes are often looking at Shen Feng and Yu Henggai while the 3 of them were eating breakfast. The doorbell rang. Shen Feng got up to open the door. In the blink of an eye, he covered a distance of more than 30 meters and came to the door. When he opened it, there was a woman in a black suit standing outside the door. It looks like she was young when she was young. Her lower body was in a skirt, and she was dressed more formally, but there was a youthful aura on her body. "Master Shen Fu Io, I will be your translator from now on. For the next period of time, I will follow you to deal with various matters in the city. My name is Kasuharu Ranko. Please take care of me in the future." After the girl finished speaking, she turned to Shen Feng bowed. Shen Feng touched his chin and said, "No, go back. I have already found an interpreter. You are late. I don't need an interpreter here. You go back and tell your congressman or something. Just say, 'Don't bother me recently. I will speak up when I need you all.'" When Lanzi heard this, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. In her impression, the 7 families hadn't sent an interpreter yet. Moreover, she had already explained this matter, and the task of serving the supernatural being was given to Fujino Home. But now, why did a translator pop up all of a sudden? However, Lanzi was quick to gain wit and said quickly, Master Shen Feng, besides acting as an interpreter, I can also mobilize a certain amount of authority in the city. I am responsible for communicating between the 7 major families and you. Since you have an interpreter, naturally, I will not rush to replace you, but please leave it to me to act as a bridge of communication, otherwise, I will be punished by the minister. While speaking, Lanzi showed a look of anticipation. Shen Feng thought about it for a while, and it seemed to be the reason. To communicate with the 7 major families, someone needed to communicate with him. He couldn't come to the door every time, could he? Well, you can stay here. I will notify you when I need you. Let me think about it. You should live on the 1st floor. Shen Feng said casually, and then brought Kasahara Lanko home. Yu Hengai saw Shen Feng coming back with a woman, and asked, "What are you doing?" Could it be promoting healthcare products? The communicator is called Kasahara Renko. Just tell her if you need anything. Shen Feng justified casually, then, let's sit down and have a meal. I just happened to meet Han Wan. Yu Hengai said immediately, no, I've already had breakfast. Since the 2 adults are eating, I won't bother you for the time being. I'll go and decorate my room. Kasahara Renko refused with a smile. After finishing speaking, Kasahara Renko found a room and went in. The moment she closed the door, her face suddenly became gloomy. She did not expect that her plan would encounter problems. Obviously, as a translator, she could obtain the information of 2 supernatural beings. I like it, but I didn't expect that someone would be there first, and I would be late. Hey, is this Minister Yingdao? Investigate a person for me. The Chinese name is Han Wan. I want all her information and send it to me right away. I want her to disappear before my eyes. Lanzi immediately started to act. If someone is an eyesore, it must be removed. After Shen Feng and Yu Hengai had breakfast, Shen Feng entered the study room. Here, there is a computer where you can directly check various information about Kagashima, and what he cares most about is the news about China, preferably Yazhou. I don't know how the situation in Yazhou is. Shen Feng searched, but found that there was news from China, and it was about himself. The headline of the news read, "The great heroes Shen Feng and Yu Hengai encountered a typhoon on their way back to China. The whole country mourns." When I opened the news, there was an accompanying picture on the news, which was a black and white photo of myself and Yu Hengai. Shen Feng was taken aback for a moment, and thought, did they confirm that I was dead so easily? Isn't it too hasty? Gone. Looking down, Shen Feng discovered the whole story. It turned out that a fisherman found the bodies of himself and Yu Hengai on the southeast coast. Judging from the pictures, they were exactly the same as before. Next, Chang Haoji took the staff specially escorted the corpse back to Yazhou, but there was an accident on the road and the corpse accidentally fell into the water. That is to say, someone forged the bodies of me and Xianyu, and many people have been deceived. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Right now, Shen Feng has become a legendary hero in China, and the words Fengshen Kaiangu can often be seen in the comments under the news, which makes Shen Feng feel very uncomfortable. He is obviously still alive. It's a bit too much to help others mourn themselves. Continuing to look through the comments, Shen Feng found this comment, Shen Feng is not dead, he is the god of wind, how could he die in the typhoon? There must be something strange in it, I think. This must be a trick by Lord Fengshen to cover people's eyes and ears. Maybe one day, Lord Fengshen will appear. This comment is okay. Shen Feng said to himself. Chapter 517 Putting down the bowl and scolding mother. After Shen Feng saw the news that he and Yu Hengai had died, he immediately called Yu Hengai into the study, closed the door and started discussing, now, we are basically in a state of death in China, what do you think? Shen Feng asked first. Yu Hengai hesitated for a moment, and said, we can take this opportunity to hide. If we rashly reveal our identities, we may be attacked again. I don't want to encounter the previous battle again. Besides, the 2 of us have not fully recovered yet. If the siege is triggered again, we will definitely lose. Shen Feng fully agrees with Yu Hengai's statement. Now that Shen Feng can clarify the news of his death by revealing it this time, but in this way, if his position and identity are exposed, he will definitely encounter follow-up attacks. It is better to hide temporarily and recuperate. Wait until the injury recovers, then quietly return to the country, suddenly clarify the identity. In this way, wouldn't the truth be revealed? By the way, search for Qin Qa, I haven't heard about her for a long time. Yu Hengai couldn't help but said. Shen Feng quickly searched, but unfortunately, there is still no news about Qin Qi recently. It seems that Qin Qi just disappeared. Yu Hengai couldn't help sighing, and said, "This must be nothing to worry about." Shen Feng continued to search, and suddenly saw other news. China headquarters decided to set up an organization of supernatural beings, named Xianlong Bureau. "I'm going. The situation is changing. I haven't seen you for a few months. China has another supernatural organization. It's still an official one. Now, there are 3 official supernatural organizations." Shen Feng said to himself, "Click. To see, what does this organization do?" Yu Hengai also became interested. Originally, the earliest organization formed was the Ability Administration Bureau, and he himself was one of the first members. The organization suffered heavy losses at sea later, but it did not expect that now there is a Xianlong Bureau. Why is this? Shen Feng opened it and found out that the news said, since the Xianxong Bureau was disbanded, the captain Guang Chengfa has been imprisoned, and the Ability Administration Bureau is still performing tasks in various places, and the number of people with abilities is stretched. Therefore, the headquarters decided to reform a new organization of supernatural beings, in order to help the Supernatural Power Management Bureau share its worries. Your Ability Management Bureau is really too busy, and someone has come to share your responsibilities. Shen Feng said jokingly to Yu Hengai, sharing worries? Decentralization, right? If it wasn't for the Xianxong Bureau that pushed us out of the core, we are still performing tasks in the country, but now that the Xianxong Bureau has also been disbanded, it seems that someone has helped us vent our anger. Yu Hengai had a look on his face. Said indifferently at the beginning, Yu Hengai and others encountered the killing incident, and all of them were blown up to the sky, so no matter what dangerous tasks they were entrusted to themselves. As a result, the dangerous tasks were all in remote areas, some were abroad, some were in the desert, and some were in the deep mountains and old forests. The Xianxong Bureau stayed in Yanjing all the time, and instead received the attention of the headquarters for the Xianxong Bureau. The people in the Ability Management Bureau are very resentful, but unfortunately, the Xianxong Bureau was disbanded before the 2 organizations could decide the winner. When Shen Feng and Yu Hengai were watching the news in the study, Lan Zi, who was hiding in the room, had already found enough clues. She looked at the various files in the mobile phone, investigated what Han Wan had done, and wanted to deal with it. For her, it became easier. "You didn't do anything wrong, but you're the one who blocked my way. Now it's time for retribution to come to you." Lan Zi said to himself when it was time to eat lunch. Lan Zi walked out of the room, came to the dining table, and ate with Shen Feng and Yu Hengai. Shen Feng didn't care, just had one more person to test the poison for himself. Isn't that good? If there is poison in the food, if you eat it unknowingly, it will be bad. If you just let others eat it together, if there is any problem, it will be shown directly. Yu Hengai continued to talk about several northern dishes and asked the chef to cook them, such as pot-wrapped pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, fish jumping over the dragon's gate, and asked Shen Feng to talk about it. After thinking about it, Shen Feng chose spicy chicken and braised pork. Finally, order a fried pork with green peppers. The chef is also very professional. It is said that he once went to China for further training. It cannot be said that he knows all the dishes of the 8 major cuisines, but he has basically learned all the home-cooked dishes, and he also understands the essence of some special dishes. Full of the aroma of food during the meal, Shen Feng and Yu Hengai were still talking, and Han Wan was able to barely interject a few words. After all, the 3 of them are all from China, and they must have a sense of intimacy when they speak, while Lan Zi is in the middle of the conversation. Eating silently, not participating in anything, like an outsider at this moment, Shen Feng looked at Lan Zi on the side and said, "Kasahara, please contact the dock. I'll check the boats in a few days. Is there any suitable boats? We might use them." Lan Zi nodded quickly, and said seriously, "I will definitely contact my superiors and explain Mr. Shen's mission. I believe the ship will be ready at the pier." Shen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Now it seems that going south is the shortest route. He has already made a plan in his heart. As long as his injuries recover, he will leave by boat. When he leaves, he can still blackmail someone some of money. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lan Zi stood up and wanted to open the door, but Shen Feng was faster and came directly to the door. When he opened the door, he found that there was a staff member outside the door with a cup in his hand. Holding a document bag, he asked directly, "Excuse me, Is Ms. Sakurajima here? Here is the naturalization permit specially issued by the county, and the ID card is also inside. Please check it. Shen Feng was puzzled for a moment, and asked, who is Rika Sakurajima? The servants here? They still need naturalization permission. When Shen Feng was wondering, Han Wan at the dinner table stood up with a pale face, as if she had lost all blood, and she said slowly, this is my name. Shen Feng and Yu Hangai got angry when they heard this. Naturalization? It means, you want to join the nationality here? If there was a plan, I could take you back with me, but now it seems that you are already a foreigner, so what are we going to do? You can go. Shen Feng said lightly to the staff, then snatched the file bag over, and then directly closed the door. I thought you were a pretty good fellow, but now it seems that you have nothing to do with us. This is the proof of your naturalization. From now on, we are people from two countries. Shen Feng said coldly, and then put the documents. The bag was handed over. Han Wan quickly knelt on the ground and explained, my lords, please be considerate of me. I can't help it. I'm in a foreign country now. If I want to survive, I need an identity recognized by others. I can only apply for naturalization, otherwise, I will not be able to live at all. Besides, this is an application I made a year ago, and I have already forgotten it. I didn't expect them to send permission now. I can tear these things off. I am willing to follow you back home. This explanation can't dispel Shen Feng's anger, but it can be regarded as excusable, and Yu Hangai couldn't help but said, since it's for survival, that's fine. After all, life is the most important thing. At least she admitted it wrong, then forget it. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly. He had long heard that some people tried their best to study abroad in order to become a nationality of another country. Now Shen Feng believed it completely. A very reasonable excuse, since it's for survival, forget it. Shen Feng sighed. Only then did Han Wan get up from the ground, secretly thinking that it would be a great loss if she was driven away because of her nationality, and she couldn't help complaining in her heart, what the hell is going on with these people in Kagoshima? For business? I have been applying for a year, but I was not approved, and now, it is sent at such an important time. It is really hurting me. Seeing that Lenzi seems to be calming down now, she hastened to persuade her, Master Shen Fuio, please calm down. I believe that Sister Yingjima must have great ability, otherwise, it is impossible to get the permission of naturalization. Such a person talent, you must never drive away. Shen Feng originally planned to give up pursuing Han Wan, but now, being reminded by Kasahara Renko, Shen Feng suddenly became curious. What kind of ability does Han Wan have? He opened the file bag in his hand and began to read it, but it was all in Japanese, which he couldn't understand. Kasahara, come and translate, what are these written? Shen Feng waved directly and asked Kasahara to read these documents. Seeing this scene, Han Wan, who was still grateful for her escape, turned pale at this moment. She knew that everything was over. Well, okay. Lanzi stepped forward obediently, took the document bag, and began to translate the content on it. This is Miss Sakurajima's application form, which says, I admire your country, the status of women, because in our country, the status of women has been low for a long time, since ancient times. For example, the word in Chinese actually means that a female slave is locked in a house. In addition, there are words such as slave, maidservant, and prostitute, are insulting women, so I yearn to become a member of your country, and I am willing to sacrifice my life for your country. When Shen Feng heard these things, his face was full of anger at first, but then, Shen Feng gradually calmed down, but Yu Hangai was different. The more he listened to Lanzi's words, the more he hated Han Wan. The more serious it is, don't read it, don't read it. Han Wan panicked at this moment, knelt down to Shen Feng and Yu Hangai again, and said sincerely, my lords, it was not my original intention to write this application. I just wanted to live. I don't mean to discredit my country. I don't want to belittle the status of women in our country. I just want to live. Yes. Yes. If you want to live, then live here. Now, get out. Shen Feng said calmly. Now, after knowing the content of the application, Shen Feng no longer believed Han Wan's nonsense, because he was not someone who could be easily deceived. The woman in front of her looked young, probably a high school student, but what she did, even adults may not be able to do what they do. They constantly discredit their own country in order to join other countries. This kind of person obviously has no nostalgia for their own country. They are selfish and all for their own sake. Han Wan hurriedly begged and said, "No, I must go back. I can't live here. I have to work every day. If I don't work, I will have nothing to eat. I want to go back. Please help me. For the sake of our fellow villagers, you." Hengai walked over, grabbed Han Wan's hair, and slapped it directly. Pa. The slap was very loud, and half of Han Wan's face was swollen immediately, and then he dragged Han Wan as he walked. He said, "The person I hate the most in my life is the guy who picks up the bowl to eat and puts down the bowl to scold his mother. You have the ability to go to developed countries to enjoy the blessings during the Taiping festival. Studying abroad, when the end comes, you want to go back to the motherland to get protection, get out, although Yu Hengai is only a high school student, he already knows what he should know. What he hates the most is ignorance. It is not impossible to really join other countries, but you can't run to your own country just because the situation is wrong. Is this admiration for the culture of other countries, or simply wanting to enjoy benefits?" Han Wan was crying and didn't want to leave here. She was really fed up with her life here. She was being exploited by factory owners every day. She wanted to escape. This is another island country, and she didn't know where to go when she escaped from the city. So, after much deliberation, she could only think of returning to her former motherland. It's a pity that everyone is doomed to be responsible for the mistakes they have made. Han Wan's slanderous words in her naturalization application are destined to make Chinese people sad, and the reactions of Yu Hengai and Shen Feng at this time are also different. It proves that Han Wan was immediately thrown outside the villa. The security guard was also very sensible, and quickly came over and carried the woman away. Chapter 518, Lots of Impurities. When Yu Hengai threw a piece of grass outside the door, he turned around and said helplessly, "I'm really blind. I didn't expect this woman to be such a person. If I don't know, take her back. If so, then I did something wrong. If the other party was just a simple foreign student, Yu Hengai would not have such great malice, but when Yu Hengai heard the application written by Han Wan, he was angry at that time. This kind of thing of slandering the motherland in order to naturalize in another country is simply impossible. Forgive me, what's more, the status of women in China has long been equal to that of men." She tried every means to prove that the status of women in China is low, and instead provided an excuse for other countries to attack China. The more Yu Hengai thought about it, the more angry he became. He never thought that he was almost deceived. It is best for this kind of person never to return to China, otherwise, it will make others unable to eat. Shen Feng was also very helpless. He didn't expect his good intentions to almost do something bad, but from the surface, who knows what the other party has done? Now it is a good thing to break through the other party's disguise in time. Thinking of this, Shen Feng turned his head, looked at Ranko Kasahara, and said, "Now it seems that Ms. Kasahara is still needed to be the interpreter. Please, Lord Shenfu Io, you are too polite. This is my job. It is my blessing that I can be by your side at any time." Lanzi said hastily and modestly. In fact, at this time, Lanzi was already happy in her heart. After finding Han Wan's handle, she acted decisively and drove her away. If Han Wan stayed here, then her own chances of contact greatly reduced. Only by removing the obstacles in front of me can I further fulfill my grandfather's entrustment. Shen Feng suddenly thought of something, and quickly asked, "By the way, is there a laboratory in Kagoshima? If there is, I want to go in and have a look." Lan Zhu nodded quickly, and replied, "Yes, if you want to visit, I will contact you right away." "Do you want to go tomorrow?" "That's right, tomorrow will be over." Shen Feng replied affirmatively, and then the three of them continued to eat dinner. After Han Wan was kicked out of the residence, she was carried away by the security guards. When she reached the street, she threw it on the ground and the file bag by the way. The security guard turned and left, while Han Wan was after going through the transformation from heaven to hell. I obviously followed the two supernatural beings, and when they left, I could also follow the trend. As long as I returned to my country, it meant safety. But now, Han Wan was driven away out. Han Wan looked at the file bag in her hand, wishing she could tear it into pieces. If someone hadn't sent this thing suddenly, how could she be easily exposed? However, looking at the file bag in her hand, she was still unable to do it. After all, it was something that was obtained with great difficulty. If it was torn, the identity that had already been obtained would disappear again. At this point, Han Wan could only talk to herself, walking towards the distance, muttering as she walked, "As long as I don't say that I am a foreigner, I won't be rejected. Maybe, after I get a new I can live a better life in the future, if a consortium son can marry me, then I won't be able to suffer for the rest of my life. No matter how much you lament the lost things, it is impossible to come back. But Han Wan quickly cleared up her mood and prepared to live with a new identity. A better tomorrow is still waiting for her. However, when passing through a remote street, a van suddenly drove over on the street, and a group of big men got out of the car. With a rag in their hand, they covered Han Wan's mouth and nose with their hands, and soon Han Wan fell into a coma and didn't know anything. The rest of the big guys quickly put on sacks and moved them to the car. These big men exchanged words as they walked. It's a pity that such a beautiful little girl should be sent to a custom shop. If you think it's a pity, you can take care of her business more, but who made her offend the people above? The above said that it is her responsibility to prevent this woman from appearing in the sun again. Retribution. There is still a file bag here. What should I do? Throw it away. No matter what it is, most of it is useless to us. On the second day, Shen Feng and Yu Hangai took Lanzi and went out. The driver was already waiting outside the door. This is an extended version of the car, and ice drinks can be taken out of the car at any time, whether it is wine or orange juice drink. There is also a lot of space in the car. If you add another person, you can play mahjong in the car. There is a table right in the middle of the car. Shen Feng also brought a meteorite, and he conveniently placed a black lacquered meteorite on the table. Now, he took the meteorite to the research institute. In fact, to know the origin of the meteorite, Lanzi was also carefully looking at the meteorite on the table along the way. If this meteorite is from the same source as the meteorite that fell in the Pacific Ocean, wouldn't it mean that with this thing, an army of supernatural beings can be created? If this is the case, then you have to find a way to make a profit from it. After arriving at the research institute, Shen Feng immediately asked for a physicist to start researching. However, when the physicist appeared, he saw the big stone in Shen Feng's hand, and immediately asked, "Excuse me, what are you doing with a piece of meteorite?" Shen Feng couldn't understand what the physicist was talking about. This physicist was already a middle-aged man with a bald head, and he looked like he had experienced many vicissitudes. Fortunately, Shen Feng brought Kasahara Lanko with her, and Lanzi quickly translated, "Master Shen Fuio, this Mr. Morita is asking you, why are you holding a piece of meteorite?" Shen Feng frowned, pondered for a moment, and asked, "What is meteorite?" "Isn't this a meteorite, Professor?" Morita explained, "Meteorites in the world actually have many kinds of components. Although they are collectively called meteorites, some of them are meteorites, some are meteorites, and some are glass and other components, and I think the one in your hand is meteorites." Shen Feng and Yu Hangai were speechless when they heard this explanation. At first, they thought it was a good thing to offer as a treasure, but now it seems that it is just a lump of iron, which wasted their carrying along the way. "Brother, did you miscalculate? Is it useless to snatch it from the hands of the mutated plant?" Yu Hangai shrugged and said. Shen Feng was not reconciled, and said, "Let's do some research first. Isn't there a difference in composition? It can't be all metal elements, right?" Yes, let's study it first. Maybe there are differences inside the meteorite." Professor Morita also said hastily. Next, Morita scanned the meteorite with X-rays. It was useless because he couldn't see through the inside. Then he did a hardness test. It can be confirmed that the outside of the meteorite must be metal elements. As for the inside, if you don't cut it, you don't know what it looks like. Then, cut it open and have a look, so that I can give up." Shen Feng said helplessly. There is no cutting machine in the research institute, especially for cutting meteorites. In the end, a huge cutting machine can only be called from a nearby factory. After the meteorite is fixed, the huge blade starts cutting directly. Shen Feng and Yu Hangai standing in the distance, watching the spark shoot out. The meteorite was cut in half, and the meteorite was really tough. When the meteorite was cut, the blade of the cutting machine was almost scrapped. Shen Feng couldn't wait to step forward, prepared the cross-sections of the two meteorites and began to watch, but found that there were small white spots inside the meteorites. The meteorites were pitch black, giving people a hard texture. But there are impurities the size of sesame seeds. Looking at these densely packed white spots, Shen Feng suddenly became excited, and then asked, "Come and analyze for me. Are these white impurities the outer elements, Professor?" Morita was stunned. He didn't expect that there were so many impurities in the meteorite. It stands to reason that when entering the atmosphere, due to violent friction, the impurities in the meteorite were burned away. But now, the meteorite, there are white impurities in it. It's no problem to study its physical properties, but I haven't seen what an extraterrestrial element looks like before. Even if I got the data, I can't confirm whether it is an extraterrestrial element. Professor Morita said seriously. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said in his heart, "It seems like there won't be any blood, luckily I'm prepared." Shen Feng immediately took out a small glass bottle from his pocket. There was some off-white powder in it, which looked very inconspicuous. If others saw it, they would probably think it was a pile of chalk dust. You just use this thing to do a controlled experiment and tell you, this is the extraterrestrial element. Shen Feng said directly, "This is the extraterrestrial element? How did you get it? Is it real?" Professor Morita took the small bottle in Shen Feng's hand tremblingly. He never thought that he could see this thing appearing in his own eyes. Right now, these powders are the source of the power of the supernatural beings. If he can analyze the principles of the outer elements, he will definitely be famous all over the world. You don't need to know how it came about. It's not something you can ask. In short, just do the experiment. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. Shen Feng said sternly. Professor Morita also reacted, and quickly nodded in agreement. He knew the strength of these two supernatural beings. Today, Kagoshima is all under the control of the other party. Even if it is the army, it is impossible for them to be opponents. Now, just feel at ease to do the experiment next. Professor Morita carefully scraped off the white powder on the meteorite with tweezers. After scraping off about 1 gram of white powder, he took the powder and test items provided by Shen Feng to the laboratory. As for the cut meteorite, Shen Feng and Yu Hengai are holding each other half. If the white impurities are sure to be extraterrestrial elements, then Shen Feng and Yu Hengai are considered dead. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for the meteorite to be handled by others. Professor Morita immediately started to do the experiment. He did the experiment from morning until late at night. He didn't eat lunch or dinner. It can be regarded as paying off. Finally, Professor Morita raised his head from the test bench and said, "I have done hardness test, solubility test, crystal microscopic inspection and ultraviolet wavelength inspection, and I can tell you clearly that these two things are the same substance." When Shen Feng got this answer, he was immediately excited, and said proudly to Yu Hengai, "How is it? Is the elder brother rich in experience? If you don't care about it, you will really miss the Yue element for nothing. No wonder in a month's time, the mutated plants will grow, all thanks to the extraterrestrial elements, so they can mutate and evolve." Yu Hengai quickly said, "What are you waiting for? Take out the impurities in the meteorite." "Nonsense. These white powders are the main ingredient, and the meteorite is just an impurity." Shen Feng hurriedly corrected Yu Hengai's mistake. If the white powder is a useless substance, there is no doubt that it is an impurity, but now we know that these white powders are all extraterrestrial elements, so the black meteorite has become an impurity instead. That's right, let's hurry up and extract it. Yu Hengai also said excitedly, "Don't forget, you only have a quarter. It's already agreed before, don't try to take advantage of me." Shen Feng suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly said to Yu Hengai. Yu Hengai nodded helplessly, Okay, I won't fight with you, I just want to belong to a quarter of mine." Shen Feng felt a little regretful. If he had known that he would have occupied all of them at the beginning, it would be a pity to distribute the benefits to Yu Hengai now. Chapter 519. After Shen Feng and Yu Hengai determined that the impurities were extraterrestrial elements, they immediately began to remove the white powder. Shen Feng even took back his previous glass bottle. These extraterrestrial elements are extremely precious, even if it is 0.1 gram, it cannot be thrown away. Shen Feng was carefully scraping the powder with tweezers, and said while scraping, "I hope this thing can weigh a catty. Did Li Qi do the experiment himself before? It only takes 2.5 grams to create a superhuman. With a catty of extraterrestrial elements, I can train 400 supernatural beings. Let me see who dares to bully me." Yu Hengai also took the other half of the meteorite and kept scraping it, and said while scraping, "Don't think about being so beautiful. If there is a catty here, I will follow your surname." Shen Feng shrugged and didn't say anything. One needs to have expectations. What if the content of extraterrestrial elements in the meteorite is relatively high? Shen Feng and Yu Hengai scraped off all the white powder that could be seen, and then cut it into pieces with a cutting machine to ensure that no extra-universe elements would be missed. Lanzi couldn't help it when she saw this scene, wanting to step forward to help. "You two adults, Let me help you scrape together. No need. You go while sitting, and by the way, someone made a midnight snack and brought it over. Tonight, I'll eat something lighter, and 8 treasure porridge will be fine. Let's make it ourselves. Shen Feng said hastily. Shen Feng still only believes in his own people when it comes to extracting extraterrestrial elements. He doesn't believe in anyone except Yu Hangai beside him, and Yu Hangai is not a greedy guy. Qin Kui will not pose a threat to himself. Seeing that she couldn't intervene, Lanzi was a little helpless, and immediately contacted the chef to cook and deliver. How can I repair it? Grandpa let me get benefits from meteorites, but now these two people don't let me get close at all. It's too much? In this way, how can I get extra universe elements? How can I become a supernatural being? Lanzi thought anxiously in her heart. Although Lanzi was anxious in her heart, she didn't show anything on her face. She knew that if she was too obvious now, she would be suspected, so, no matter what, she could only try to stay calm. It was already dark. Shen Feng and Yu Hangai spent another 5 hours, and finally extracted all the extraterrestrial elements in it. Perhaps, there were some extraterrestrial elements in the pile of meteorite slices, but Shen Feng and Yu Hangai couldn't continue slicing. It was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, and Shen Feng and Yu Hangai's stomachs were growling with hunger. 8 treasure porridge had arrived, in a big tin bucket. Shen Feng thought for a while, and said to Lanzi, "You can drink some porridge to fill your belly, and we will weigh it." Lanzi heard this, quickly poured porridge and drank it, and thought to himself, "These two are really cautious, they even let me test the poison. No wonder Grandpa said that Shen Fuiao is the most troublesome. He really has too many eyes. I must find a way through other channels." Shen Feng weighed the extracted white powder on a precision electronic scale, and got the result, 113.79 grams. "Xiaoyu, look how I have taken care of you all this way. How about this? I will give you 13.79 grams and I will give you 15 grams. You don't need to look for it, the rest is mine." Shen Feng started to think of an idea at this time, so he said directly to Yu Hangai, "I'll go. Wang Shiren is not as ruthless as you. This is also called a quarter? You just give me a fraction, which is too much? You give me at least 25 grams, and the fraction is yours. I'm not greedy, okay?" Yu Hangai quit at that time. He had already made such concessions, but in the end, Shen Feng actually wanted to take advantage. "Okay, just as you said, 25 grams. Don't go back on your word, I'll weigh it to you right away." Shen Feng quickly insisted that he was actually trying to test it just now. Conceded, and Yu Hangai was really fooled. Shen Feng was able to pay 9 grams less of the extraterrestrial elements, which was a huge profit. Shen Feng divided the Yue elements into 2 parts, put them in small bottles, and sealed them with rubber stoppers. Then he took Yu Hangai to have a late-night snack. During the recovery period, nutrition is urgently needed. Lanzi had already drank 2 bowls of 8 treasure porridge, and stood aside silently waiting. Shen Feng was also convinced that 8 treasure porridge was not poisonous, so he began to drink porridge. The 8 treasures of 8 treasure porridge were quick seed, red dates, longan, purple rice, peanuts, lotus seeds, gorgon fruit, mung beans, and some 8 treasure porridge had more ingredients. Some will add assorted rice, some will add red beans. The recipes of rice pudding vary from place to place, and the nutritional content is quite high. Although it is already cold, Shen Feng and Yu Hangai still eat it with gusto. In a short while, nearly 30 liters of 8 treasure porridge was drunk by the 2 of them, and the stomach was full. "Brother, what to do with a meteorite?" Yu Hangai asked suddenly. Shen Feng looked at a large pile of meteorite slices on the test bench on one side. There must be some extraterrestrial elements inside, and these extraterrestrial elements cannot be extracted by themselves. Send it to the ironworks tomorrow, let them melt the meteoric iron, and make me 2 long swords, which should be no worse than titanium alloy. You can tell me what weapon you want. Shen Feng insisted with the idea of destroying what you can't get. You choose to send the meteorite to the iron factory. In this way, under the high temperature of thousands of degrees, the outer elements will disappear. Perhaps, the outer elements will eventually be destroyed. It fell into the slag, but no one will be able to extract it by then. Yu Hangai thought for a while and said, "Actually, I'm not suitable for using a sword as a weapon. Build me a heavy weapon. Let's make a dragon mace, and just hit people directly in the future." In ancient times, there was a weapon called a mace. In the storytelling, It was naturally Qin Shubao's exclusive weapon. The horse stepped on both sides of the Yellow River, and the mace hit the 6 prefectures of Shandong. It sounds majestic, but in fact, this weapon is used to break armor. Even as a secondary weapon, Qin Shubao probably also used the long spear, and Yu Hengai's ability is to control gravity. When others can't move, he can drop a heavy mace. This kind of power should not be underestimated. Here in Yu Hengai's description, Shen Feng couldn't help but said, "You like heavy weapons? Then why don't you build a drum-beating golden hammer? Li Yuanba's weapon, the weapon of the world's most heroic man, isn't it more majestic?" "Nonsense, it's too heavy. It's hard for me to wield it. It's fine to use a mace. 10 or 20 caddies is still no problem. If it weighs tens of caddies or hundreds of caddies, my hands will be tired and dislocated." Yu Hengai said nothing. Said angrily after a busy day, Shen Feng got the desired result. The Yu-Wei element has already been obtained, and he also got almost 90 grams of Yu-Wei element. With a good mood, now he wants to go back to rest and look at the sky. Now it's not too late. Packing the meteorite into a box, Shen Feng walked out with a small bottle containing the extraterrestrial elements. Yu Hengai and Lanzi hurriedly followed. The driver drove again, ready to return to the villa. On the way back, the car passed by a street with a red street view. The reason for the red street view is all because there are pink lanterns hanging here, surrounded by a dreamy scene, and there are many big sisters in simple clothes, standing scrumptious at the door. Shen Feng looked gloomy, and said to the driver, "Stop." Seeing the unhappy look on Shen Feng's face, Lanzi couldn't help feeling a little nervous, and asked, "Master Shen Fuio, did we do something wrong?" Lanzi has already seen that Shen Feng's complexion is not good looking now, so she is worried. Could it be that she got to know about driving Han Wan away? Shen Feng pointed to the street outside the car window, and asked seriously, "Do you know what this place is for?" Lan Zi was taken aback for a moment. Of course she knew what this place was. She could tell by looking at the lights. It was basically a nightclub, and there was a whole lot of it. In more common terms, it was the red light district, so she whispered, "This is a customs shop. What's the problem?" Shen Feng asked seriously, "Then do you know what the 3 customs are?" I don't know." Lanzi really didn't understand this word. After all, it was a common saying in China. Shen Feng explained, "The so-called 3 vulgarities are vulgar, vulgar, and kitsch." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng handed the small bottle on his body to Yu Hengai, and said with a serious face, "So, I don't like this group of vulgar women. I'm going to go against the 3 vulgar ones. You go back first, Xiaoyu. Take care of my things, Kasahara." Ranko saw Shen Feng and Shiran entered a store, and heard Shen Feng say such a lot of nonsense. She couldn't help being a little bit surprised. This Chinese supernatural person is not simple. Even if it is going to a nightclub, it can also be said so righteously. "Miss Kasahara, you don't need to worry about him. This bastard is like this outside, running the train with his mouth full. Let's go back. As for him, he will go back after dawn." Yu Hengai said casually, and then motioned the driver to drive back. Master Yu Hengai, don't you want to go together?" Lanzi asked cautiously. When Yu Hengai heard this, he immediately said righteously, "What are you talking about? Who am I? I have always been loyal to love. Besides, if I have someone I like, I will not betray her. Things will never happen in a lifetime." Lan Zi quickly praised, "You are really gentle. If your wife knows that you are so steadfast outside, she will be very happy." Yu Hengai didn't answer, but there was a smug smile on his face. He thought to himself, "HMPH, Shen Feng, you can just hang out outside, and when I go back, tell your wife about it. It depends on you. As for me, I can still reap a perfect love." Lanzi was still worried about how to obtain the supernatural potion. After all, a strong attack is impossible. Even the army cannot win, and methods such as poisoning are not enough. Shen Fuio is very vigilant. If he wants to obtain them, she can't do it in a short time, but now, she finds that the opportunity has come. At least she has found the other party's weakness. Lanzi remembered a Chinese saying, "The sea is open to all rivers, tolerance is great, a wall stands thousands of feet, and no desire is strong." That is to say, if a person has no desires and desires, then he is almost invincible and difficult to deal with. However, as long as one is a human being, it is impossible not to have a little desire. If there is desire, then the weakness will appear accordingly. Now, One person's weakness has been found, and the next step is to find another person's weakness. Lanzi thought silently in her heart. Yu Hengyi looked at the scenery outside the car window without saying anything, and in his eyes, the pink neighborhood seemed to not exist. It wasn't until dawn that Shen Feng returned home slowly. His body smelled of powder, and there were hickey marks on his face and neck. Can you stop doing things that are sorry for your wife? Be careful, I will go back and tell them. At this time, Yu Hengyi said to Shen Feng. Shen Feng turned his head and saw that Yu Hengyi was still sitting on the sofa in the living room, with dark circles on his face. The living room was not lit. Yu Hengyi was sitting in the darkness. There was light coming in from the floor-to-ceiling windows, and he could barely see the living room clearly inside the scene. What? Do you know? I'm trying to win glory for the country. Thinking about how many evil things the people of the What country did 100 years ago, I was also taking revenge on them. When I left, I didn't give any money. Just leave after playing. This is revenge. Shen Feng said righteously. HMPH, no matter how high-sounding your words are, they can't cover up the essence of what you're doing, and it's not pure lust. Yu Hengyi said lightly. What? About you? Why haven't you been sleeping? Still sending out your meaningless kindness? Shen Feng asked. It's not kindness, it's conscience. My conscience is torturing me. I can't sleep. Yu Hengyi thought of the people he had killed in the past few days, and his heart was tormented. He couldn't accept it, and destroyed thousands of families with his own hands. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520. When the sun shines in the morning and shines on the ground, people also get up to work. Work is especially important in the apocalypse. If it was 2 years ago, if you didn't work, you could still get part of the benefits, even if you didn't do anything. Under the protection of policies, ordinary people will not starve to death, but in the apocalypse, survival becomes cruel, because if you don't work, you must have nothing to eat. Moreover, having a job means that one can live in an orderly society. If even this last bit of order is lost, the end will really come. Shen Feng woke up immediately after being exposed to the sun, but he still wanted to continue to sleep, so he closed the curtains to block the sun, and continued to sleep deeply. The servants didn't dare to disturb him at this time, so they could only let Shen Feng go to sleep. It wasn't until noon that Shen Feng slowly got up, washed and brushed his teeth, and prepared to set off with a lot of meteorite slices. Walking into the living room, Yu Hengyi was asleep on the sofa, but the smell of alcohol could be smelled from afar. It seemed that Yu Hengyi was drunk. Shen Feng walked over with a frown, shook Yu Hengyi awake, and then said, Zio Yu, have you been drinking? Do you still want to follow me to the ironworks? Yu Hengyi waved his hands, turned his back to Shen Feng, and said, No, go by yourself, it's not a big deal anyway. Shen Feng had no choice but to shrug his shoulders, put on the meteor iron and prepare to set off, and Kasahara Ranko quickly followed. Sir Shenfu Io, do you need to wake up Lord Yu Hengyi to wake him up? Lanzi asked cautiously. Shen Feng shook his head and said, his conscience is being tortured, he can only fall asleep when he is drunk. What the hell, maybe it will be fine in a few days, let's go to the steel factory first. Shen Feng is still thinking about his twin swords. Since his titanium alloy long sword disappeared in Yanjing, Shen Feng hasn't used weapons much. After all, he can cast wind blade without the help of weapons, and now by chance, he got meteorite. He had heard that mixing meteorite into swords would make them extremely hard. Now Shen Feng wanted to try it, maybe it would be really effective. When Shen Feng arrived at the ironworks, Lanzi hurriedly stepped forward to negotiate, and someone immediately agreed to cast weapons. Shen Feng watched the meteorite melt in the furnace, so that even the extraterrestrial elements in it would be destroyed, evaporate at high temperature, or be oxidized. Now that the meteorite has been melted, Shen Feng is relieved. Now, except for the extraterrestrial elements on himself and Yu Hengyi, no one else can extract it from the meteorite. Miss Kasahara, are there any temples or other places near Kagoshima? If there are no temples, churches are also fine. The main thing is that someone can enlighten you. Shen Feng suddenly asked Kasahara Ranko. Lanzi thought for a while and replied, there are temples, but they are not in the city. After all, The city is full of construction facilities. There is a temple near Sakurajima volcano. Due to the barren terrain, there are no people living around it. But the place is outside the city, which is more dangerous. It doesn't matter, as long as there is a temple. We are going to visit it in a few days. I don't care about the danger. Shen Feng said lightly for Shen Feng, as long as the volcano does not erupt, then everything is fine. Whether there are zombies or mutant beasts, there is no threat to him. If he goes to the temple, maybe he can ask the host to enlighten Yuhangai so that he will not fall asleep. I can't sleep, and I drink too much. Lan Zi hesitated for a moment, then continued, I heard that there is a hot spring over there. Are you two adults going to have a look? And hot springs? That would be the best. I have never soaked in hot springs. I heard that they contain a lot of mineral ingredients and can also treat skin diseases. Then I will try it. Shen Feng's interest deepened immediately, and he had heard about it before. There are many benefits of soaking in hot springs, and now it seems that I can enjoy them in a few days. Japan is a place with many volcanoes. The most famous volcano is naturally Mount Fuji, but not only Mount Fuji is a volcano, many other volcanoes are also relatively famous, and in Kagoshima area, there are also volcanoes. Among them, Sakurajima volcano. There are records of eruptions more than 10 years ago. Having a volcano means that you have found a hot spring. After all, hot springs are always accompanied by volcanoes. Whether it is an active volcano or an extinct volcano, it is easy to find hot springs nearby. In China, some places are called hot springs, but the actual most of them are heated by artificially boiling water. It is still very luxurious to soak in hot springs in China. Basically, you can only go to southern Yunnan to enjoy real hot springs. Shen Feng heard that there is a hot spring near the temple, and he immediately became interested. He didn't expect such a good place here, so he first took Yuhangai to the temple to enlighten him, at least let the old monk comfort him, and then he can go to the hot springs. However, at this time, Lan Zi continued, but because it is too far away from the city, there are no people living there, otherwise I will report to the superiors and ask them to repair the hot spring, which will take a few days. That's alright, fix the hot spring as soon as possible, I must enjoy the pure natural hot spring. Shen Feng said to himself afterwards. Shen Feng also left the steelworks. The meteoric iron had melted, and the next forging was the work of these workers. Most of the extraterrestrial elements were also removed, and he just waited for the finished product. Of course, pure meteoric iron is not enough material to make 2 long swords and a mace. Therefore, steel needs to be mixed into a weapon, and the final effect of the weapon can only be known after it is forged. Shen Feng is free, hiding in the study and reading comics. He's thinking, if he goes back, should he take a lot of comics with him? Anyway, seeing that there are many boats on the pier, it is not a problem to take a ferry by himself. However, I don't know how to drive a boat. This is a very serious problem. Lan Zi went out quietly at this time, and she went directly to the government building. After arriving in the meeting room, someone soon notified the main personnel to come to the meeting. The power in Kagoshima is controlled by the big family in the hands. It has been like this since ancient times. This is completely a disguised family power. The power will always be in the hands of several families and will never be transferred, and Lan Zi is the person in power of the Fujino family. No matter what, others want to give face. Besides, in the minds of a bunch of mudlegs, Mr. Fujino is a hero who died for the safety of Kagoshima. It has been paid more attention to. As a result, people from other families also came here, preparing for a meeting. This time, I have invited all uncles here to discuss revenge. Now, I have discovered the weakness of 2 supernatural beings. One of them is lustful, and the other likes to drink. I am going to set up a scheme to get them to leave Kagoshima. Once we leave the city and enter our trap, our chances of winning will be greatly increased, and I am also planning to contact Tokyo to ask them to send supernatural beings to assist us. Lan Zi said straight to the point. Forget it, Lan Zi, I know you really want to take revenge, but these 2 are too strong. If you can't deal with it, they will usher in their revenge. Now they stay quietly in the city. Isn't it good? Why take the risk? Someone soon raised objections. Others did not support Lan Zi's suggestion, but said seriously, these 2 are too powerful. We can't defeat them, and if we ask Tokyo for support, Tokyo will take the opportunity to blackmail us. When the time comes, we will also pay a higher price, which is not worth it. Lan Zi seemed to have anticipated the opposition from everyone, And she said directly to the power holders of several families, I know that uncles are very conservative and think that it is enough to solve the current problem with the least price, even if we have surrender, even if we say nothing to the outside world, even if we die more than 5,000 people, it is nothing compared to the benefits we can obtain in the future, but I want to tell you that now is the end, and only power is the most eternal. So, we are not as powerful as the other party, so don't do things that make them angry. When they recover from their injuries, they will leave here. This is what they meant before. Someone replied immediately, if it is said that we are not as powerful as the other party now, it is because of the existence of supernatural powers. I admit that in the current world, only those with supernatural powers are truly strong. But do you know? Now Kagoshima is one. There are no supernatural beings who will protect us. Lanzi continued to ask. At this time, Matsushita said, you are wrong. As for the supernatural being, we already have one. Although he is still a child, he is a genuine supernatural being. Now, we have protected him and are in the hospital. Observe the situation. That's right. As far as I know, the child's ability to become a supernatural user was also caused by the supernatural potion Shen Feng carried on his body. This cannot be refuted, right? Then, if we can snatch the supernatural potion, can't you also become a supernatural person? Lanzi asked the most core question, why not snatch the supernatural potion? Our strength can't beat them. Once we ask for support, the power potion will fall into the hands of a group of people in Tokyo, and we will be oppressed even worse in the future. Instead of handing over the power potion to others people, it's better to do nothing. This is the answer of others. Lanzi looked around and found that no one in these families supported him at all. Obviously these people were in high positions, but they were very timid in doing things, and they were completely unwilling to take the slightest risk at this time. Lanzi could only seriously say, I still have more information about the elements that can turn people into supernatural beings. This element comes from outside the Earth, or even outside the solar system. Zombies will appear, that is, because meteorites from outside the solar system fell into the Pacific Ocean, eventually leading to the emergence of viruses, and after elements enter the human body, they can become supernatural beings. So, what? Before more than 200 supernatural beings entered God's domain to salvage meteorites, they were almost wiped out. Fortunately, the commander of Zhonghu was smart and chose a route to avoid the attack of sea beasts. Only then did they survive. It is impossible to snatch the meteorite from the hands of sea beasts. This is the most important thing I want to say. In the hands of Shen Feng and Yi Hangyu, there are more than 100 grams of elements. It is enough to train more than 40 supernatural beings. And this matter is currently only me and few people know about it, but Tokyo definitely doesn't know about it, Lanzi said slowly. Is what you said true? They really have so many elements. When everyone heard this, they immediately sat up straight. Originally, they planned to perfunctory this little girl, but now, they heard that there are so many elements. The outer element of the universe was immediately moved. Matsushita said directly, if this is true, then we can ask the supernatural beings in Tokyo for help. After killing these two enemies, we will use the supernatural medicine as a reward. However, more than 100-gram elements, we can accept them ourselves. Everyone had long heard that Shen Feng and the two had supernatural potions on their bodies, but the quantity would not be too many. According to the orphans at the shrine, there were only 5 or 6 green potions. Due to the powerful strength of the enemy, they didn't dare to move their minds. If they asked Tokyo to take action, then the supernatural potion would not have their share, so everyone planned to calm down. But now, the other party still has extraterrestrial elements in their hands, and other people don't know about it. As long as they hide it secretly, they can cultivate more than 40 supernatural beings, and the number can directly exceed the number of supernatural beings in Tokyo. 4. The future of Kagoshima. It seems that I can only take risks. I will contact Tokyo immediately, and you should act quickly. Be sure to prepare enough means. You must go all out to deal with 2 powerful supernatural beings. Afterwards, immediately, someone made a decision that for so many extraterrestrial elements, it is now necessary to take risks. Seeing the current scene, Lanzi immediately became excited, and thought silently, Grandpa, it seems that I will soon be able to avenge you. The 2 bad guys who drove you to death, I will send them to hell. Chapter 521 Intestinal Piercing Poison. For the next few days, Yu Hengyi got so drunk every day that he couldn't sleep at all without drinking. he discovered that his conscience had been torturing his brain. Every moment, the street covered with white cloth would suddenly appear in his mind. The dead bodies, many innocent people, were killed by him using his abilities. Shen Feng couldn't stand it anymore, and couldn't help but said to Yu Hangai, "Alcohol is a gut-piercing poison, so I never touch it, and you'd better not drink too much, even if you are a supernatural person. According to your, if this situation continues, he will suffer from liver cancer in a few years." Yu Hangai looked at Shen Feng with drunken eyes, and said seriously, "You still say me? Why did you forget the second half of the sentence? It's a bone-scraping steel knife, so you just say where have you been all of a sudden these few nights? Yes, aren't you going to be stabbed? Nonsense. I admire the loyal and unparalleled Guan Eri. I admired Guan Eri when he scraped the bones to heal poison. Don't you want to give it a try?" Shen Feng didn't feel ashamed and went along after hearing Yu Hangai's words. He continued, seemingly not shy at all. Yu Hangai poured a sip of pine wine into his mouth, and said directly, "Just wait, I don't care about you now, and I have no right to care about you. When I return to Zhonghua, I will reveal all the things you have done these days. See what you do. I want to see if you are still so tough in front of your two wives. This is your fault. Everyone has a family and they just go out to play. It's too much for you to go online." Shen Feng's tone softened when he heard Yu Hangai say this. After all, he was really scared he was questioned by Chang Jianyi Xingshi. "You can talk about it later when you go back. It's useless for you to tell me these things." Yu Hangai continued to drink. As soon as Shen Feng heard this, he immediately made up his mind. To deal with Yu Hangai, he can't use hard ones, only soft ones. Today's young people are full of blood. Once they are provoked, they will become crazy wild donkeys, and they will not be able to pull them back. Therefore, when dealing with young people, we should be soft, say more good things, and understand them with reason. With love. Okay, I won't tell you these things anymore. I have thought about it too. You have been drinking these days. In fact, you can't figure out what is going on in your heart. I have already found a temple that can just enlighten you. Today at noon go, get ready." Shen Feng hastily said to Yu Hangai. When Yu Hangai heard Shen Feng talk about this matter, he also thought it was good. Although he didn't believe in gods and Buddhas, his concern at the moment was murder in the traditional sense, and perhaps going to the temple can be resolved. Yu Hangai nodded in agreement. It just so happened that at this time, someone brought a weapon forged in the iron factory, and Shen Feng couldn't wait to take it over immediately. It was a large sandalwood box containing a weapon. There is a black mace with a dragon's head carved on the handle, perhaps because it is mixed with meteoric iron. This mace looks very black, and it is a one-piece design, so it is relatively heavy to start with. "Xiao, this is your weapon. Look at how kind I am to you. I never forgot you when I made the weapon." Shen Feng casually handed the weapon over. Yu Hangai took it over and looked it over, and found that it was a heavy weapon weighing more than 10 kilograms. If you smash it down with a mace, it doesn't matter whether you are wearing armor or not, the armor that should be broken will be broken. Shen Feng also took out his two swords and took a look. He pulled them out of the scabbard, and they were also gray-black. This is a Chinese long sword, and it is a one-handed sword. It looks thick and heavy texture. This weapon will not reflect light when used at night, and it is extremely tough. You must try it when you get a chance. Shen Feng said with a smile. At noon, Yu Hangai washed his face to sober up, ate 2 bowls of rice casually, and was ready to go out. Shen Feng thought about it. Shen Feng put the 100-year-old orchid fruit directly in the room, Kasahara, the hot spring. "No, is the temple ready? We are going to go, is it okay?" Shen Feng asked directly. Lan Zi said quickly, "It's all cleaned up, and there is also an abbot in the temple. I have already told him in advance, and I can go there anytime." After getting this answer, Shen Feng nodded and prepared to set off, not forgetting to bring both his own and Yu Hangai's weapons with him before going out. After Lan Zi saw this scene, she couldn't help but think in her heart, "Now, the trap is ready, just waiting for them to enter. Tokyo has sent 8 supernatural beings. They must be able to win, right? I must get the extraterrestrial elements, I must become a supernatural being." The temple's in the middle of the mountain, on a mountain near the volcano, tens of kilometers away from the city. It departs at noon and arrives in the evening. Mutant beasts often appear in the mountains. Black bears and mutated wild dogs can often be seen also. I heard that there are leopards and wild boars in the mountains. If ordinary people live in the mountains, they will definitely not be able to survive. However, even so, Shen Feng still saw many farmers farming on the side of the road. These people were unwilling to enter the city even if they were threatened with life by mutant beasts. The scenery is not bad, and the forest is very lush. Seeing the beautiful scenery, Yu Henggai couldn't help but feel more comfortable. Ever since Confucius said the words that the benevolent enjoy mountains and the wise enjoy water, Chinese people always like to observe the nature of mountains and rivers. As for the beautiful scenery, Yu Henggai was also influenced by it. Seeing the wonderful scenery, his mood improved accordingly, but at this time, Shen Feng noticed something was wrong, frowned and looked at the mountains on both sides of the road, and said to himself, the forest is deep and the trees are dense, and there are few people around, and there is no dangerous terrain around. It seems that we can't stay here for a long time. Stay. When Yu Henggai heard what Shen Feng said, he knew that Shen Feng had committed an old problem, so he couldn't help but said, we are here to worship Buddha, not to fight. You see, you are so nervous, you are too careful, Lan Miss Z. Do you think so? Shen Feng said seriously, you must observe the terrain at all times, otherwise, you will not even be able to find a place to escape at critical moments, and you will follow my luck. If you were outside alone, you must have been counted on. Yu Henggai shrugged, disapproving. It was already evening, and there were only 4 people in the car, except the driver, Shen Feng, and Yu Henggai, and Lan Zi, who followed as a translator. The sun was about to set, and the surrounding woods were all orange-red, and it looked like Zhao said a few people finally came to the temple. This is a temple built halfway up the mountain. If you climb the mountain, you can still see the huge Sakurajima volcano. There used to be villages nearby, but it is a pity that after the outbreak of zombies, these villages, the people here are all dead, so this place will be abandoned. Otherwise, it used to be considered a popular tourist area, and it can earn a lot of money every year. My lords, this way, please. This is Tongming Temple. This is the abbot, called He Tian. Near the temple, a hot spring hotel has been prepared. After paying homage to the Buddha, you can go to the hotel to rest. Lanzi quickly introduced Roju Henggai immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, Master, hello, I have been troubled by many problems that I can't solve, and I still need you to solve them for me. When He Tian heard this, he clasped his hands together and bowed slightly, and said, please follow me into the temple. All questions will be discussed after paying homage to the Buddha. Maybe I can solve the doubts in your mind. Shen Feng ignored the monk, but began to look around the temple. The more he looked, the more strange it became. Although there is a village around the temple, it has long been deserted. As a result, the temple here was cleaned up. Cleaning, obviously there are only 4 or 5 young monks and 1 abbot here, so it must be very difficult to clean such a large area. There were 2 long swords hanging around Shen Feng's waist. Just as he was about to walk in, a young monk stood up and pointed to the long sword on Shen Feng's waist and said, Sir, it will offend the Buddha to enter the temple with a sword. Please stay outside. Get out. If the Buddha is not happy, let the Buddha tell me, you shouldn't be making noise here. Shen Feng said casually, completely ignoring the little monk, and went in behind the abbot, who bumped into him with a gray nose. He dared not say anything. Shen Feng was still worried, cast a company like the wind, and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant, like a ghost. This move directly shocked everyone present, especially Lan Zi, who had clearly seen Shen Feng before. Standing in front of him, but disappearing in the next second, this speed is hard to see with the naked eye. Master, don't be offended. My elder brother is suspicious by nature. He just looks casually. He is not a bad person. Yu Henggai hurriedly defended Shen Feng. Master He Tian didn't say anything, and continued to walk forward with the 2 of them, but suddenly found that Shen Feng was standing on the top of the Dakshan Palace, looking into the distance. Master, look at him standing on the top of the Buddha, that's disrespectful. Another young monk was dissatisfied with Shen Feng's behavior and couldn't help complaining. Of course Abbot Hishan knew that this was disrespectful, which was equivalent to desecrating his faith on the spot, but he also knew that these people had a lot of background and must not be provoked. Let him go. Let's go in and have a look. There are differences between Japanese monks and Chinese monks. Chinese monks wear gray-blue or light yellow monk uniforms, at most with red cassocks, but Japanese monks wear gray monk uniforms with wearing a black cassock. Here, red and purple are not loved. What is advocated here is black and white. Shen Feng stood in the Dakshan Palace and looked around, but found nothing. It seemed that he was overthinking, so he thought silently in his heart, "That's right, the people in Kagoshima have been scared by us. How dare you plot against us now? There are at most a few mutant beasts around, don't worry too much." Next, he came down from the roof. After Yu Hengai paid his respects to the Buddha, he asked Lanzi to translate his doubts for himself. "I killed many people by accident before. I feel that I did something wrong, and now I can't sleep every day. Master, please help me. How can I relieve the pain in my heart?" Shen didn't understand Chinese very well, so he had to explain through Lanzi's translator. "Sir, it's a good thing that you can realize your mistakes. This proves that your kindness has always been kept in your heart, but after all, you can't always keep things in your heart. In fact, even the dead cannot be resurrected. If you feel guilty, then find a way to supplement the family members of the deceased. In this way, this is considered to be a good deed. In the cycle of cause and effect, a good deed cancels out an evil deed." After hearing this explanation, Yu Hengai suddenly became enlightened and said, "Yes, I can compensate the families of the deceased, so that my crimes will be alleviated." Shen Feng looked at the two sitting on the futon and chatting coldly, and couldn't help but start complaining in his heart. It is said that nothing can be taken away, except karma. This Yu Hengai is too easy to be deceived, so if the crime can be alleviated, that's too easy. Just spend money, sir. If you feel that compensating their families is not enough, you can do more good deeds to gain merit. After accumulating merit, even the Buddha will be moved by your actions." The abbot continued. Shen Feng sat at the side and interjected, "Xiao Yu, let's go. I will take you to the pier to sell fish some other day, and then throw it into the sea. As much merit as you want, you will have as much merit as you want." No one knows better than the Chinese people about things like making merits and virtues. Among them, the release of animals has been played out. There are clouds to release animals, that is, after paying money online, some large farmers personally release animals. In the water, you can also shoot videos, and by the way, post a message in the circle of friends, Amitabha, praise with joy. Shen Feng said heartily, "I will release 50 kWh electricity some other day to see if the Buddha will give me 100 caddies of fish." Chapter 522 Long planned. After communicating with the master, Yu Hengai felt that he had gained a new life. In fact, this is because the authorities are obsessed with onlookers. Yu Hengai, who is in the vortex, cannot see himself clearly. He is still immersed in the crime of killing innocent people. Now this at that time, I was ordered by the master to play a few words, and I immediately figured it out. I will do good deeds tomorrow, and I will accumulate merit. The suggestion of releasing life is also very good, and I want to try it," Yu Hengai said excitedly. Shen Feng shrugged. He didn't intend to stop Yu Hengai. He didn't think that doing good deeds could accumulate merit, but Yu Hengai could use this method to get out of the shadows, and that was enough. Abbot Shen also said at this time, doing good deeds does not accumulate merit overnight. It must be done in the long run. Don't rush for a while. It is better to live in the temple for a few days. Speaking of it, former tourists always like to climb to the top of the mountain. Going to see the sunrise, the beautiful scenery is very gratifying. Why don't you two also go to see it? Yu Hengai immediately wanted to agree. He had seen all kinds of beautiful scenery in the mountains during the day, and he felt better. It would be even better if he could see the sunrise in the morning, but Shen Feng refused straight away. "No, we'll stay for one night and leave tomorrow." Shen Feng had been vaguely feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. After much deliberation, it would be better to go back as soon as possible. Yu Hengai was not stubborn either, and quickly said, "Then come again next time if you are destined. We have more important things to do." It was getting late, and the electricity in the mountains had long been cut off. Candles have always been used for lighting in the temple. A young monk lit 50 candles in the Buddhist hall to illuminate the scene in the main hall, but it was still slightly blurry dim. "Xiao Yu, let's go. Let's go to the hot springs. I have had people clean the surrounding hotels before." Shen Feng immediately called Yu Hengai, preparing to live in the hot spring hotels. Yu Hengai rejected Shen Feng's suggestion, but said directly, "I still want to continue talking about merit and karma with the abbot. Brother, you can go by yourself. I don't care about hot springs or anything." Shen Feng nodded, left Yu Hengai's hyper dragon mace behind, and then left the temple. The mountains are very dark. As long as the sun sets, you can't see your fingers, and the surrounding trees look like ghosts walking around. Not far from the temple is the hot spring hotel. There is no generator in the temple, but there are lights shining in the hotel. Obviously, because of Shen Feng's order, someone has already prepared a hot spring hotel, even if it is electricity. The system is also guaranteed. As soon as he entered the hotel, Shen Feng smelled a pungent sulfur smell, which is quite normal. Natural hot springs basically contain sulfur, and this is also the principle that hot springs can treat skin diseases. Skin moss is a fungus that infects human skin, and minerals such as sulfur can kill fungi, so the principle that soaking in hot springs can treat skin diseases appears in this way. After smelling the smell of sulfur, Shen Feng also believed that this was a real hot spring. Although it smelled a bit stinky, at least it was a real hot spring. Mr. Shen, the hot spring is ready and can be used at any time. The staff bowed to Shen Feng. It can be seen that they have worked in the service industry for many years, otherwise, such a standard bow would not be possible. Period. Shen Feng nodded, then went to the changing room to change clothes, got into the water with a bath towel around his waist, put the supernatural potion and extraterrestrial elements in the basket, and kept it with him all the time, except for the important things. Shen Feng. He also carries 2 long swords on his body to ensure that he can fight at any time. The hot spring is very hot when it comes out of the spring, and the temperature can reach more than 70 degrees, and this hotel has specially built a water diversion device from the spring to guide the spring water in the spring into the pool. During this period, the heat of the hot spring will lose a lot. When it flows into the pool, the temperature is just right for soaking. There is a layer of water mist on the surface of the hot spring, and the facilities in the distance cannot be seen clearly. Shen Feng immersed his body in the water and immediately felt comfortable all over his body. It seemed that every pore was opened, and the warm spring water wrapped his body. A big treat. There are fences around the hot springs, and the entire pool is enclosed, and excess spring water will flow away from the pipes. However, at this moment, more than a dozen beautiful women came out from the entrance of the hot spring, and they were about to approach Shen Feng. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng immediately understood. It seems that a group of people in Kagoshima have already figured out their preferences, so they took the initiative to send people up at this time. Smiling, I can't see any reluctance from them. However, at this time Shen Feng was not on the mood, so he said directly, "Go out, don't bother me. I'm not in the mood today." If it was in the city, where there were feasting scenes and so many beautiful women around him, then Shen Feng would not be able to become Liu Zihu. Maybe he would have succumbed, but now, Shen Feng stayed behind in the deep mountains and old forests, and the surrounding people. The woods were dense, and Shen Feng immediately became vigilant and didn't dare to be careless, so he lost his mood. After a group of women heard Shen Feng's words, the smiles on their faces immediately froze. The task they received was to confuse each other with their bodies. There are 2 brushes, and several of them were actresses who went to sea before. They have good looks and figures, and ordinary men can't control them at all, not to mention that they are facing a lustful guy. But now, Shen Feng directly refused the service of these people, which made them feel frustrated. These women still wanted to move forward, and the words in their mouths became delicate, as if they wanted to be cared for. "I tell you to get out. Can't you hear me?" Shen Feng's tone became severe at this time, and looking at his face again, an angry look had already appeared. Now, the women didn't dare to stay, and left in a hurry, but went to the nearby hot springs. From time to time, they could hear the laughter of these women from the fence, as if they were very happy. Sex is a bone-scraping steel knife. Ziyu seems to be right. If I really fall into the red powder cave, my vigilance will also be lowered. Shen Feng said to himself. He could feel himself like this. I was a little slack when I was recuperating for a period of time. This is not okay. There are crises everywhere in the end of the world. If you lose your vigilance easily, the problem will definitely be serious. On another mountain, 8 young men and women are eating bread on the top of the mountain. While eating bread, they are still complaining, "We are noble supernatural beings. Before this, no matter where we went, we were treated respectfully. Now fortunately, we still have to stay on the mountain to feed the mosquitoes." While talking, a man raised his hand and slapped a blood-sucking mosquito to death. "Don't complain. We have a mission, and this time the assassination targets are supernatural beings. I heard that they are very powerful. According to the information sent by Panasonic, one of these 2 people can control the wind, and the other can control the wind. A person who controls gravity and is likely to break through the evolution barrier, this kind of person cannot be underestimated." Immediately after that, A tall woman yelled. The others shut up immediately. Now this woman is their leader. In a country where men are superior to women, there is only one explanation for the emergence of a female leader. This woman is very strong, otherwise, it is completely impossible for her to gain command. But, big sister, we have already arrived here by helicopter the day before yesterday, but now we need to wait for 2 days. The people in Kagoshima didn't give me accurate information. Do we have to keep going? Do you want to wait? A team member asked a question. The 8 of them are all supernatural beings who came to support by helicopter from Tokyo, because Kagoshima guaranteed that they would be paid for the supernatural potion, and Tokyo attached great importance to this matter, so they immediately sent the superhumans to come. Assassination. It is conservatively estimated that as long as 2 supernatural enemies are killed, 2 supernatural potions can be obtained. If these 2 enemies really have supernatural potions on them, then Tokyo will make a lot of money. The woman was very dissatisfied when she saw the team members around her, so she could only reveal a little key information. Listen up, we are special assassins, so we must do things that are sure. The more things that can increase the winning rate, the more you have to do it. The people in Kagoshima have prepared a trap. They will first use a woman to consume the physical strength of a supernatural person, and then find a way to get another supernatural person drunk. As long as the supernatural person who uses gravity is drunk, we have a 70% chance of winning, and if the person with the wind power consumes his physical strength, our chance of winning is 90%. These people really underestimate us. We have a total of 8 supernatural beings here, and we can kill them if we go directly. In the end, we insisted on a sneak attack, which insulted the dignity of my warrior. Not at all. Fair and honest. A man in a kimono said disdainfully. This person can tell by looking at his clothes that most of his ancestors were born in a samurai family, so he has been indoctrinated with the idea of loyalty. Moreover, he was brainwashed by Bushido to pay attention to the honor of a samurai. Such things as sneak attacks are those ninjas who are not on the stage. How could a samurai do such a despicable thing? Urashima, your way of thinking is very wrong. We are not samurai now, but an assassination organization. Our mission is not to challenge openly, but to find ways to kill the enemy. The woman immediately scolded. Urashima turned his head away and said nothing at this time. The woman continued, we are the main combatants of this operation. We only have half an hour from the start of the operation. After half an hour, we will retreat immediately, because a group of people in Kagoshima will launch thermite plate. When the time comes, we will be covered too. It's really vicious. In order to eliminate the supernatural beings, even thermite missiles are used. In other words, why don't they bomb directly? Urashima was puzzled when he heard this plan. Since it can carry out cover strikes, why let yourself do it? It is said that the little princess of the Fujino family is inside, so they will not kill them until the last moment. The woman explained. At this moment, the walkie-talkie on the woman's waist rang, and then a message came out of the walkie-talkie, you can do it, but one of them is drunk, and the other is not exhausted by the woman. Be careful. 1 point, the photos of the 2 of them have been shown to you, don't accidentally hurt them. Got it? Let's do it right away. Make sure nothing will go wrong. The supernatural beings on the mountain started to act immediately after hearing this. It is a few kilometers away from the temple, but for the supernatural beings, this distance it's nothing. Hurry up and run, and you will reach the temple soon. The troops are divided into 2 groups. I will lead people to kill Shen Feng. Pudeo, you take 2 people to kill the drunkard. The leading woman said directly, got it, Ms. Luwen, just wait for the good news. I'm just a drunk. In fact, I can solve it by myself. The boy in kimono said confidently. When the supernatural person started to act, a row of missiles had been arranged more than 10 kilometers away, and the targets were temples and hot spring hotels. They're about to fire missiles. The person in charge of one of the families came here. Matsushita was wearing a military uniform, and the soldiers around him were all his subordinates. He believed that the failure of the previous battle was caused by fighting in the city. If he fought in the wild, the army will not lose to supernatural beings. HMPH, now is the time for me to take revenge. When I kill these 2 Chinese supernatural beings, I will be the hero of Kagoshima. Panasonic thought silently in his heart. Chapter 523, The Killing Ring Eye. For the imminent danger, Shen Feng was at a loss. He soaked in the hot spring for an hour, and his skin was already white and wrinkled. Only at this time did he slowly walk out of the pool. After soaking for such a long time, Shen Feng also felt that the muscles of his whole body were relaxed. Having already landed, Shen Feng immediately started looking for bathrobes, but he overlooked one thing, that is, the customs of different places are different, so the people here prepare the bathrobes for Shen Feng according to the usual one-piece design, and wearing them is like it looked like an ancient costume, and Shen Feng hadn't worn it before, so he could only tie the belt casually. As long as the bathrobe wouldn't fall off. The yukata is made of silk, it feels very smooth when you put it on, and it feels very comfortable on the body. Most people can't afford such an expensive yukata. I still need a normal yukata. I'm not used to wearing this yukata. Shen Feng said to himself. However, at this moment, Shen Feng suddenly sensed the murderous aura, and quickly cast the Wind King barrier. He heard a ding in his ears, and turned his head to look, and a dagger appeared out of thin air. At that time, the dagger had ruthlessly pierced the barrier, causing cracks to appear in the transparent barrier. Damn it, who dares to backstab me? Stand up. Shen Feng stepped on, accompanying like the wind in an instant, turned into an afterimage, grabbed the basket containing the potion on the ground, and retreated without giving the opponent a second time chance of attack. Shen Feng couldn't see who was attacking him, so he retreated to a distance to observe carefully. It seemed that the enemy appeared out of thin air. Could it be that the guy who assassinated him was a person with supernatural powers using light? So invisibility is used at this time? Shen Feng couldn't figure it out. He didn't know who was attacking him. He was hesitating. A wind sound came from his ear. Shen Feng quickly dodged, but saw a samurai sword stabbing straight out of his ear. If it wasn't for my keen intuition, I would have been backstabbed twice at this moment. Whoever is hiding behind me, get out, otherwise, I will not be polite. Shen Feng shouted quickly. Dozens of wind blades gathered in the air, ready to attack at any time, but they did not fall down for a long time. Shoo! At this moment, a dagger stabbed out again in the darkness. Shen Feng glimpsed it from the corner of his eye. It was a slender palm, probably a woman's palm, otherwise it would not be so wide and slender. Strangely, except for this hand, I can't see anything. However, Shen Feng knew that this was enough. Dozens of wind blades in the air fell directly, ready to cut off the hand in an instant. However, when the wind blade fell, the sharp wind blade seemed to hit something, and there was a jingling sound immediately, and then the wind blade disappeared. As if it had hit the wall, the dagger was about to hit Shen Feng, and Shen Feng dodged again in desperation. Fortunately, Shen Feng's speed still had a great advantage. In a short time, the attack would not appear again, and Shen Feng could still avoid being caught by hiding. Killing, but the enemy's elusive attack gave him a headache. Where is the enemy hiding? Why can't I see it? Shen Feng looked around on the shore of the hot spring. The lights here were dim, but it was no problem to see the surrounding scenes clearly. But Shen Feng still didn't see anything. At this moment, Shen Feng suddenly felt something entangled on his ankle. Looking down, his ankle was already entangled by a white filament. At this moment, a sickle suddenly appeared on Shen Feng's head. The palm holding the sickle looks relatively thick, and it can be determined that it is a man's palm. Shen Feng's feet were entangled, so he could only grit his teeth and cast the Wind King barrier. A transparent barrier appeared in front of him, finally blocking the sickle attack above his head. Shen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the enemy used cold weapons, and it was impossible to break through his own barrier in a short time. As long as he used the barrier, self-protection would always be no problem. However, at this moment, a huge iron hammer suddenly swung up from the slope. Boom! The hammer is very heavy, and it must be an armor-piercing weapon when it is swung. When the hammer touches the barrier, it hits the barrier. It was covered with dense cracks, and then, the barrier instantly shattered. The sickle was no longer in the way, and instantly dug from top to bottom. The sickle is a very tricky weapon, and it is completely impossible to block it with ordinary means, because the sickle has more functions of hooking and pecking than the sword. The effect of hitting is not good, but after hooking, the killing effect is remarkable. Shen Feng looked up. The sickle was about to fall. If it landed on his head, he would definitely be cut open on this spot. On desperation, Shen Feng didn't care about face anymore, and while holding the basket containing the supernatural potion, he did a lazy donkey roll. The scythe fell and missed Shen Feng. Shen Feng's body was covered with dust, but finally escaped the attack. Suddenly, Shen Feng grabbed the cold object while rolling, picked it up, and saw that it was the meteorite longsword that he just got. Shen Feng didn't hesitate anymore. Now that the weapon was in his hand, he was ready to fight back. Choke! Shen Feng grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled it out forcefully. The sword body was vibrating rapidly, Making a crisp sound, Shui, Shen Feng swung his sword and cut off the white silk thread wrapped around his ankle. After the feet were no longer bound, Shen Feng then began to look around. The weapon that was attacking him before had disappeared. Who is sneaking up on me? Stand up and fight for the winner, don't be sneaky. Shen Feng said it would be great if the enemy could be made to stand out with the aggressive method, but Shen Feng is doomed to be disappointed. No one appeared around. It seems that the attack just now was Shen Feng's illusion. Shen Feng turned towards the surroundings. Observe, here is an open-air hot spring pool, and there is still a lot of mist on the water surface on the hot spring, which has been surrounded by wooden fences. I don't know how many of these assassins there are, but they must be people with supernatural powers. Maybe I'm already surrounded by people with supernatural abilities. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart, thinking of the attack he suffered just now. Shen Feng felt the danger. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been killed by now. Moreover, the opponent seemed to know him well, so he specially used an iron hammer to break through the armor. The world was shattered with one blow. This level is no longer something ordinary people can do. Shen Feng was still observing the surroundings at any time. Since the assassin had already appeared, he would definitely not be able to leave easily. He did not know when the next attack would appear, so Shen Feng had to be vigilant. Shen Feng has already discovered that if he continues to stay in this small space, he will definitely be attacked continuously, and the enemy is hiding in the dark, probably because he has the ability to be invisible downwind. 36. Strategies. The best strategy is to go. Shen Feng quickly made a decision. Since the enemy has not shown up for a long time, then he should get away quickly now. Shen Feng cast a company like the wind in an instant, protected the supernatural potion with one hand, grabbed the long sword with the other, and rushed towards the wooden fence on one side. At this moment, a dagger appeared in front of Shen Feng's eyes. The enemy ambushed on the way Shen Feng was advancing, and suddenly attacked. Shen Feng's speed is very fast, but because of his speed, he almost hit the enemy's dagger. Fortunately, at this time, Shen Feng changed his forward trajectory, avoided the dagger attack, and then headed towards the wooden fence. The other side jumped over. Boom! Just as Shen Feng jumped up, he suddenly felt a terrible headache, as if he had hit something hard, and a big lump on his forehead swelled up. Damn, what is this? How can there be an invisible wall? Shen Feng landed on the ground again, never expecting that he was already in a secret room before he knew it, or was he surrounded by the moonlight and the sky? Deceived by the starlight, Shen Feng subconsciously felt that the top of his head was the direction to escape, but now, hitting an invisible wall, Shen Feng finally realized the existence of danger. My friends, you are also all supernatural beings. It's not good for you to get angry if you fight. Why don't I give you a supernatural potion? How about we break it up? Shen Feng shook as he spoke. The bamboo basket in his hand contained a supernatural potion that ordinary people only dreamed of. The assassin still didn't respond, and hide again, as if they were not in a hurry at all, and they were not tempted by a mere supernatural potion in Shen Feng's hands at all. Power potion, just a superpower potion. What is this? It would be great if only one of Lucian or Lin Yu was here, and I wouldn't be so passive. Shen Feng didn't know the enemy's location or where the enemy would attack from, so he felt a little helpless. Lin Yu appeared here. He could hear the enemy's footsteps and heartbeat, and he could definitely find the enemy's trace, but it was even easier for Lucian. He could know every move of the enemy, so he wouldn't fall into the current situation. The point time passed by every minute and every second. Shen Feng didn't dare to relax at all, but at this moment, weapons appeared in all directions. A big hammer directly smashed at the front, and daggers came from both sides. The two wings were outflanking, and Shen Feng still felt a chill behind his back. Needless to say, there was a guy with a scythe preparing to attack from behind him. Just as Shen Feng was about to dodge, his feet were once again entangled in white filaments, making him unable to move at all. Eye of the hurricane. Facing the enemy's siege, Shen Feng did not dare to underestimate it, and cast the whirlwind in an instant. This is the first move Shen Feng learned. Use a company like the wind and wind of fury, use speed to avoid enemy attacks, and use wind blades to kill. But Shen Feng didn't forget his earliest move. The eye of the hurricane still worked at the critical moment under the gust of wind. All the assassins around him were blown away, but the enemy in front took the opportunity to throw a heavy hammer. Shen Feng quickly dodged sideways, and the hammer with powerful kinetic energy instantly hit the wooden fence. A section of the wooden fence was shattered instantly, and the hot spring on the other side also appeared in Shen Feng's eyes. In the nearby hot spring, there is a group of women preparing to serve Shen Feng. At this time, they are looking at this side with puzzled faces, and a bolder woman stood up directly from the hot spring, opening her arms to signal Shen Feng came over. "I advise you to run quickly and be careful not to die," Shen Feng said coldly. "What time is it now? These women are still soaking in the hot spring. Is it true that they didn't hear a single sound?" While speaking, Shen Feng lowered his sword blade, swiped the long sword, and cut off the white dead silk on both ankles. At this time, a group of women had also discovered a huge hammer suddenly appeared on the ground. They thought about it for a while, and they didn't care about face. They got out of the pool and started to escape. Shen Feng was also about to escape from the gap in the fence, but at this moment, long vines suddenly grew on the ground, surrounding Shen Feng's surroundings, and the vines were still entangled towards Shen Feng. Shen Feng is still very familiar with this attack method. After all, Chang Jianyi's ability is to control plants. Ripening plants is one way of using them, and the other way is to let plants entangle the enemy. Large, but the attack effect is not significant enough. "I won't accompany you. I'll go first." Before the vines could wrap around him, Shen Feng turned around and was about to leave. However, just as Shen Feng took a step, he suddenly felt heavy all over his body. There was also the sound of someone falling to the ground, which was caused by the gravity directly acting on him. "I'll go, you Hangai, you kid, trick me." Shen Feng slowed down unexpectedly, taking advantage of this moment. The surrounding vines instantly entangled Shen Feng's legs tightly. The worst thing was, some vines there were thorns on the top, and Shen Feng didn't wear pants, and the skin of his legs was pierced immediately, and blood flowed out. Although he couldn't cause serious injuries, it made it difficult for Shen Feng to move temporarily. Chapter 524, The Killing Ring. Shen Feng could have escaped from this confined space immediately, but now he was suppressed by the 5 times the gravity field that suddenly appeared, so that his speed slowed down, and he was entangled by thorny vines, unable to move at once. However, these hidden assassins couldn't resist gravity, because these gravity directly acted on their bodies, whether it was bones or internal organs, they would all be directly affected. The assassins had already fallen to the ground. Judging by the sounds they made before they fell to the ground, there were 5 of them. Fortunately, Shen Feng held a sharp long sword in his hand, and immediately swung the long sword, cutting off the surrounding vines, making the vines temporarily unable to attack him. "No, the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. It's not good for me." Shen Feng thought to himself, he can't stay in a conspicuous place at this time. He should take advantage of this group of people's inattention to shift positions, and wait until the enemy's position is determined, and then attack. Just at this time, a dark cloud floated over from the sky, covering the moonlight. Shen Feng immediately made a plan and cast the Eye of the Hurricane. And the strange thing is that many vines disappeared after falling to the ground. Now it is obvious that there must be invisible people in the area without vines on the ground, because when they are invisible together with the things that the body touches. So Shen Feng can't see the figure at all, and found the enemy's trace. However, Shen Feng did not attack directly, but instantly cast Wind of Fury. Hundreds of invisible wind blades formed in the hot spring, and began to attack towards the bathing place. However, the assassin had already prepared for the attack of the wind blade. At the moment, the wind blade was continuously fired towards the blank area on the ground, but it hit the invisible wall, and the sound of jingling was heard in the ear, and the wind blade fired again. Ineffective. Once the enemy has a thick turtle shell, the wind blade cannot cause effective damage. Bang! Bang! At this moment, all the light bulbs in the bathing place blew up, and the dim lights disappeared, and there were also dark clouds in the sky, and the place was suddenly dark. Block all the exits quickly, and don't let him escape. When the bathhouse was dark, a female voice appeared. Shen Feng, who was hiding in the dark, heard this voice, and suddenly froze for a moment, thinking, could it be that the commander of the other party is still a woman? Shen Feng couldn't understand what the other party was saying. He just wanted to take the opportunity to stay away from this unfavorable place. Obviously, the enemy deliberately found this opportunity in order to attack him. The terrain is narrow, the space is limited, and the enemy can still attack him. Making a transparent wall is really too bad for Shen Feng. However, when Shen Feng wanted to leave from the gap, he found that the gap had been blocked by a wall, and if he wanted to leave from here, he might not be able to hit his head badly. Damn it, you can't go through the sky, and you can't get out of the gap, so you have to go to the opposite entrance. Shen Feng thought helplessly in his heart. Now, the surrounding area is covered by Yu Hengai's gravitational field. Shen Feng's speed has been seriously affected, and on Yu Hengai's side, most of them have already encountered enemies. Otherwise, Yu Hengai would not be able to use his ability. Shen Feng wanted to fight in a different environment, but now Shen Feng was trapped by an invisible wall. After the dark clouds cleared, he would have to face a steady stream of sneak attacks. Next, there is only one exit in the bath, which leads directly to the hotel, but Shen Feng is now forced into the side of the pool. If there is no gravity field, Shen Feng would have walked directly, but now the gravity field is always pressing Shen Feng's body. Thanks to Shen Feng's strong physique, can barely move under the weight of gravity. If he enters the water, he will definitely sink directly. What should I do? Shen Feng was confused. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and the light was about to shine on the ground. At this moment, a black shadow flashed past, and then there was a plop sound of falling into the water, and the assassin quickly shouted, "Block the exit over there too." Finally, the light shone on the bathing place, and through the thin mist above the pool, one could vaguely see a dark shadow in the water. It was not a person, but a hammer. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shen Feng, who was hiding in the dark, exerted force instantly, and accompanies the wind to the extreme. In this case, Shen Feng's speed reached supersonic speed, and his whole body hit the fence on one side hard. Boom! The wooden fence was severely broken, and Shen Feng left through the gap. Since there is no exit, he should create an exit by himself. As Mr. Lu soon said, there is no road in the world, and there are too many people walking. Which forms a road. What the hell? How dare you trick us? It's really unforgivable. In the darkness came a national curse from the Wa Kingdom. Originally, fighting in the hot spring pool was already planned. To deal with the wind-type superpowers, everyone knew that they had to be in a small space. So, the assassins prepared a lot, but they never expected that at that time, the gravity field appeared, making everyone fall to the ground, and it was almost impossible to move, not to mention they didn't know where Shen Feng had gone, so they could only wait in the field. It seems that we have to wait until Urashima-kun kills another supernatural being, otherwise, the gravity field will not disappear. Someone said helplessly. Yu Hengai originally planned to stay in the temple and continue to discuss Buddhist scriptures with the abbot. After he killed someone, he finally understood why so many people like to pray to gods and worship Buddha. Psychological comfort requires the help of a saying, and Buddhism has this effect. However, before the discussion lasted too long, the host suddenly asked someone to deliver rice wine, saying, "Please drink, sir. This is brewed by the temple itself. It tastes mellow. It has been cellared for 2 years. It feels spicy. It has also been lowered." Yu Hengai was stunned when he heard this statement, and asked, "Can the monastery still make wine? Are you monk who in?" Yu Hengai's thinking, monks should not eat meat or drink alcohol, but now, the monks in the monastery are openly brewing wine, which seems amiss. When Yu Hengai was puzzled, Lanzi explained, "Master Yu Hengai, customs and habits are different in different places. In the Japanese country, monks can not only drink and eat meat, but also marry wives and have children. In some places, the business of temples has grown. In the future, it can be a family business." Yu Hengai smiled awkwardly, feeling that this matter has gone beyond his imagination. It is enough for a monk to marry a wife and have children, but in the end it can also be a family business. Doesn't the monk become a job? What kind of monk is this? Next, Yu Hengai did not refuse, and the little monk brought some appetizers, including fried peanuts, cold cucumbers, and fried small yellow croaker for meat dishes. After that, the two of them exchanged glasses in a room. Although Yu Hengai drank heavily, his capacity for alcohol was not good enough, and he soon became drunk. Even so, he continued to drink clamorously. Yu Hengai soon fell asleep on the table. Taking advantage of this moment, Lanzi winked at the host, and then the host followed Lanzi out of the room. "You did a good job in this matter. Don't worry, we will definitely give you what we promised you. You stay here and you can leave when the battle starts," Lanzi said to him with satisfaction. Said the abbot. Lanzi is very satisfied with the development of the matter. After all, things are developing according to her own plan now. Shen Feng went to the hot spring hotel. She has prepared many beauties, according to her understanding of Shen Feng. Now Shen Feng has already. He was happy and merry, and on his side, Yi Hengai was already drunk. When the supernatural beings from Tokyo came here, defeating these two people would definitely be a sure thing. Panasonic. Uncle, I've drunk a supernatural person here, I'm going to leave here first, and I'll leave the rest to you. After Lanzi made the call, she was about to leave immediately she came outside the temple. Here, the driver had been waiting for her to appear. After getting in the car, the driver drove quickly, preparing to leave this place of right and wrong except for a few people who knew about Lanzi's plan. No one else knew what was going to happen, including a group of staff in the hot spring hotel. That's all for adults, but they don't know that the crisis will come later. Sitting in the car, Lanzi couldn't help being proud of her plan, and said to herself, so what if you are a supernatural person? Aren't you being manipulated by me? Today, I will revenge for the dead in Kagoshima. Sitting in the car, Lanzi couldn't help showing a smile. She is now the sole heir of the Fujino family, and the death of her grandfather will directly make the whole city protect her. Now as long as she kills the enemies of Kagoshima, if she is killed, then she is a hero, and after getting the extraterrestrial element, she can still become a supernatural being, which is a huge profit. While thinking wildly, the car has already driven into a dense forest, where the trees are full of shadows, and it is dark everywhere, and only the headlights can illuminate the front. Roar. Suddenly, a low growl came from the woods. The driver was stunned when he heard the voice, and murmured, "Is there a wild beast in the woods, Lan?" Z also heard the roar. His face turned pale, and he said, "Someone has checked this forest before. Even if there are mutant beasts, they have been killed. Now, there should be no wild beasts." However, what they were afraid of would happen. When the two of them were in doubt, a huge black shadow suddenly jumped out of the woods and landed directly in front of the car. The bright headlights shone forward. It turned out to be a huge leopard. Its body alone is 3 meters high, appearing on the road, directly occupying more than half of the road. When the driver saw the leopard, he was startled and didn't dare to rush up. Just seeing the leopard, he felt his heart was about to jump out, so he swung the steering wheel and rushed out towards the mountain on one side. Boom! The direction could not be seen clearly in the dark woods. The car directly hit the tree trunk. The hood jumped up at that time. Black smoke billowed, and the car could no longer start, and the leopard has identified the prey in the car. In the mountains and forests, it has always been a paradise for leopards, and its stomach is relatively dry now. Obviously, at this time, the leopard is already hungry. If it sees something, then what to eat? The leopard jumped lightly and landed on the roof of the car, and the roof sank in an instant. Such a heavy mutant beast fell on the roof like a buffalo. This is not an armored car, and it is absolutely impossible to hold it leopard weight. When the driver saw this scene, he immediately opened the car door and rushed out towards the distance. He kept muttering, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I want to live." However, the driver had just rushed a distance of more than 10 meters, but there was a rapid gasp behind him, followed by a burst of pain, and he lost all consciousness. Lanzi, sitting in the car, watched the driver rush out, and then the leopard bit the driver to death. Suddenly, Lanzi was terrified. She didn't know how to kill such a powerful monster, so she could only quietly open the door and rush out in the opposite direction. Lanzi was panicked, because she never expected to encounter such a terrifying monster. Obviously, this mountain forest was cleared by the army before, but now, a strong leopard appeared here, and she did not resist at all. Because she knew that even if she had a gun in her hand, she couldn't be the opponent of the mutant beast. Chapter 525, The Massacre. Yu Hengai fell asleep on the table. Although he only drank some rice wine, the stamina of the rice wine was still very strong. Most people would get drunk after drinking a few bowls. Wake up. It's just that Yu Hengai suddenly felt the urgency to urinate, probably because he drank too much alcohol and had no choice but to wake up. He didn't want to wet the bed in his sleep. Hey, where are the people? Why have all the people disappeared? Weren't you still here just now? Yu Hengai raised his head from the table and looked around, but he didn't see anything. He was the only one in the huge house. People at Yu Hengai didn't think much. The other two left, probably because he was drunk, so they didn't want to disturb, so they left here. Damn, where is the bathroom? Go and ask. Yu Hengai walked out the door, but suddenly thought of a serious question. That is, he didn't seem to know where the bathroom was. Walking around in the temple, he couldn't find a bathroom. Yu Hengai couldn't bear it anymore. He saw a remote corner, walked over, opened the zipper, and opened the gate to release the water. But at this moment, a gust of cold wind blew, and Yu Hengai couldn't help shivering. Half of his shoes were soaked instantly. He woke up a lot, looked around, and unexpectedly discovered that a few pieces of water had suddenly fallen from the far wall. A dark shadow. The location of the corner is relatively remote. Yu Henggai has not been found. These people came in the middle of the night. Are they trying to steal something? These little thieves are really too rude. They want to steal even temples. Yu Henggai muttered. Yu Henggai thought for a while. Since he had seen the thief, he had to remind the abbot and a few young monks in the temple, and they couldn't let them know nothing. After all, the abbot of the temple had helped him, so he couldn't watch they suffer. Therefore, Yu Henggai immediately walked towards the main hall, but he couldn't find anyone. Only the candles were still burning, and there were mice standing on the counter table to eat offerings in a grand manner. After Yu Henggai appeared, the mice ran away immediately. Dare to appear in front of human beings, people are not here, so they live in the backyard. Yu Henggai guessed, and then walked towards the backyard, but as soon as he approached, Yu Henggai smelled the smell of blood, and suddenly felt bad. How could there be a smell of blood in a good-looking temple? When he walked into the backyard, he saw that there were already corpses in the backyard. Whether it was the host or the little monk before, all of them were dead. He fell to the ground, blood was flowing everywhere, and there were 3 men in the yard wiping the blade. You bastards, it's okay to steal things, but now you dare to kill people, it's unforgivable. Yu Henggai was furious. He still respected the host who patiently enlightened him, but now, the host has been killed. It made him angry when the 3 of them saw Yu Henggai appearing here. They couldn't help showing contemptuous smiles on their faces, and then said in Japanese, I thought this coward had escaped, but now it seems that this guy is completely reckless. Seeing us appear here, don't run away yet. After finishing speaking, the 3 of them rushed towards Yu Henggai, holding their samurai swords high in their hands. Yu Henggai didn't say a word, and immediately cast the 5 times gravity field. Immediately, the 3 people rushing over were crushed to the ground. As long as he was in the gravity field, Yu Henggai was almost invincible. No matter how many enemies there were, he was not afraid. Just die here. You have committed endless crimes by killing so many innocent people. Yu Henggai said directly. However, at this moment, white bones appeared on one of the young men in kimono. After these bones appeared, they gradually formed a pair of armor. With the support of the armor, the young man could barely resist. With the gravity on his body, he slowly stood up and continued to rush towards Yu Henggai. Yu Henggai didn't expect the other party to be able to stand up in the gravitational field. He thought they were some reckless thieves, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. The 3 of them are probably supernatural beings. The young man in armor who rushed forward didn't say much. His ability is to control bones. With strong bones as support, he can completely resist his own gravity. What's more, he is still wearing bone armor. This pair of armor can also be used as a support. When the samurai rushed forward, he immediately swung his samurai sword, and a cold light flashed in the air. If he was not careful, he would be cut by the cold light. Yu Henggai quickly dodged, but at this time the spirit of wine was coming up. When he dodged the samurai sword, Yu Henggai couldn't stand still and fell directly to the ground. When he was in a daze, the samurai rushed over again wielding the samurai sword. Yu Henggai regretted it at this time. He would have stopped drinking if he knew it earlier, but now that he was suddenly attacked, he felt a little vain. If he wanted to run facing the fierce attack of the samurai, Yu Henggai had no choice but to use the lazy donkey to roll. This move is unsightly, but the effect is obvious. As long as I keep rolling, you will not be able to attack. I always in the gravitational field. Yu Henggai cannot be affected by gravity, but it is impossible for other people to be exempt from gravity. The warrior's swinging sword becomes slower and slower, and his breath gradually becomes disordered. After Yu Henggai rolled for more than 10 meters and got out, he finally stopped. His body was covered in dust, and his clothes, which were originally clean, were all dirty. He stood up staggeringly, and said to himself, a good man doesn't suffer from immediate losses. Go to Brother Feng and ask him to help. However, at this moment, Yu Henggai suddenly felt a pain in his left leg, and immediately he couldn't stand upright, and fell to the ground again. Looking down, a blood hole suddenly appeared on his left calf, and blood continued to flow from the calf. Pain appeared, and Yu Henggai was in unbearable pain. You guys are so despicable, you use guns, shameless. Yu Henggai couldn't help yelling. He saw 2 people on the ground in the distance had already drawn out their pistols, and they were still aiming. Yu Henggai found out that the samurai in the anime are all fake. Who said they can only use knives? Don't you use a gun now, go to hell, I'll send you to see the Buddha. The armored warrior rushed up and slashed at Yu Hengai, ready to kill Yu Hengai. Yu Hengai had no choice but to perform lazy donkey rolling again, and continued to roll towards the distance. He gradually discovered that it was not easy to be shot while rolling on the ground. In a gravitational field twice as large, it is also easy for the trajectory of the bullet to deviate. Yu Hengai rolled around in the yard not far away, but he still ate and drank all the time. The contents of his stomach had not been digested, and now he rolled around randomly, and his stomach suddenly turned upside down. After rolling for 2 minutes, Yu Hengai got up, opened his mouth and spit it out. Wow! Yu Hengai vomited out the contents of his stomach, feeling much better, and his mind cleared up a bit, but his footsteps were still vain, and it was still not easy to fight against the supernatural being. Go to hell. Suddenly, a warrior lying on the ground fired a few steel nails from his body, directly nailing the soles of Yu Hengai's feet, nailing him firmly to the ground. I couldn't do it anymore. The soles of both feet were nailed to the ground, the pain was excruciating, and he couldn't move at all. Damn. It's not fair to fight 3 times, one by one. Yu Hengai felt that his life was at stake, so he could only vent his anger before dying. However, these people didn't care what Yu Hengai was saying now. The samurai who rushed forward swung their knives and charged up, ready to kill Yu Hengai. At a critical moment, a gust of wind blew, and a figure in the distance rushed over at an extremely fast speed, and kicked out without saying a word. The armored warrior didn't expect someone to appear here, and the speed of the other party was too fast, and he was completely late. Defense was kicked in the chest at that time, and flew out on the spot. Yu Hengai looked up, and Shen Feng appeared here in a loose bathrobe. There was still blood flowing on Shen Feng's leg. Under the moonlight, Shen Feng had a firm face, holding a long sword in one hand and a basket in the other. Brother Feng, you are finally here. I was almost killed. Seeing Shen Feng appearing here, Yu Hengai immediately felt that he saw his relatives, and his eyes were moist at that moment. Shen Feng pointed to his bare thighs, and said, "Did you see the wounds on them? It was all caused by you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be entangled in thorns." Yu Hengai doesn't know why Shen Feng is injured now. Does it have anything to do with him? At this time, the kicked warrior stood up again. He looked down and saw a mud footprint on his chest, which looked very funny. Although he had been kicked, he was not injured at all. Shen Feng was originally unable to act in the gravity field, but who made Shen Feng a wind-type supernatural being? Now he wrapped the wind around his body and used the wind to resist the gravity he was subjected to. The speed was also much faster. Even though he was barefoot, I ran for hundreds of meters, but there was no wound on the sole of my foot. Brother Feng, hurry up, my feet are nailed, help me. Yu Hengai couldn't help but said to Shen Feng, "Help me pull out the nails, I'll help you fight." Shen Feng looked down and saw that there were 2 rusty nails on the soles of Yu Hengai's feet. A burst of unforgettable pain. Hiss! Yu Hengai gasped, feeling that his feet were almost not his own. Under the constant pain stimulation, the adrenaline was constantly secreted, and he became sober in this situation. Bang! Bang! While Shen Feng was pulling out nails for Yu Hengai, someone shot in the distance. However, Shen Feng was protected by the Wind King barrier. When the bullet shot over, it was immediately blocked by the barrier. The power of a pistol is not comparable to that of a rifle, unless it is a large caliber pistol, and the pistol used in the assassination is completely impossible to break through Shen Feng's defense. The battle is over, and you will continue to suffer. I will stuff cotton soaked in alcohol into your wound to disinfect it thoroughly. You should endure this pain. Shen Feng said directly. Yu Hengai endured the pain of pulling out the nail, gritted his teeth and said, "Can we not disinfect? If you want to die, don't sterilize. Your resistance is already worse than that of ordinary people. You are still nailed by rusty nails. You may be infected with tetanus. Be careful." Shen Feng said mercilessly. Next, Shen Feng pulled out the nail from Yu Hengai's other foot again. Yu Hengai was finally able to move freely, but both soles of his feet were pierced, and Yu Hengai couldn't even walk. "Xiaoyu, where is your weapon? Lend me as an envoy." Shen Feng asked Yu Hengai. The only one who could threaten him now was a warrior in armor with a katana sword. Shen Feng felt that his meteorite long sword might not be useful. It is impossible to cut iron like mud. It is more effective to use Yu Hengai's hyper dragon mace. I put it in the room. It's in the bright room over there. I just came out to solve the emergency, but I forgot to bring it out. Yu Hengyi said hastily. I'll leave the sword to you, hold on first. I'll get the weapon. Without saying anything, Shen Feng handed the long sword to Yu Hengyi, and then rushed towards the room with lights. Yu Hengyi was stunned. Now that he was in a state of drunkenness and could not move his feet, he still allowed himself to resist 3 supernatural beings. Isn't that too embarrassing for him? It's a pity that Yu Hengyi has no room to turn around, because the person holding a samurai sword in the distance has already rushed up, and the 2 guys on the ground are not dead yet, still aiming and shooting. Dang! The warrior rushed forward and slashed down. Yu Hengyi had no choice but to hold his long sword across his chest to block it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.